Welcome, relatives, to the first annual Wopila gathering of the Lakota People's Law Project. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Strategic Partnerships and Relationships for Lakota People's Law Project and the Romero Institute. Today, I'm joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee Territory and the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish North African and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples and what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. It is my honor right now to invite Chief Bearcross of the Ghost Nation to open us up in a good way.
Yeah. Lena Leon Petuki, Lena Wakapi, Lena Organization Ki, Lena Lila Washtalaki. My relatives, today I have the honor to say the Lakota prayer and invite all of you to pray with me in the Lakota way of life. I want to introduce myself as Bear Cross. I am from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. I've been on the reservation all my life. This bonnet behind me, it is a sacred bonnet. Been in my family for generations. So today, we are going to pray. We're going to pray for all the people across the world. We're going to pray for peace. We're going to pray for the healing. We're going to pray. Oh, Kunkashla Hechet Khate Topa. Nia Awanga ke Washtenit Khaki Heche Hoye Chichi. Ampete Washte Ankupo. Give us a good day. We told on woke it Kunkashila. Wash ake. Who you hamle you happy kile. Who you tracha you happy kile. Khateki Owalake. Khateki Owalake. Creator, hear our prayers. Aho. Give us a good day. Metaki oye oyasi. Achatu yellow.
I would like to greet you from Standing Rock and thank the Creator for this day and this life. I would like to acknowledge Lakota People's Law Project. Thank you for the awareness and the dialogue, the communication, the partnership that was created, and the work that you support.
What does it mean to me? Wopila is really different than just plain thank you. When they say thank you, they say pilamia. That means just personal. Thank you. Thank you, you know. But when you say Wopila, that's almost like we have Wopila ceremonies. So Wopila is really deeper. I don't know, I guess the only English word I can think of would be grateful.
Today, it's a very, very special day. This is something that we've envisioned as a way to give back. In Wo Lakota or La Kol Wo Echumpi Wopila, a Wopila day or a day to give thanks or a Wopila ceremony is one of the ways that we give back to the powers of creation, one way that we give back to our relatives, a way that we say thank you. We know that we are all together in this work. We are all together in this vision. So we've put this day together to say thank you. Wopila.
Good morning. I'm Anna Mason, Membership Program Manager for Lakota People's Law Project. Welcome and thank you for being here with all of us for our first ever Giving Tuesday Wopila gathering. Today is a great day for Indigenous people, allies, and accomplices to join together as one in support of Indigenous sovereignty. It is a day to give voice. It is a day to give back. So I encourage you to use this day to give what you can. As we celebrate together, we also remain active in Native communities every day, every hour, to support where it matters most. Every dollar you can contribute counts in the struggle to safeguard Native culture and win environmental and Indigenous justice. We will keep doing our very best to bring as much good as possible from the generosity you show. One thing you can do right away, if you haven't already done so, is start a fundraiser. If you're not already there, head on over to lakotalaw.org/Wopila. There, underneath the live stream, you'll see an option to start your own fundraiser. When you click through, you'll be taken to a form where you'll fill out your info as well as fundraiser details like a goal amount to raise. You can also share a message about why you support this work and why your friends, family, and followers should do the same. After you click Create, you'll be taken to your fundraiser page where you can edit or share with your network. Please share it widely. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking action on behalf of Lakota Law. And now, I invite you to enjoy our first panel.
Welcome back, relatives, to the first annual Wopila gathering of the Lakota People's Law Project. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Strategic Partnerships and Relationships for the Romero Institute and its project, the Lakota People's Law Project. Today, I am joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish, North African, and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples and what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, pop it in the chat and hold a moment of reverence in your heart for those who came before you. If not, I'm happy to report that there's an app for that. You can either download the Native Land app or go to it at nativeland.ca. Let us know. Our first session today is called Birthing, Growing, and Thriving, Pushing Back Against Genocide. We honor and call in the matriarchs who carry our peoples and lineages forward. In the spirit of that respect and honor, I have the great pleasure of introducing you to our three participants for the next hour. First up, we have Dr. Tomasina Chupco. Dr. Tomasina holds a Bachelor of Science in Alternative Holistic Medicine and a doctorate in education. She is the founder of Indigenous Intentions, which is a cause brand of jewelry, BIPOC education that donates 100% of its proceeds to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit organizations. And she also donates to the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center. She is the co-chairwoman of the Healing Inner Circle in Our Tribal Communities Symposium. She is a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida and is a mixed Indigenous woman. Next, we'll hear from Amber Starks. Amber is an Afro-Indigenous advocate and organizer. She is an enrolled citizen in the Muskogee Creek Nation and is also of Shawnee, Yuchi, Quapaw, and Cherokee descent. Her passion is exploring the intersection of Black and Indigenous identity, where she seeks to normalize, affirm, and uplift the multidimensional identities of Black and Native peoples, and to encourage them to prioritize one another and divest from compartmentalizing shared struggles. And finally, we'll round out this hour with Dr. Tikorima Ticitl. Dr. Tikorima is Chicana Indigenous. With her family from Mexico, she has a Mexica and Wisharica ancestry. Tikorima is a mother of 3 beautiful boys, a home birth midwife, author, dancer, and a member of the Red Spirit Women's Motorcycle Riding Club. She's also a ceremonial woman who is active in the Native American church, Teocalli Quetzalcoatl. If you'd like to learn more after this session, please like, follow, and support our participants. Now, please join us in the sacred act of learning.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am Dr. Tomasina, a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, a cultural educator and the founder of Indigenous Intentions. And today I'll be sharing with you all how to be intentional within wellness and spiritual spaces. This will be a guide on how to appreciate and not appropriate culture. During today's sharing circle, we will cover, and you will gain insight on closed practices versus open practices, appropriation versus appreciation, and allyship. As I said earlier, I am Dr. Tomasina, founder of Indigenous Intentions, and also a cultural educator. So first, I would like to start on learning the difference between closed practices versus open practices. So if you think of it, a closed practice is closed off to the general public, and it only allows those who carry a certain lineage or background to participate within that practice. An open practice is open to all cultures and allows others to participate in a shared practice. So this kind of toddles the line about appropriation within wellness spaces. Right now, I know that there has been a lot of appropriation within the New Age spiritual community or the New Age ideology. So it's just good to be mindful of if you're participating in a closed practice or an open practice. So research is key, talking to community members and listening to those whose practices that you want to adapt into your own spirituality actually give you the okay to do that, because it can be seen as appropriation. So the New Age wellness spaces can sometimes impede on the Native American and Indigenous practices without fully understanding the scope of why we do certain things. It's good to gain knowledge on why you're doing what it is that you're doing so that you have the full understanding of why you're doing it or why you want to participate within that spiritual practice. So I don't think many people know that Native Americans and Indigenous people weren't able to practice our own traditions until 1978. Before then, we had to kind of participate and keep our culture and tradition going within secret and, keeping it private so that we aren't harmed by those who may demonize the practice. A closed practice such as Native American and Indigenous practices can be intriguing to those who aren't a part of the culture. So that leads to the co-opting of several ceremonies that shouldn't be co-opted. And I took a passage from a very, very well-known book called Playing Indian. So within this book, it discusses how hippie culture simulates the fascination with Native American lore and its lack of understanding or even the will to understand actual Native American practices and issues. In this book, it also addresses how non-natives are eager to identify with natives during periods of social trend. So that's the coined term is playing Indian when it is beneficial to the group that does not carry that said lineage. So co-opting spiritual practices is appropriation. And it's not only appropriation when non-Indigenous people do it, it's also them not fully understanding the scope of why we do certain things and understanding the Native issues that come into play and why we do ceremony in a certain way. So the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 protects the rights of Native Americans to exercise their traditional religions by ensuring access to sites and sacred objects, the freedom to worship through ceremony and traditional rites. As I stated before, it was illegal for us to actually be Native American or practice our tradition until 1978. So I feel that that's important to keep in mind when you're in these spaces, is to fully understand what the plight was of Native Americans. So appropriation versus appreciation. Appropriation is simply taking, adopting, or cherry picking one aspect of a culture that is not yours and using it for your own personal interest. I think it's a great question to ask yourself, would I be offended if someone wore something important from my culture without understanding what it truly means? I think a majority of us would take offense to that because the knowledge behind certain things is important. Within the practice of any close practice, the reason why we do things. So I feel that it's important to question yourself if you would be offended if someone were to take an aspect of your family culture and actively start using it as if it were their own and gaining profit off of it. And I think a lot of us would have an issue with it. And that has become a major issue within the non-Indigenous retreat community of several people going to like a retreat in like Mexico or anywhere where Indigenous people still practice their culture, and taking it and just using it and coming back and teaching it to whomever wants to be a part of their community in the States. And I find that to be a huge issue because you're taking from one said community that you traveled to learn, and they were open enough to share it with you, and then you bring it back to gain profit. And that's a major issue, especially without giving back to that community that you took from. So it's important to understand those issues. Appreciation is when someone seeks to understand and learn about another's culture in an effort to broaden their perspective and connect with others, respecting that they may not be able to participate in close practices. Yeah, it's important for the appreciation aspect not to toddle the line into appropriation. You can learn, you can broaden your perspective of certain practices that are open to those who do not carry that lineage or culture, and use that to equip those people that you're bringing it back to or for your own life. So yeah, it's important to know the difference and be respectful. If it is an open practice, to be respectful of certain parts of that practice being closed and not to take offense. So taking without asking dates back to generational trauma since the beginning of the so-called Americas. If you are unsure, please just ask someone from the culture that you appreciate. More than likely, we're willing to share certain aspects if you just ask. It takes a place of vulnerability and humbleness to ask if something is okay, or to check in with the people that you appreciate their culture and actually ask them, hey, am I appropriating? Is this okay for me to practice? Is this okay for me to learn? And more than likely, they will tell you. But it's important to be mindful that we are not a monolith. Like a lot of Native Americans and Indigenous people, although we may have a common practice, not all of us practice the same. So that just deepens your knowledge and research of, okay, so I know this certain group doesn't use sage, but this Indigenous tribe uses sage. If I want to use sage, maybe I should check in with that Indigenous tribe to see if it's okay, rather than thinking like all Native Americans use sage or that's their medicine or whatever the case may be. It's important to do research and then reach out to those whose culture you appreciate and ask them. So here's a list of closed religious practices and closed cultures. Native American, of course, Native African, Hoodoo, Haitian Voodoo, Polynesian religions, including Hawaiian, Indigenous religions, including Mayan, Aztec, and Inca, and also Romani practices. So this is a short list of closed practices that You must be either initiated into, or you must have that lineage in order to practice what they do spiritually. So it's important to check in on that. Okay, which brings me to our next point, is learning the difference between authentic versus performative allyship. So authentic allyship is someone who takes action to support the group that they are not a part of, and develop those connections and the strong ties within that group, and remembering they are playing a supportive role. They aren't necessarily taking the lead within that community, and they will step back and not talk over the people whose plight it is or the issues that plague that community. So it's important not to talk over the marginalized community that you are trying to help, because then that puts you in a position of expertise, which you may not, and it could come from a good place, but you may not have all the answers or all the knowledge that that plagues this community. So it's important for them to speak for themselves, but also you play a supportive role within that, and that is authentic allyship. Performative allyship is based on the idea of self-gratification and does not look at the responsibility within the community. It can be viewed as disingenuous, and it is done to increase one's social capital rather than the cause of the ones that they are trying to help. So we saw this a lot, I believe, within 2020. A lot of the issues that were being talked about from our allies, they were they slowly stopped talking about them, or they slowly stopped supporting them in a way that was standing right next to them, and maybe like donations and posting about it, or however your allyship looks, whether it be in person or social media. We saw that kind of dwindled down, which brought into question the people who are coming from those marginalized communities, if that person was being authentic, or was it performative, or was it something that was just a hot topic at the time and it kind of just went away. So it's important to check your intentions on why you're doing what you're doing. If you truly stand by the values and the moral code of those people that you're trying to help or be an ally to, that's important. Here are the keys to authentic allyship. First is awareness. I'm a big advocate for awareness. Spreading the knowledge of certain issues is the starting point, but also that takes action after it and integration to actually live by what it is that you say that you're bringing awareness to. So awareness allows us to understand other people's plights and share information, whether it be on social media or in person, and also share what you've found or you've read about or learned with your family and your friends. It just doesn't start with, stop with the online community. It's important to share this information in person as well, because if you are an ally, you want those around you to actively understand what it is that you're fighting for alongside the marginalized group. So action can look like listening or learning. Start by learning about the area that you live in or reside in, who lived there before colonization, and what happened to them. Research is key, and land acknowledgement has become a big thing within 2020 and 2021, and it's a show of respect for the people who actually lived in those territories, states, or land. And it's just that sign of respect that you give, like, hey, I'm on the land of the Seminole people, but it's in so-called Florida. So it's just showing respect and homage to those who came before you on that land, and fully understanding what actually happened to them. Are they still existent, or did they have to intermingle with a different tribe? That information is powerful. So integration is the last step. for the key to authentic allyship. It allows us to grow and become in ways we otherwise would not have been able to. Speak up and support, and don't remain passive. Speak up for the rights of Indigenous people or the marginalized community that you're being an ally for. And it's important to do this regularly. I understand, we may have burnout or, certain things where we don't feel like doing certain things because it is emotionally draining. And it's good to take care of yourself. It's good to take a step back and really analyze, what do I need today in order to pour into this community that I'm actively helping or being an ally to. So check in with yourself, but be sure not to lose passion for the cause. That's very important because that's the differentiating factor between authentic allyship and performative allyship. So here are some final tips. This is a list of do's and don'ts. It's not very stringent or anything like that. It's just an idea that I came up with, and I've listened to other Indigenous people and they've chimed in on it. So these are things that we collectively feel are do's and don'ts. Support Indigenous educators and artists and advocates is a do. Listen and learn from those who are Indigenous. Exchange experiences and ask sincere questions. Acknowledge that we still exist. That's pretty much what is needed. The bare basis of research and understanding of those people that you're actively trying to be an ally to. Support them, learn from them, share with them, ask questions, and acknowledge them. The don'ts are: don't borrow from Indigenous cultures. Don't tell Indigenous people what is best for them. We find that a lot within the environmentalist community. And nowadays, I think that is amazing that certain people are getting the Indigenous voice back into the environmentalist community and actively listening to what we did on this land before there was colonization in order to help climate change and other factors within the environment. Don't just pay money and forget about the cause. Be passionate about the cause in any way that you can, whether it's in person, at marches, or sharing on social media. Just stay passionate about what it is that you are helping within a marginalized community. And do not speak over Indigenous people. So I hope you all learned something today, because I am still actively learning and I don't know everything. As I said earlier, Indigenous people are not a monolith. So every day I'm actively learning from other Indigenous people about how we are different, how our practices may be different, but we know that we're all related in some way. And so I want you all to keep in touch. If you have any questions, be sure to email me, indigenousintentions@gmail.com. Follow me on Instagram, Indigenous Intentions. And also check out our Etsy shop, which is full of cause jewelry to help fuel and aid in grassroots efforts within the Indigenous and BIPOC community. Here's a list of our references and resources that we came up with within this presentation. And I hope you all actually take note of this and check out the book that I named in our did research for called Playing Indian. And yeah, it should be on Amazon, so check it out. I just want to say thank you all for joining me. Mado Shanabasha to Lakota People's Law Project, and Sarah Rose for inviting me to speak. And I hope you all have an amazing day. Like I said, just feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Take care.
It's my honor and pleasure now to welcome Amber Starks into our circle of learning. Again, Amber is an Afro-Indigenous advocate and organizer. She is an enrolled citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation and is also of Shawnee, Yuchi, Quapaw, and Cherokee descent. Her passion is the intersection of Black and Native identity, where she seeks to normalize, affirm, and uplift the multidimensional identities of Black and Native peoples, and to encourage Black and Indigenous peoples to prioritize one another and divest from compartmentalizing their shared struggles. Welcome, Amber.
Hesche, everyone. Estongo, Amber Tehotepkudos. Hi, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you, Lorrie. Thank you, Lakota Law, for having me. I'm really excited to be amongst amazing and brilliant and awesome activists and other Indigenous peoples who care about Indian country and, about Indigenous sovereignty. And also, I'd like to add Black liberation. So before I get started, I do want to recognize that I am on Kalapuya land, also known as Portland, Oregon. So I want to give a shout out to my Kalapuya relatives and other tribes in the Pacific Northwest. And I also want to acknowledge that at one time, Oregon was also known as the white man's paradise and excluded Black folks through legislation such as sundown laws and many other ways. Keeping Black folks out of Oregon. And a lot of those laws didn't come off the books till relatively recently. So I just want to recognize that, the work that I do is very intersectional. I'm always thinking about the ways in which the settler state is a very white supremacist and anti-Black and anti-Indigenous project. And so that is the work that I do, is trying to have these very nuanced conversations about how Black folks and Native folks speak to our own struggles, but think about it very intersectional, because this work that we do, our liberation and our sovereignty is very much interconnected. So I just want to say, we should always be thinking about our liberatory practices and how they don't just free us, but they free, everyone who is experiencing oppression under this project. So, a lot of times I get asked to speak more directly to what I mean when I talk about Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty. And a couple months ago, I had the privilege, the honor to write a piece for the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture around envisioning Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty. And I thought the best way to, at least today, to present that is just to simply read my piece, because I think that it really did give me a chance to think more thoroughly about the ways that I talk about it. Because I think online, on social media, putting memes or blurbs doesn't allow for nuance. And sometimes I think conflict happens because we don't have the opportunity to go really in depth about our conversations, about the things that we're just trying to put blurbs about. So I think that this article gave me a chance to really express what I'm thinking and what I mean when I speak up to Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignties as both as technologies of liberation, as both technologies of dismantling white supremacy and settler colonialism. So I thought I could read that piece and then maybe just break down a little bit. And then I'm always welcoming conversations online about, other people's ideas around this, because I want you all to know that I am not the expert. I am daily, developing my politics. I'm daily, casting away things that I thought were right at one time. My self motto for myself is that I'm open to the possibility of being wrong. And I think that we all should also be open to the possibility that our knowledge is limited. And that we bring our own projections and our own frames when we're talking about the things that we deeply care about. So I'm just going to read my piece. At the end, I'll put a link in the chat. So if you want to read it on your own and digest it a little bit more, please feel free. And then let's have this conversation online and in our communities so that we keep going. Because again, I believe that envisioning the future that we want is a very abolitionist practice. And it's what our ancestors have been doing since this colonial project began. So I'll go ahead and read it, and then I'll have a quick chat, and then let's continue this conversation online and, like I said, in our communities. What is Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty? I ask myself this question regularly and have spent countless hours reading and digesting the work of scholars and academics, thought leaders and activists, community organizers, and peers, folks who do and live and have lived this work, who dream and have dreamt up technologies of resistance, and who have translated those ideas into research, books, opinions, think pieces, art, and community-led movements. It is in this question that I have developed my politics and have gained a greater understanding of what sovereignty and liberation are. And it is by regularly returning to this question that I have found the boldness to speak to the idea of an authentic, sovereign Indigenous future and a fully realized Black liberated future. Not, however, as an authority on either subject, but as a Black and Native person who is deeply invested in both of my communities, as a willing participant in these movements of refusal. Ultimately, it is my hope to contribute something genuine to the discourse and something tangible to the work that progresses us forward towards that which is actually possible. Therefore, my present understanding of Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty is grounded in the notion that white supremacy, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism must be interrogated and dismantled, that an authentic sovereign Indigenous future is rooted in the fundamental belief that Indigenous peoples globally have the inherent right to self-governance, self-determination, and political and social autonomy, that the contemporary land back movement is an articulation of our absolute right to be in relation with the land and to steward it as in the days of our ancestors, where the land is set free from capitalism and commodification, where it is no longer deemed private property as a means of delegitimizing Indigenous peoples' relationship with it. A sovereign Indigenous future is also one where our epistemologies and understanding of the natural world are honored and respected as legitimate scientific knowledge. It is also a future where the violence of white supremacy and the ongoing policies of settler colonialism no longer contribute to the erasure and the genocide of our tribes, nations, communities, or family. Additionally, a fully realized Black liberated future, in my opinion, is one rooted in the fundamental belief that Black people globally are also sovereign and have the right to self-determination and autonomy, where our bodies and our lives are no longer commodities of white supremacy and racial capitalism, but instead belong to us to do as we please with them, where our health outcomes, quality of life, and life experience are not determined by our positionality within this racialized hierarchy, where our indigeneity to the lands of our ancestors is also recognized and affirmed, where proximity to whiteness is of no value and European beauty standards don't supersede our own acceptance of Black beauty and love for self, where we bask in our cultures and ways of existing while rejecting the gaze and limitations thrust upon us by those who'd rather see our demise than see us free. And finally, where our humanity is fully realized. Additionally, I fundamentally believe our arrival at Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty will certainly require us to remember who we are outside of our oppression, outside of our oppressors' institutions, ideologies, and imaginations. It is a future that will ask us to internalize and embody the notion that subjugation is neither our birthright nor our inheritance. It will demand that we forfeit any loyalties to our current positioning and divest from any misguided belief that this is our lot. It is not. Our destination of freedom will also challenge us to see ourselves and one another as worthy of something better than this. If we expect to achieve this future, It will be our responsibility as Black folks and as Native peoples to continue the work of those who came before us, to deconstruct the colonizer and oppressor in our hearts, in our communities, and in our understanding of the world with intentionality, to dismantle institutions that dehumanize us and refuse ideologies of systems that seek to commodify and profit off of our oppression. It is imperative that we remember that both of our peoples have always been the authors and of our liberation and the architects of our deliverance. That our ancestors were never passive in their subjugation, but instead active participants in their fight towards freedom. That is the legacy we have been entrusted with. So as contemporary stewards of this work, it is our responsibility to continue imagining the future fought for by our predecessors while simultaneously envisioning a world and a future more brilliant than that our oppressors have planned for us. It is also my hope that as we build this future, prepare to inhabit it, and leave it to our descendants as inheritance, that we understand the value of solidarity and community. Within community and between communities, as I absolutely believe that Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty are compatible movements of freedom. Black and Native folks have had to navigate this white supremacist, settler, colonial, and racial capitalist projects for hundreds of years, both independently and also in cooperation. Without romanticizing our past, we must understand that there have been moments of authentic solidarity, as well as moments of lateral harm and violence. There have been moments of victory and moments of failure. Both of our peoples understand that existing within these systems has been hard. It has been brutal, unrelenting work. And through it all, our oppressors have always sought to pit us against one another. They have at times even required us to stand in for them against one another. These are the realities we must be honest about, and it is our responsibility as Black folks and as Native peoples to acknowledge and address these harms, to talk through them, to try to see one another instead of erasing one another, to contextualize all this that we may find a way to empathize with one another. Ultimately, we should want more for one another instead of seeking to replicate the evils and violence of our oppressors, as we understand what it means to have to endure under these systems and should, therefore, want no person to ever share in such misery. And while I believe it is for Black folks and Native people to lead the way and to be active participants in building our future, I think it's equally important for non-Black and non-Native peoples to participate as well. Everyone has a responsibility to divest from anti-Blackness and to respect Indigenous sovereignty and specifically tribal sovereignty. And for those who carry the political, legal, and social currency of whiteness and benefit from these systems that oppress and attempt to stifle the future of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, I believe it is their responsibility to use their currency to dismantle said systems with the intention of forfeiting their privilege and positionality within this hierarchy. Finally, I will admit that sometimes I'm overly a hopeful person, but I have learned to temper that hope with reality. So while I have hope in Black folks and Native peoples, I don't expect perfection from us. I understand that in an attempt to build community and consensus, we will be challenged. Doing this together will absolutely be hard work. We will undoubtedly make mistakes and we will disagree. There may even be times where we don't like one another, but none of those obstacles are reasons to stop pursuing what we deserve: Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty. So here's to our future. So when writing that piece, I really had to sit and think about what my goals are, why I'm doing this work, why I care about it. And, ultimately, I want to be free and I want y'all to be free, right? I don't think that we are deserving of this system. We didn't, Black and Native folks and other people of color and other folks who experience, intersectional oppressions under these systems, this isn't our inheritance. We haven't done anything to be deserving of such violence, of such harm, and of harm that's generational, right? And so I think that my hope in having these conversations is for us to really hear each other, to listen to one another, to build consensus and continue strategies that our ancestors, and our grandmothers and the generation before us. I feel like it's our responsibility to continue that work, to continue these conversations, because where we are is because our ancestors and our forefathers and mothers and thems who came before us planted seeds and resisted and refused systems that would see us genocided, would see us commodified, right? And so my hope is that as we have these conversations with one another, that we start to see one another's humanities, to start understanding that we have a mutual oppressor, and that we aren't one another's enemy, that we aren't one another's oppressor. And even at times when we have co-opted these strategies of oppression, I believe, again, I think it's really important that we contextualize what's happening, what people have had to do to survive, not to ignore the harm, not to ignore the consequences. But I think that if we don't contextualize that this is under a settler colonial project and that people have been trying to survive, that we'll miss who the real oppressor is. So, I repeat Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty regularly, because I feel like that is a seed we need to continue to plant, because at some point there will be a harvest. At some point this empire will fall. All empires fall. But I feel like having these conversations now prepares us for the future we want. Not only do we need to think about what we want, we need to practice what we want. And so I feel like as we have these conversations online, we start to think about the places where we are in agreement and places where we have disagreements. Because I think, as I put in the piece, this is going to be really hard work. James Baldwin talks about, the practice of liberation, the practice of getting free is hard work. And I think, though, that isn't a reason for us to stop trying. I think even when we disagree, it isn't a reason for us to keep trying. And I think that there are times online where folks will, I will have disagreement with people. And there are times where it gets really violent. And for me, I'm interested in the ways in which resorting to violence is our go-to, or can be our go-to, instead of saying, okay, I disagree. Let me go back and think about why I disagree. Let me go back and think about, maybe I need some political education, or maybe I need to listen to somebody else's story. But violence is not, disagreeing and then resorting to violence and trying to tear other people down is not how we get free. So even though I may disagree with folks in my community, because I believe not all skin folk or kinfolk, I don't want any Black or Indigenous person's demise. I'm not interested in the destruction of any of my peoples, or any people for that matter. And so my hope is that having these conversations online will not resort to violence, but resort to us trying to find some consensus, trying to work through, what it means to build kinship, what it means to live in a post-colonial world. Because if we get land back tomorrow, but we haven't, interrogated our beliefs and our politics, my concern is that we will replicate the very same systems that currently exist, because I already see that, even online. So I think that my hope is that, having these conversations will build solidarity, authentic solidarity. And I know that that's a word that gets thrown around a lot online, but I think solidarity is rooted in community. It's rooted in us having discussions with one another and humanizing one another and listening to one another when we say this hurts, believing one another. And I think that sometimes that gets overlooked because we're so interested in our own people's liberation, our own people's freedom from the system. But this is a joint effort, right? This is to get free, to dismantle white supremacy, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism. It will take all oppressed people's refusing to believe anything that our oppressors say, and dismantling any systems that our oppressors have built, because they're not interested in any of us succeeding, no matter how proximate we are to power. So I feel like, yeah, that is the work that I'm hoping that we are doing as we are, as we're thinking about our sovereignty as Indigenous peoples, and as we're thinking about our liberation as Black people, that it's not at the cost of one another, but it's in that we are in community with one another as we try to reach for these desired destinations. I'm just thinking about if there's anything else, so I think a couple of modes of resistance that I really want to speak to is that reclamation of self and people. This is a reminder that we have always been, the architects of our liberation, that we are the heroes of our own story. Again, that this is not our inheritance and that we aren't deserving of oppression. And though we are experiencing oppression and subjugation, it isn't our inherent position or our natural state of being. Liberation and realized humanity is actually our birthright. And so when we talk about things like land back, these are verbs, like these, our call outs of freedom. These are things that we actively are doing, not just saying. And so I think that, seeing a lot of the work that other Black and Indigenous people are doing online is showing me that, like, we are headed somewhere different than this. Like, we are planting seeds so that our descendants will be able to reap the harvest, just like we are currently, reaping the harvest of the work that came before us. And so I also want to remind people that when we think about Black liberation and when we think about the Black Lives Matter, movement, things like that, I want to remind us that work is a continuation of the work that has come before us, right? It is a refusal of the notion that our lives and our futures are property and commodities of the system. And so I feel like when I'm speaking about Black and nature and Native futurity, like, I'm thinking about them always as continuations of what our ancestors have done. And I'm thinking about them always as compatible movements of freedom, both rooted in abolition and the very same systems that oppresses both of us. And though we have unique problems within our community, there's a lot of overlap, and that therefore our envisioning of the future will require us to build solidarity, continuously build solidarity, continuously listening to one another, continuously wanting more for one another. But this is work, right? And this is something that we'll have to invest in. If we really want to dismantle the system, we have to also look, across communities and see the other harms that happen in other communities and find out how we can support one another. So I think that is all I'd like to share for today. I'm really hopeful that these conversations can continue. I'm really excited about the work that's being done here today and every day. And so I hope that you'll join me online and other Native and Black folks online who are trying to do this work and trying to realize a future outside of white supremacy, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism. Mado, and thank you for having me.
Much honor and respect. Thank you so much, Amber. It was an honor to learn with you this afternoon. Welcome back, relatives. A link to Amber's article can be found in the chat if you would like to read again on your own time. We invite you to do that. Finally, it's my pleasure to round out this hour by welcoming Dr. Tikarima Ticitl. Dr. Tikarima is a Chicana Indigenous woman. With her family from Mexico, she has Mexica and Huichol Rica ancestry. She is a mother of 3 beautiful boys, a home birth midwife, an author, a dancer, and a member of the Red Spirit Women's Motorcycle Riding Club. She's a ceremonial woman, also active in the Native American church, Teocalli Quetzalcoatl. Welcome, Dr. Tikarima.
Thank you. So I just want to give thanks to everyone who's here listening, and open up by giving thanks for being able to be here. I live in New Jersey right now on the Nape land. So I'm a home birth licensed midwife in New Jersey and New York. And I want to start off by just acknowledging the grandmothers, protector spirits of birth. Chachihuitlique in our Mexicayo tradition is the woman with the jade skirt with the beautiful waters with the babies all running there. And then we have Cuautlique, which is the original piece is in Mexico City in the museum, but she's like we like to say, the mother of all mothers. On December 12th, we usually acknowledge her along with Tonantzin, our Mother Earth. And then we have Tlazolteotl, which I have a statue of here in my office, where I see moms. And I don't know if you've ever seen her. She's the original piece is in Mexico City too. She's made of pre-Columbian jade, and she represents that jaguar medicine with her mouth like this, squatting position, giving birth. So just acknowledging the grandmothers, Chachihuitlique, Cuautlique, Tlazoteo, Tenzochiquetzal, for always protecting and guiding birth, for honoring birth as what it is, ceremony. I like to always listen to people, and when we talk about around the fire, around many fireplaces, to really live life as ceremony, regardless of 500 something years of colonialism, genocide, white supremacy, patriarchy, the systems of power, how they've attempted to completely get rid of us. But, I speak English and Spanish, two colonized languages, know a little bit of Nahuatl, have tried to learn, our original language. But yeah, like aside so many years of colonialism, we're still here. So that tactic of divide and conquer, it never occurred. We're still here. As long as we continue to birth our children and that bloodline of our native relatives coming from our mothers continues to live, we were still here. So it definitely was a divide and control tactic, as we know. And one of the things that comes up in a lot of visits with working with mothers, Indigenous, non-Indigenous mothers who want a home birth, is this issue of trauma. I like to work from a trauma-informed consent perspective and practice. And, there's a lot of what we go through still today that's connected to, 500 plus years of colonialism, but also with what's happening with our Mother Earth, with the land right now. So, that physical, emotional, mental trauma, it gets in that way, blockage sometimes to for mothers who are wanting to birth, become life givers. And it's hard because it really boils our blood when we hear, when we read, when we know people. I know mothers who have experienced forced sterilization. We have this history. I was reading that the law passed in 1974 was the first law legislature to protect and get rid of this forced sterilization of Indigenous women. But we know that, the law, the law is the law, and that did not stop. It continued. It has continued, and there's, this is not something that's hidden. There's research, books, articles online. You can find that through the 60s, 70s, many Indigenous women throughout different reservations, throughout Turtle Island, were, going just for a regular medical checkup. Or, really had some illness or something and left with their tubes tied or uterus removed without their consent. Or, I was reading too the other day that it wasn't just through the 60s and 70s, but even up until 2010 in the California prisons, women or life givers were also experiencing forced sterilization. Indigenous, some of my own people that are not federally recognized in the United States, but we are indigenous. If you go down to Mexico, all the way down to Argentina, there's so many more Native relatives that were not federally recognized here, but that whole blood quantum is another form of colonialism to try to wipe out our people, right? So like that stuff boils your blood, and it's not just in Turtle Island, throughout the United States. There's studies of our research on this forced sterilization of women in Puerto Rico and other places too, you know. So that stuff, you know, I when I hear about it, read about it, or in birth circles with women who have experienced that or could trace that back to their mothers, grandmothers, great grandmothers, it's really sad. It's trauma. And you know, it's like cultural genocide. It is cultural genocide. It's not genocide the way, you know, they're not chopping off our heads and our hands now for playing drums or speaking our language or, you know, practicing our traditions. But that forced sterilization is a form of cultural genocide to try to wipe out our people. And so that's why, you know, birth as ceremony, living life as ceremony is really important, because the decolonization of birth is this decolonization of eugenics, of knowing it, of spreading the word. Because, you know, even some of the women we speak to, like, how did that happen? Okay, without their consent, but sometimes also misinformation, which has always been throughout history for our people a tool to again try to completely like get rid of us. And so sometimes it was like, you know, in the 60s, 70s, even 2010, I was reading it as a form of, you know, tied to like their immigration status or you know, government benefits or whatnot. So there's, you know, it's important to really like understand that that form of genocide, cultural genocide, isn't something of the past, right? It's happening now. And so it's really important to really like understand it and live life birth as ceremony to get rid of that. You know, when we read about reparations, there was some budget approval to try to, you know, pay back to whatever women this happened to. No amount of money will make up for that, you know. So those are the traumas that, you know, some people that I know go through, and it's hard to trust and want to give birth in certain institutions, right? So I want to just give thanks to all you life givers who, aside not just, you know, forced sterilization and those issues, but so many more that we go through, that I hear people go through, that we're still, you know, trust ourselves, our body, our medicine, our ancestors, the protectors of life, and are still giving birth at home. So, you know, I know so many, I've been around birth for 15 years as a doula, midwife assistant, and I've been licensed as a home birth midwife for 2. And I've seen many women who, and talked to, who still give birth in the sweat lodge. I gave birth to all my 3 sons in the Temazcal, on the earth, with the fire, in the rain, in New York, in the South Bronx, you know, and in Queens. And I know I had another mom who she gave birth on her land in Shinnecock. And it's been a while since like since someone had given birth on her ancestral land like that. And to, you know, I remember that night in the lodge under the stars with her family singing all these powwow songs, and, you know, the baby being born that way onto our Mother Earth was just really, really beautiful. And so that's like all part of, you know, living birth as ceremony, of decolonizing birth and getting away from, you know, all that trauma. So that's the stuff that really makes me happy. And, you know, that aside 500 something years, like home birth still exists. I was reading that the first hospital, you know, 270 years ago, yeah, white supremacy, patriarchy has done really well of completely taking over birth, but it's so amazing and it's so beautiful, and it's thanks to all our mothers, grandmothers, great grandmothers, all the abuelas who have come before us and continue to just protect this, the first sovereignty, birth, by giving birth at home or in whatever sacred home. Like I know many relatives in Colombia, they use the maloca, another spiritual home, to still give birth in. And that stuff really, really makes me happy, excited. And it's one birth at a time, one mother at a time, taking it back, that relationship with our Mother Earth, with our body, and still that we're here. And so then when they, I've seen different mothers bring different traditions to their prenatal care, to birth, postpartum, and it's really beautiful. They say, I've heard many Native sisters say that the ancestral memory of our Indigenous relatives carries on through breast milk. And so all you life givers who have breastfed, I breastfed 6 years, 2 years, each one of my sons. And, I know many life givers who have done less or more. And that's beautiful. That's it's so many health benefits, but just that, like that simple fact that people really believe that. And it does, it carries on that way. And I also want to, think of all the life givers who, it's hard because of the laws and governments, but there are protection laws for those who, I wrote a book called Birth is a Ceremony, and it's about the use of peyote in prenatal, in your prenatal time, in birth and postpartum. And sometimes I meet moms who, like, if they're in different institutions with different providers, they can't share about their relationship with medicinal plants that were on this land, that come from this land, or, Central South America, and they can't share because they're afraid that somebody will call social services on them, or, there's all this research that whatever it caused, to the baby. But there's so many books on peyote, on different medicinal plants, and I remember reading and researching, and I found none that prove that there's no fetal malformations, congenital anomalies, anything on any baby for life givers who have had relationships prayed with these medicinal plants. And so that's living birth as ceremony, life as ceremony. And it's beautiful because aside, so many laws, politics, colonized Native relatives, and, the government, all these things, like people are still doing what their family, their lineage, what runs in our bloodline. And our babies are not, sick or anything. They're medicine babies. They're connected that way. And so that's why it's all connected to, I give thanks all the time for everyone on the front lines protecting the water, because, they say that our babies, they're in the sacred black waters in our womb, those 10 months. And, after that first breath of life, they're colonized to bacteria, everything, to the world, right? Colonized. So it's important to be able to take that first breath of life and go from those sacred black waters to sacred clean waters. And so, always thankful to all the relatives, all the elders, especially on the front lines, who have given their life, because really, living life as ceremony is about life and death. And so it's and not just protecting the water, but all the elements. So I know many relatives who have put their bodies on the line to just be able, for us to be able to pray around the fireplace, around different altars. So thankful to all the men and women, young people, elders who have helped and put their body on the line so we can continue to have the Temascal, the sweat lodge, where we can birth our children. I know people today who still give birth in the teepee, and it's connected to all those protectors who have put their bodies on the line for us to be able to do that, in the malocas, to have sun dance, to have moon dance, to have, be able to pray with our medicinal plants. It's all been, aside all these years, it still is an issue of life and death. So just thankful and happy to everyone who's doing their part, because it is all connected. It's all connected still to the way, you know, our babies are being born. And I wanted to just share also about, you know, just more specific about birth, like the importance of honoring our grandmother placenta, because often, you know, I hear, I see, I did my integration in different hospitals, clinics, and the disrespect for that placenta. It's, you know, to live birth as ceremony, we talk about it, and more life givers at home are really honoring that lineage and giving her back to the earth, burying her in the earth. There's different options. You know, it's your body, it's your birth. You do with your placenta what you want. But I think it's important to point out, you know, because you see around a lot this whole birth as ceremony, but what does that really mean to people, you know? And so one is like that lineage. Like I know throughout Mexico, I was able to travel to New Zealand a couple times with the Maori. There's different traditions still today that are protected, held sacred, and that's really beautiful. So just want to share that about our grandmother placenta, the importance of honoring her and not just tossing her in the trash can or dipping her in whatever chemicals to run whatever tests. Like that's really important. And there's other traditions at birth, at least at home, that I see there's options, right? Because I've been able to, you know, going through a Western midwifery program, but then also learning traditional midwifery from traditional indigenous parteras, midwives. There's differences. And so, you know, like this whole idea of burning of the cord, delayed cord clamping is given, but then afterwards, do you want to cut it with fire, with candles, with an obsidian knife? Do you want to leave it intact until it falls on its own? A lotus, like there's options, but you know, it, in the hospital or other institutions, there aren't. So that's the other thing I want to just point out in this talk, is to really live and honor birth as ceremony. It's really important where you choose to give birth. And I know that home birth is we're a small percentage, but you know, hospitals are 270 years old. It's done its job, completely taken over, but little by little, you know, more life givers are trusting themselves, their body, their where they come from, their lineage. And that's really important to talk about that fear, because social media just says, oh, your water broke, oh, you know, baby's flying out and go to the hospital. It's not like the movies. It's not like social media. It's not like that, you know. And so, yeah, I just want to give thanks and acknowledge all you life givers who, aside everything, the laws, violence, your own family problems, everything, what you go up against to, you know, that you still choosing to give birth at home. And whether it's in the sweat lodge, in the teepee, in the maloka, in your living room, in the water, like however you do it, it's your choice and it's beautiful. And thank you for that. Thank you for that. Because when I see a baby born at home and the parents have, you know, included in their birth plan that the first thing they want the baby to hear after that first birth of life is a word in their native language, to me it's just like, I don't really cry at all the births anymore. But like, to me, that's just like, that's a prayer that I know like our ancestors put for us, and we're doing our part to make it happen. And it's not always easy, because not, you know, everyone is low risk and ready to have a home birth. Lately, you know, I've had a lot of moms who had one or two prior C-sections, and they want to try for a home birth. And there's, you know, certain risk with that. And in New Jersey, it's illegal. In New York, it's legal. It varies by state. But it's not the appropriate standard of care, according to some OBs, is how I was told, right? But it is legal. It's maybe not within the, you know, a consensus even amongst midwives to to do that. But I keep saying, it's your body, it's your birth. You know, you have your traditions, your lineage, what your family believes, and how that your concept of life and death, because people fear death all the time. Nobody ever wants a dead baby, a dead mom, right? None of us want that. Is it natural? Does it sometimes happen? Yes. And, you know, that also is honoring life and birthday ceremony, because this whole concept with life and death, like I feel in Western education, people fear that. But in talking with other relatives, it's usually, you know, like they understand it as part of life. But yeah, nobody's dying at home giving birth. That's not. But I do want to mention that, because those are some of the things that you're told is going to happen to you if you choose to VBAC, if you choose to, you know, have a breech birth. But, you know, amongst like different Native relatives are like, oh, breech babies, those are, you know, the Hayoka babies, the medicine babies, like powerful beings. And, you know, it's a lost art in birth. So a lot of things have been lost because of miseducation, because of colonialism. So I'm just thankful to all the Native relatives who are taking it back and bringing back our traditions, regardless of what the Western world has imposed. And it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's a beautiful way of life. So just thank you for letting me share a little bit here today. And yeah, hope it was helpful.
Thank you so much, Dr. T. Karima. As a mom of one of those breech babies, that is especially meaningful. Thank you so much to all the relatives who joined us today. We hope that you can stay with us throughout the rest of the afternoon. Much honor and respect for Dr. Tomasina Chupco, Amber Sparks, and Dr. T. Karima Ticitl. We hope you'll stick around. Up next, we've got Decolonizing History and Identity with our very own Chase Iron Eyes and Jimmy Lee Beason. Please join us.
Thanksgiving is part of that, is part of the American identity, part of the American mythology, cultural mythology, that as Americans we kind of tell ourselves, and we now know that we are, you know, that we don't have to lie to each other anymore. The European immigrants, who sometimes we now refer to as settlers or just Americans even, we're all kind of learning to unpack, you know, our controverted histories. Part of the reason that I think, you know, we tell ourselves these stories is because it's hard to take an honest look at what we've done in this country, and we're willing to dive into those hard truths to really formulate what does that mean for the next 1,000 years of this country? What does that mean for our children? What does that mean right now for the legacies that we're working on, that we're trying to leave? You're supporting some really good work, and we just want to give, you know, make time so people can know what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm just really excited for this process. I mean, there's membership. I'm just thinking, yeah, there's faces of people out there that are allies, you know. I wish you could see everybody's face, you know, but this is a good way for us to connect, you know, because it's, you know, it's grassroots stuff here, you know, regular people to people stuff, you know, and that's what I like, because that's my work.
Hello, everyone. I am deeply grateful to you for being here with us today, and I hope you're enjoying Lakota Law's first annual Wopila gathering. If you are, please help us put on this event and others like it by donating. If you aren't already there, head over to lakotalaw.org/Wopila. To the right of this live stream, you'll see a form where you can donate. Please give what you can on this Giving Tuesday to propel the movement for Indigenous sovereignty and help support our mission to amplify Native voices. You'll be empowering this movement with any support you can give. We cannot do this without you. So allies and accomplices, please head over to lakotalaw.org/Wopila and give from your heart. If you want to take further action, you can become a member by donating monthly, or you can create your own fundraiser to share with your family and friends. It's all right there waiting for you at lakotalaw.org/Wopila. Thank you.
Welcome back, relatives, to the first annual Wopila gathering of the Lakota People's Law Project. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Strategic Partnerships and Relationships. Today, I am joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish, North African, and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples, and what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, pop it in the chat and hold a moment of reverence in your heart for those who came before you. If not, I'm happy to report that there's an app for that. You can either download the Native Land app or go to nativeland.ca. Let us know where you're joining from. We're excited to welcome you to our second panel discussion of the day called Decolonizing History and Identity. We're going to be tackling this hard subject, so it's hard to know where to even begin. How do we begin to explore indigeneity through an anti-colonial lens? How do we span centuries since the doctrine of discovery? How do we even talk about the present era of ongoing colonization and the intersections of Indigenous resurgence in popular media? Sharing their wisdom today, we are joined by Lakota People's Law Project's very own Chase Iron-Eyes and our good friend and ally, Jimmy Lee Beason. Chase's distinguished career fighting for the civil rights of Native Americans includes serving as the lead counsel in the Dakotas for the Lakota People's Law Project, co-founding the Native news website called Last Real Indians, and working in the Native Lives Matter movement. In 2016, he was the Democratic congressional nominee for North Dakota. From the beginning of the movement, Chase was involved on the front lines of the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline, hosting tribal leadership, providing legal services, and joining other water protectors in their prayerful and peaceful protest. Born on the Standing Rock Nation, today Chase lives at Pine Ridge as an enrolled member of the Oglala Nation. Chase holds bachelor's degrees in political science and American Indian Studies from the University of North Dakota and a Juris Doctor of Law degree with an emphasis in federal Indian law from the University of Denver's Sturm College of Law. He is the father of 3 beautiful Lakota children. Jimmy Lee Beason hails from the Seminole and Washazi people of the Middle Waters, of the Eagle Clan, of the Gray Horse Lodge, and Washazi territory. He is a graduate of Haskell Indian Nations University in Lawrence, Kansas. He is a father, a husband, a writer, a poet, and fiction storyteller. He earned an AS degree at Haskell Indian Nations University and an MSW from the University of Kansas. His scholarship focuses on decolonization as healing and the need to relearn and refocus our traditional values. Welcome, Chase and Jimmy Lee.
Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. Very good to see you. Very good to meet you, brother. And thank you for coming on to the platform and just being willing to share. You know, when we envisioned this event a while ago, maybe a couple of years ago, before COVID, because the first kind of iteration was, you know, let's gather and feed the people. That's what we do
around here in Lakota country, which is also Wajaje country, because we've made alliances going way back, a few hundred years, or I'm not quite sure what the time frame is, but I know that there's Wajaje, the people that call themselves Wajaje, who live right here, and so I don't really have a strict framework for how you want the conversation to flow, but because the topics are so big, what is decolonization, what is identity, I know that for the benefit of our audience, Jimmy Lee is an author, a scholar. I'm not quite sure of the extent of what you're doing right now professionally, wherever you're at in academic circles or otherwise. But I know you as Osage Native scholar is where I first kind of picked up on some of your work. And so I would just, for those who might want to know more about Jimmy, afterwards, of course, go and look every single body up who's been on these programs. This is just, I've been watching the whole thing. And so it was cool to see Amber Starks. That's another person that I'm aware of just from being online, paying attention to the Indigiverse. So I would like, for you to just introduce yourself and kind of tell us what you've been doing lately.
Thank you. Hawaii dahe okashe ke tashe dadaskahe dakashe. Yedo ekipshe kombra zani wawi hui kombra. So I just wanted to say hello. My name is my government name is Jimmy Lee Beason II. My Wajaje name is Pahuska, meaning white hair, and that's an older name, is what I was told. And so that I dance at our dances, the Alonska, at Gray Horse Lodge in Oklahoma. I'm also Seminole from my grandmother's side, who recently passed away. So I get give it a shout out to her memory and what she did for me. So I always try to recognize my Seminole side. Her name was Ina Miko, and I remember growing up listening to her speak fluent Seminole and talking to her friends on the phone and things like that, and those are some of the memories that I cherish. And I bring that up because a lot of my experiences guide my I suppose work when it comes to teaching at Haskell and the Nations University. I've been teaching full time for about 5 years. And I used to go to Haskell. A lot of people in the country are usually pretty well aware of what Haskell is and what it means to Native people. So I graduated from there with Indigenous, American Indian Studies, bachelor's, and then I got my MSW from KU, the University of Kansas. So currently live in Lawrence, Kansas, with my wife, Ramona Cliff, and our 3 children. And so I want to give a shout out to her as well. She's a really great artist, and people should check her out, Spotted Cloud, on Instagram. So, but as far as like my work goes, a lot of the things that I've written, actually some of the contributions I've contributed to Last Real Indians a couple of times. I wrote some things about, the Osage history of the oil and the Osage Reign of Terror. I've written about decolonization, and I've written different essays for different publications, written some poetry, and I had some fiction writings published. So I feel like all around as a writer, I always try to center our people and speak from a place of experience and things that I've observed, experienced growing up, and how that contributed to my sense of self. And then I take that and then I try to apply it to the way I teach. At Haskell, the student population is 100% Native. So there's going to be a lot of things that I discuss that are specific to the Native experience. Right? But so I always try to apply those concepts, you know, when I'm teaching and doing that kind of work. I also try to emphasize, you know, our history, and I just recently wrote a children's book. Kind of plug that for a minute, but Native Americans in history, and trying to, you know, write about these individuals through a Native lens, of course. So, but yeah, just mainly an all-around writer. I try to convey information in a way that's understandable and that people can relate to. So.
Hey, I don't know if you know, so we've got a lot of people who are tuned in, like more than 1,000 people registered for this, and that's amazing. I mean, that's a testament to the organizing that happened to bring all of these powerful people together. As you've heard just a little bit from Jimmy Lee Beason, who is at Haskell, and we all definitely know where Haskell's at. We love Haskell. We support the entire tribal college movement. When we're talking about decolonizing, this is something that, for instance, Jimmy Lee's grandmother and relatives who are on the phone talking Seminole or up here talking Lakota or Wajaje, or they don't really see the word decolonize and think of the things that those of us who were born after maybe 1978 think of, because there was a time when it was illegal to do what we do, to put our ancient civilizations, practices, protocols, ceremonies, this includes the arts, the dance, the songs, the symbols, to put them into practice in a way that we've done for, you know, we don't know how long. Certainly anybody listening needs to question the Bering Strait and the what is passed off as history or knowledge here in the English thinking Western world. Now, I, for one, you know, that book, brother, if you could just hold that up again, people can buy Jimmy Lee's book right now, Native Americans in History. So go search for that, check it out. Like, we want to support Indigenous artists, Indigenous scholars, Indigenous thinkers. This is a way of giving back, a way of saying Wopila. And we know that not only all of the Indigenous young people, the Indigenous students, the people who are trying to navigate this very violent reality that has been imposed on us, and is not only just imposed on us since the beginning of the reservation era, but has been imposed on the globe at large. And I think that people are becoming more and more cognizant, more and more aware of some of that colonial programming that has really done some damage to what we want to maybe call just, you know, our metaphysics, our indigenous perceptions and interpretations about reality, about what we are, about who we are, who we were, who we are becoming. For those of you that have paid attention to the entire Wopila gathering stream, this is not, you know, something that's coming out of left field here. We can come at this directly, even if you just tuned in, because Jimmy Lee Beason
is a professor. He's somebody who's written about decolonization, somebody who thinks about what identity is. Something that he said triggered this in my thought process because he's dealing with young students. I don't know if you could hear that helicopter here in POW camp number 344 Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, but it's no different than DAPL. I hear these helicopters all day long, brother. I live at the IHS, Indian Health Service housing. So we hear helicopters, trauma, every single day. Jimmy Lee is working with a lot of our young people to help them navigate, reformulate, deconstruct the concepts of the self, the ego, the soul. We even the anima and the animus, the shadow, depending on who and what you're studying. But we have to, as Amber Stark said, believe in and know our epistemologies, or even our ontologies, all the other ologies and isms that we've always had. So I just want to ask and kind of give you a little bit of a guidepost to begin to speak on what your thoughts have been about identity and decolonization in your work at Haskell. Like, how is that coming along even after a global pandemic? Not even after, we're in the throes of it. But I know that certainly changed my mind frame and my family's mind frame. We entered this very vulnerable, teachable place. So I just wanted to give you a chance to address that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think the way I approach identity and decolonization, I don't think that began for myself. I don't think it started when I was like in school, right? A lot of folks may not come across that term until they're like maybe in college, or they get involved like the activist scene, and then they hear like decolonization and things like land back, which is kind of a more newer slogan, but we've always tried to get our land back, ever since the 1500s, when the invaders came and started taking over our territories. I think for me personally, the concept of decolonization began when I was in the 8th grade, and I always use this as an example. When I was in the 8th grade, that was the first time that I refused to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I remember being in the classroom and the teacher getting upset with me. And I didn't really know why they were upset, because I felt within my mind it was completely rational that I wasn't doing that. And I was led to that conclusion by my mother, who instilled in me a lot of pride in who I am. She encouraged me to read a lot. She always talked about the American Indian movement and how they got things done and really created a sense of pride amongst Native people in trying to reclaim that Native identity that was, attacked during colonization, still being attacked. So I was really young when I got kind of politicized, and so when I refused to stand up, and then this carried on through high school. Every time the Pledge of Allegiance came along in the morning classrooms, I didn't stand up for it, and I always got kind of chastised or whatever. But I stood my ground and was like, I'm not going to do this because of who I am and what that represents to us as a people. Representing genocide, the taking of land, bloodshed, all these things. But see, they didn't understand that. Those teachers didn't understand that. And so that kind of set the tone and carried me through, when I got to my 20s and when I was started going to Haskell. I already kind of had that within my mindset, of learning about those things, learning about the history of Native activism, and also learning about who my people are. So when I started teaching, I don't think you can, to me personally, as a Native professor, as a Native teacher, you can't separate what you're teaching from who you are as an individual, because you really have to put yourself in that position, because if you really believe in what you're talking about, you would be able to apply those same principles to your life, you know. So to me, it was only natural to do a lot of self-disclosure, a lot of talking about what my path was, you know, when I used to be a young knucklehead and used to go out, you know, and drink and, you know, and party and stuff like that. And then how I found sobriety and when I was 26 years old. And I'm 41 now. So but that was in itself a form of resistance to colonization, because we think about how historically alcohol was used as almost essentially like a biological weapon to destabilize our communities. So that in itself, being sober in a world that tried to push that on us so that we could be weak, was like an act of resistance. So I think anything that we do as Native people, whether it's going to ceremony, whether it's going to engaging in sobriety, or trying to reclaim or become reintroduced to our ways, is an act of resistance in itself, because those ways were, as you mentioned, were criminalized. You know, we couldn't technically do ceremony out in the open until 1978 with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So all those things influence the way I teach, and I try to introduce that to students so that they know that I've been where they're at. I understand where they're coming from. You know, those feelings of apprehension, being uncertain, being unsure, not knowing which way to go. You know, I had been there and done that. But everything that brought me to the point now, where I'm at now, was rooted in getting reconnected with that cultural identity. And not only that, what I think is very important is that spirituality. Ceremony is school to me. You know, ceremony is educational, because when you listen to those elders and people who have been around, you know, you're learning something, you know. And also I'm willing to learn from students who may have grown up, you know, very traditional when they were really young, when they were kids. You know, I didn't really get, I guess, reintroduced or reconnected till I was like when I was 20 years old. I mean, I knew about things, but I didn't actively start pursuing that, learning that culture and learning and putting myself in that position where I really want to learn until, I was about in my early 20s. So I think that, you know, when it comes to teaching and education, we always have to center ourselves, because the colonial society is not going to do it for us. We have to be able to learn our history, and that can be tough too, because when we talk about decolonizing history, it can be a difficult thing, because a lot of stuff we read is maybe from a non-native Euro-Christian perspective, and but that is not to say there's a certain value in certain things that were written down. But to me, it's like you have to supplement that with that oral history and that ceremonial knowledge that you can only get by engaging with your community. So I think that's very important to decolonize history. Decolonizing education is always kind of bringing it back to how would we approach this, you know, and that can be difficult. I've always had those kind of feelings being within a colonial institution at high school. You know, it's not what it was, you know, especially since it started off as a boarding school. But that, you know, that cycle came back around to where students are going there voluntarily as opposed to involuntarily, when it was a cultural extermination camp, pretty much. You know, when we talk about, you know, the history of the so-called schools, I don't even like really using that word anymore. But it's one of those things where now that since we're at a point now where we can discuss these issues more openly, and mainly because of the work our ancestors did or previous Native people have done to ensure that we could do that. So to me, I'm honoring them. And, you know, when I go down to, when I go to Haskell and I see that cemetery with all those children there, that also motivates me to speak on these issues, because I feel like, you know what, they didn't get a chance to speak. They were told not to, and then they weren't able to go home, and they weren't able to see their families. You know, they were abused or neglected, and they weren't able to do that. So I take that into consideration, and I think, you know, I'm in a position where I could speak on these issues, so I'm going to do that, you know. And sometimes that's in the classroom, or sometimes that's maybe on Instagram, you know, and creating information out there just so people are aware and, you know, provide that insight, because I feel like that's also a part of my responsibility as an educator. It's not just being in the classroom, but outside the classroom as well. So yeah, just like decolonizing history or decolonizing all those things, I think it comes, first of all, we have to kind of decolonize ourselves the best we can, kind of that micro individual level, you know, understanding ceremony, learning our language, and not just saying phrases here and there, but understanding, well, what's that deeper meaning without that missionization and that non-native Euro-Christian embellishment, because that happened a lot too. A lot of things when we talk about language, a lot of times that gets, you know, well, that don't really mean that. It was, you know, we talk about Christianity and missionization, a lot of times they took those words and they twisted them around, you know. So we got, you know, I think it's just more like looking deeper into those aspects, and, you know, how do we apply it to our own lives? And it's a tough journey, and it can be a tough path to follow. But I feel like one of the best accomplishments I have, you know, done, I guess you could say, is just becoming a family man.
Yeah.
You know, I think just being here with my children and my wife, and, you know, just being, you know, helping my mom out, you know. And I think that's one of the things, is that just being there with your family and setting a good example, because all throughout our history, that's what was done to us, tearing our families apart, taking our children to force them to become something they're not. And I feel like, you know, the best thing we can do as fathers and as dads is being able to, you know, do what we can to make sure our families are together, you know, looking at ourselves and trying to, all those things that I talked about, instilling that within our own children. But yeah, so I don't know if that is kind of like a direct answer, you know, but I kind of feel like, you know, just going on a roll and keeping it open. But, you know, I feel like
never ask a native an open-ended question. You know? I tell you, you know what? Thank you for that. Somebody in the comment section is asking for a link to Jimmy Lee's book, Native Americans in History is what it's called. You can find it. I don't want to say go find it on freaking Amazon, because, you know, I just got different politics about a cultural mythology that has the most capable in our species trying to go fly around outer space and looking for other places to colonize, maybe, presumably, I don't know. But you know, there's no way to talk about who we are without bringing in all of these internal aspects. Like what people are hearing right now, these are the internal challenges of waking up Indigenous every single day. Waking up, being born into a war, being born into violent oppression, violent assaults on our spirit, on our psyche, on our sense of self, our sense of esteem, collective esteem, assaults on our territorial integrity. The young people who are alive now, who are grappling with climate collapse, you know, human-caused climate crises. The young people who are born into the smart generation, where artificial intelligence and the elements that are used to
interface with the human species, the young people who are born into the sense of existential dread, those for whom it's not easy to take courage. When you hear Jimmy Lee talk, he's talking about taking courage, these small acts of liberation, just thinking differently than what the colonial forces that be would have us think like, or would have us act like, or would have us consume like, would have us inform our identities, our cultures right now. I just listening to Jimmy Lee talk, it's clear to me that we've always had scholars, we've always had theologians, logicians, people whose responsibility it was to ask the hard questions, to put themselves in situations where you can't learn from a book. We are a pre-book, a pre-written word, pre-literate. I don't even like to use the word literate because it implies that to be literate is something good. And certainly, just like the United States citizenship was imposed on us, so was the written word. And like Sitting Bull says, we became something that's neither wolf nor dog. We still have those original power sources, the strengths that have sustained us for untold millennia are still who we are, and we've now incorporated these softwares or these technologies like the English language, like the written word, like the host of what Western civilization thought it had to offer indigenous nations, or how it purported unto itself the authority to save indigenous nations from our collective ignorance. We're able to somehow, we've survived that. We've literally come through genocide. We're on the heels of Thanksgiving Day, a ritual, a symbol, an archetype now, after 240 years of American existence, of how settler colonial Americans inform themselves on who they are. We're able to have conversations right now when 7,000 plus children in mass graves are being unearthed by church-run, government-sponsored institutions, genocidal institutions. Jimmy Lee is right. We shouldn't be calling these things schools. That's a euphemism, that they don't deserve that. Pope Francis right now, who I've always called the wokest pope, because probably relatively speaking, he may be, I don't know, but he's willing to come to Canada, so-called Canada, and interface with indigenous leadership. Prime Minister Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, the only way I can remember his name was from Snotty Nose Rez Kids song, where they're exclaiming some explicit language there about Mr. Trudeau. We're in a time where the terms of our oppression, not only racial subjugation and oppression on an institutional level, but working class oppression and subjugation. Nobody wants to work in a time of COVID. Nobody wants to risk their lives for pennies on the dollar while people are flying into outer space on private spaceships. We're entering a time where the fabrics of our country, which are woven in and drenched in the blood of slavery and genocide in all aspects of colonialism. They're becoming untethered because we're starting to tell the truth. And wotakuye okara, wana okara. It's possible for us to make relatives, but that requires truth. And I'm thinking of this because of what we just went through with Thanksgiving. And this gathering is called a Wopila gathering. It's a way that we can give back to everybody who's supported over, my tenure, at least with the organization Lakota Law, and also Romero Institute, which is a divinity organization, an interfaith or inter-knowledge based organization that seeks to promote and achieve justice. This it doesn't happen without harsh truth telling. I just, anybody who wants to buy Jimmy Lee's book, there's a link in the comment section. Is there a better way, maybe besides Amazon or Barnes and Noble or whatever, or is that's a good way?
Yeah, unfortunately, when the publishers put it out, it was the only venue right now. However, I am going to be getting more authors' copies, and they can get them directly from me. So,
anyhow, we just want to promote you, brother. Go to his Instagram, Osage_native_scholar. You see it right there on the screen in his lower thirds. Wherever you're at, please share the stream, comment, like, all of that stuff matters. We're live on multiple platforms. You made me think about a lot of things, Jimmy, and I certainly want to leave room when we're talking about ceremony. We're talking about, ritual is a word, wo echun, the doings, the physical doings that take place. I don't mean to, sometimes the word ritual is like the word shaman, you know what I mean? It just comes loaded with a bunch of precepts, a bunch of baggage. And so I don't
anthropological words.
We literally have to do these things. I heard you speaking before, and you can't get it all from a book. Thankfully, some of our people interfaced with the English speakers and writers and stuff, and there's some things that survived, but we're still here. Like we have to go to the source of it, which is our relatives. That is a fortunate thing, and sometimes because a lot of people have been impacted by assimilationist values, a lot of people have suffered unspeakable horrors at these genocidal institutions. We're not we're neither wolf nor dog right now, so we're working in a very earnest and honest way to try to find healing, and that is not easy to achieve. But when I hear you talking, Jimmy, I really, just for us to be sober, wo hables un cumpelo, macuelo, for us to ask for and seek clarity, the kind of clarity that provides strength and survivability and thrivability. That means a lot to me. Somebody who, I can already tell we share a lot of common, and maybe that's true for natives. You know what I mean? We share a lot of common challenges that we've overcome. We've made it to our life expectancy. If you pass 40 as a native man, below 45, that's like, we're middle-aged cats now. And so we have a different perch. Anyhow, I just wanted to add on and echo some of the things you were saying. If there's anything you might have left out, we've got, I don't know when we started. Somebody might have to give us a time spot in the chats or something, but
looks like about a couple minutes
left. So I just wanted to give you some space. If there's maybe something you might have forgot or something that I didn't ask you that you wanted to talk about, there's a lot of people listening, and I want to thank you all for listening, for coming on to whatever platform you're viewing from, joining the live stream. It's a 7-hour event, And for this hour right here, we get to chat with Jimmy Lee Beason, scholar, author of Native Americans in History. He's a professor at Haskell. Shout out to everyone who's at Haskell. You know, the brother who started Indian Sports, Brent Cowell. He actually helped me start Last Real Indians back in the day. You know, we like before you could go live on Facebook, before we could do what we're doing right now. So for all the viewing allies, that was Jimmy Lee's. We'll throw it up. We'll make sure to kind of do a wrap up after this whole thing is done, so that people like Jimmy Lee, people like Amber Starks, all the other people who I've communicated with them over the years. That's why I know who they are. There's Votan's in the house today somehow. He weaseled in, and he's a good brother. We want to promote all of our indigenous artists, our speakers, our creators. You know what I mean? Like, just we want to encourage everybody and find strength in that. So, Jimmy Lee, I want to pass you the mic back, brother.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I think they're kind of getting ready to switch over, maybe. But yeah, I just you know, appreciate being invited and being able to sit down and share some words and perspectives with you. You know, and appreciate all the work you've been out there doing and raising, you know, awareness and you know, trying to you know, hold the colonizers accountable for their actions, you know. And I feel like that's all very important work. And you know, I just want to encourage people watching, especially the young Native relatives out there, you know, just you know, try to build that foundation for yourself. And sometimes it can be tough, and sometimes it can be challenging, and it can take a while. But always understand that the core of our being is found, to me, within our culture and our spirituality. And I think that's something that we need to understand, and also to you know, build within ourselves. And we may never find the answers, we may never find a lot of things, but there's a lot of value in maintaining who we are, and, you know, reconnecting with those things, and trying to decolonize our minds, you know, essentially. You know, it's part of a physical battle, but it's more of a it's almost like a psychological war, where we can't be taken in by you know, these forces and trying to take us away from our path, you know, because to me, we're all in a process of healing right now, and we're trying to get to that healing through decolonization and through getting reacquainted with our values. And there's going to be a lot of things that are going to try to distract you and knock you off that path. So I feel like, you know, just build that within yourself and stay strong, and you know, keep putting in the work. You know, talk with your relatives. You know, just do all those things and try to just become a better human being. You know, so. That's what I got to say, and thank you for having me on and everything, you know. So yeah, definitely, I heard that too, you know, Wajaje people were part of that council fires, you know, back in the day. You know, we were that southernmost group holding it down, you know. So I like that you brought that up.
You know what, thank you for that, Jimmy. When I read Killers of the Flower Moon, and so I didn't really, and I knew from my personal interactions, when Jimmy Lee's talking about, there's certain things that, and this is, you know, for indigenous people, for us to you know, one of our prophets, one of our leaders, Sitting Bull, says, if a man loses something, but he really wants to reclaim it, all he's got to do is go back and look for it. And if you look hard enough, you're going to find it. There's aspects about the indigenous experience, our lives. There's aspects about our lives that have been imparted to us through the written word now. we're actively participating in creating that reality. People like Jimmy Lee, people like Leo Killsback up at Bozeman, people like Daniel Wildcat, people who we're picking up the torch that was given to us from Tecumseh, from the Peacemaker, from the Prophet, Handsome Lake, Hole in the Day, Sitting Bull, all of these people, and that's you can even tell, like the Lozen, there's women, Jimmy and I are men, so we're talking from that perspective. But there are people who are expanding the indigenous experience. I think of my daughter, who's challenged me more than any other force in my life since having Tokata, and I've got an even younger daughter. I've been forced to think about things differently. So what you're able to witness and to learn while listening to Jimmy Lee, while going to buy his book, while checking out Osage Native Scholar on Instagram, those are easy things that you can do to support independent indigenous creators. And that's what Wopila is about, is trying to give that energy back. And that's for us, you've got to feed the people. You can't get anywhere without the people. That's a double-edged sword in the modern indigenous world. But we're not going to give up. We're not going to stop trying. We're going to keep getting stronger. Our identities that Jimmy is talking about descend from the land, the sacred sites, the waters, the cosmos, that give us a way to center ourselves. So Jimmy and I are related. Our DNA is related from sometime long ago, when Lakota people created a relationship with Wajaje people. And I guarantee you I know that there's Wajaje people here where I live now, because I have had the good fortune of being able to offer tobacco to an elder who's no longer with us, RIP, everlasting. But that's how I know that everything that comes from the written word, you can learn 10 times faster by just offering tobacco to somebody. And that's right. A very important teaching. So I want to just close my comments. I don't know how we're doing for time, Lorrie, but thank you so much for everyone for tuning in.
We're right on time. Blessings and honor. Thank you so much, Jimmy Lee and Chase, for closing us out this hour. Relatives, please stay with us. We've got a wonderful afternoon with many good things still to come. Up next, please join us for the Healing Generational Trauma panel with S.A. Lawrence Welch and Cody Coyote. We'll see you in a few.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be in touch.
1879, the Carlisle Indian Boarding School was founded. It was the first of the boarding schools, and was founded as a military boarding school model. The hallmark of these schools, for the first 40 years they were in existence, were the cemeteries that were attached to them. Because over half of the kids who went to these schools during those first 40 years died at these schools. The survival rate was less than half, and oftentimes the schools never did let the families know back home what happened to the children. Remember that the BIA started off as part of the War Department. And this is a picture of an early BIA boarding school. And you can certainly see the soldier with his rifle. The slide's a little washed out, but behind him is a barbed wire fence. They were there to keep the kids in. In the museum at Haskell, there's a set of handcuffs. You can see the size of those handcuffs. Can you imagine the thought process that goes behind thinking that you need to create handcuffs of that size? The basis of most of how all of us do our parenting is how we were raised. If you haven't been parented, how do you learn to become a parent? Who picks you up when you're sad? Who comforts you when you cry? Who cheers for you when you do good? And who says, I believe in you, you can do this after you've just failed at something? If you've never had that, how do you learn to do that? We have generation after generation after generation who learned our parenting skills in the dormitories of the boarding schools. And then we wonder why there are problems.
Genocide. 150 years that our people cry. 150 years try and kill our pride. 150 years that our people die. 1876 Indian Act, changing the ways that the Indians act. Eliminate, eradicate all the Indian packs. Take the land and create an Indian tax. Assimilate, never bringing Indians back. Murder and rape generations of them. 1763 proclamation began. Now we celebrate, do it over again. Neglecting to help all the needy, taking the land cause they're greedy. They broken the treaties, brainwashing you all through a TV. Dividing us all cause they're sneaky. I need them to free me. 150 years, no celebration. And you with me, T, in our first nation. We need to show love through education. The future is here, reconciliation. 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 Reconciliation.
We need to reconcile today, cause Canada affiliates with all the history of the states. All the misery that fills me with hate, it kills me today. Same way it killed the ancestors back in the day. It's in the generation of the trauma, but where we going is the knowing that will haunt you. It will taunt you, right you and wrong you. This is what karma puts upon you. What happened is not gone, it's still going on, just hitting on you. Been a long one, but we on one, spitting on you. Watch the scale tipping on you. We have been carrying that weight for too long, bro. We don't want your sympathy, we want your empathy. Cause your apathy's getting to me. Ignorance is unsettling to me. That's why I don't mind that you step into me. We're not letting it be, we are setting it free, so we don't carry it heavily. Our history is not separately, it's binary. 150 years later, this shit is happening finally.
If you're just joining us, please, wherever you're at, have a seat, get some refreshments, do what you got to do to make yourself comfortable, because we have an assortment of amazing guests, hosts, artists, visionaries, creators, frontliners, and we definitely want to highlight those people. Please look these friends and relatives up outside of Lakota. I also want to say thank you, Lila Wopila. When we talk about Wopila, Pila being the root word of you have pleased me, you have provided for me, Wopila. This is what we do when we want to say thank you in the most sincere way.
Hi again. We hope you're enjoying our first ever Wopila gathering. It is an honor for us to host you and such an amazing roster of talented and knowledgeable guest speakers and artists. This event is truly the first of its kind. But I also want to let you know that we regularly host smaller scale events with our Lakota leaders and special guests from Lakota country for our sustaining Lakota Law members. If you want to plug into these exciting and informative conversations, I encourage you to become a Lakota Law member by giving a monthly contribution of $5 or more. If you aren't already there, go to lakotalaw.org/Wopila. To the right of the live stream, you'll see the option to donate or become a member. Click Become a Member and choose your level of support. Every circle of membership is invited to an event every 3 months where we'll come together to learn, grow, and activate. And at the Protector Circle of Membership and up, that's $35 a month and above, we have special events where all of our mics and videos are on, and you can really dive into the conversation. We'll have more to share about what your membership means later in the program. So stay tuned, and I hope you enjoy all of our excellent panels, videos, and speakers at today's event. Wopila.
Welcome back, relatives. Or if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome to the first annual Wopila gathering hosted by the Lakota People's Law Project. I'd like to take a moment on behalf of our social media team to welcome you as well and to invite you to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for great content, updates, especially about Indigenous resistance across Turtle Island. We'd love to have you join us there. In case you're just joining us today, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Strategic Partnerships and Relationships for Romero Institute and our project, the Lakota People's Law Project. Today, I am joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish, North African, and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapoola, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples in what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, we'd love to find out. Pop it in the chat box for us and hold a moment of reverence and respect in your heart for those who came before you. If you don't know, hey, there's an app for that. You can download the Native Land app or simply go to nativeland.ca and find out. We'd like to extend a special welcome to you now for our third panel called Healing Generational Trauma. We're moving on to the exploration of the intersectionality of colonialism and identity. We are navigating generational trauma. As revealed by scholars in recent years, a greater understanding of trauma has revealed how it shapes our cultures and societies. It changes not only our bodies and minds, but remakes the very DNA and responses to the world around us. Native American, that is to say, Indigenous youth on Turtle Island, have the highest rates of attempted and completed suicides. This is a direct result of colonization and its continued trauma. Joining us today to explore this phenomena is S.A. Lawrence Welch and Cody Coyote. S.A. is a Métis displaced Nehiyah Indigenous advocate, organizer, speaker, activist, artist, and writer. Their work's main focus has been on the lasting damage of the residential school system, Indian boarding schools, and the 60s scoop left on the First Nations people. They are an advocate for community gathering and cultural connection as a form of healing trauma. SA's goal is to see Indigenous representation and leadership in historically and presently non-Indigenous spaces. Cody Coyote was raised in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and is of Ojibwe and Irish descent with ancestry from the Matachewan First Nation. With his fusion of strong, profound lyricism, accompanied by corresponding influential sounds, he is a multi-award-winning and nominated hip-hop and electronic artist. Outside of music, Cody is also a motivational speaker, workshop facilitator, and is host of The Beat on Element FM. The Globe and Mail News heralded Cody with the headline, Introducing an Indigenous Voice in Canadian Music. Cody's musical journey includes Indigenous Music Award nominations for Best Rap and Hip Hop CD, Single of the Year, Best Music Video, and Radio Song Single of the Year, and Youth Leadership and Music. Cody was also a recipient of the Ontario 150 Award and received Ottawa's Favorite Hip Hop Artist Award at the 2020 Ottawa Awards, as well as the Best Music Video Award at the Canadian Independent Music Video Awards. This year, he was recognized as the Best Male Hip Hop Artist of the Year by the International Indigenous Hip Hop Awards. We'd like to extend out of respect a trigger warning for this panel. We know that the topics we are going to engage in are sensitive. Please listen and be mindful of your spirit and body. Notice what you notice and honor it. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 1-800-273-8255. There is no shame. You are seen, held, and not alone in this struggle, and help is available. Again, that number is 800-273-8255. Thank you for joining us. And with welcome and honor, it is my great pleasure to welcome S.A. and Cody to our program.
All right. Can you hear me? Are we good?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? What up, fam?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
can.
the reverb on.
You know what's funny is the I'm getting an echo here.
No, that was my reverb. That's my creator voice.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Sorry.
And you know what's really funny is my neighbor started like doing lawn maintenance right now. So is that affecting anything? Yeah. Somebody else hears the echo too. Tech crew, can we hop in that? Are we good? Nope. How about now? Let's see here. Sorry. Cody, you want to introduce yourself so we can just get rolling here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, this stuff happens and whatever. We're all cousins here, eh?
In your audio, there's echo suppression. If you go into your audio, turn on echo suppression.
Oh, that's in that little.
There.
Try talking again there, Cody.
Check 1 2 Ani Bojo.
Okay, that sounds good. And SA, can we hear you again? Sorry, there's something going on with your channel. There's a little gear below the video on your screen. There should be, and in there's audio settings. And if if the echo cancellation and noise suppression aren't turned on, turn them on. And we'll try again here. Try talking.
Sorry, y'all. This is always going to happen. Some tech issues.
Oh, the joys of being in this current state of the world, eh?
Okay. It says the feedback may be coming from you, Coyote. Cody. No, can't hear you now.
How's this now?
Okay.
We're good?
Yep.
Cool.
Did we do it?
Awesome. I think
Oh my
we
gosh.
Ho, ah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's great. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Cody, let's start with you. Why don't you introduce yourself and I'll go after you, friend, because I just need a moment of reprieve after that.
We're just hanging out. It's okay, you know. So, yeah, I guess I'll kick it off then. Ani Bojo, Kinawea, Cody Coyote, Indigenous cause, Asinio de Nin, Anishinaabe, Aki Nindonji, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, Nindao, Madajwan, and Donjaba, Makwa Dodem. And I was just saying hello and welcome everybody. My name is Cody Coyote. My spirit name, Asinio de, means Stoneheart in my language of Ojibwe. I'm coming to you from the unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory, so-called Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. And I'm Ojibwe Anishinaabe from Matachewan First Nation, and I'm Bear Clan. Miigwech.
Awesome. Okay, so Tanshe Kiowao, Essay de Shinikashun, Nea Nehio Pemachif, Treaty 6 Dushen, Clackamas Kalapuya, Pechanuk Latarni Weekend, Mon Famille, Shinikashu, Lawrence Anderson, Pegardapi. So hello everyone, my name is Essay. I am Plains Cree and Michif from Treaty 6 territory in so-called Canada, but I presently reside on the lands of the Kalapuya, Chinook, and Clackamas people. My family names are Lawrence and Anderson and Garda P. I'm really excited to be here today, especially excited to be here with my friend Cody to kind of just, I don't even want to talk about it as scratching the surface of traumas that are still reverberating within our communities from forced assimilation efforts. Cody and I have worked together previously in this. And if you don't mind, Cody, I'll take a moment just to kind of talk a little bit about what I do, and then we can just go back and forth. That's well. So I am the Gagechi Highway Wind Project Director at Seeding Sovereignty, and I'm also the Lester House Project Director at Seeding Sovereignty. Both of these projects are stem from a great need of a hole that I wanted to fill for myself. I find that in community healing, we need to create things by design because we can't be the only people who are needing reprieve or space or acceptance. For myself, I'll get into what I do in a minute, but for myself, I am the child of a residential school victim, and I use the term victim because I lost my father long before he died due to his time spent in a institution. My sister was removed during the 60s scoop era, and I myself am a former foster kid. So that's just one layer of the complicated story that is forced assimilation efforts in both so-called Canada and the United States, not to mention other parts of the world. I don't really speak to the experience, but I know we have a lot of parallels with our kin in so-called Australia. And I think that that's one of the biggest hindrances is not always having the ability to interact with each other, speak with each other, to find the parallels to really begin the healing process. Because when we come up with our common denominator of trauma, it's easy to learn from one another and then encourage one another to it's not taking back because it's something that was never lost, but really taking that authority in of what we are entitled to as Indigenous peoples and our sovereignty. So the Gagechi Highway Wind Project was born out of necessity of creation for those who are suffering the long-term trauma and the residual ripples, if you will, from residential and boarding school, 60 scoop, foster care, and even folks that we don't really talk about this much in Indian country, or at least I haven't found an outlet for it, for those of us who had to hide our identity based on the need of safety and protection, because even today, but as much as in years prior, it was a burden to be a Native person. And it's a really hard thing to reconcile when you have to assimilate yourself out of a means of survival. And I'm sure we'll touch on that a little bit, Cody and I, today. But so Kigichi We Win offers different programming of healing circles, care kits, and community-based groups that allow for dialogue on identity, subjects that are really hard to breach when you're trying to navigate a system that was set up by design to dismantle entire groups of people. As well as the Lester House Fund was recently established as a way of doing regranting for Indigenous elders who were forcibly removed from their homes on the land and now are in their later years and would like the ability to either go back to the land where they were taken from and live in some level of peace and dignity, which they absolutely deserve after what they've had to go through. So with that, Cody, I know that Cody has been a guest for a couple of our sessions from Mamuapuk, which means gathering in Michif. And maybe we can just talk a little bit about how what kind of set you on your path, and maybe tie us together in a little loop at the end there, and how we met. But again, this is all about truth telling, right? You know, like, we don't have the answers for everything. We're just trying to do the best we possibly can with the tools we have. There's something actually I just want to say really quick too, is the brief video beforehand that we were watching. It kind of caught me off guard, but it says the fellow in the video said something along the lines of, how can you expect to be a parent when you haven't been taught those things? So it's really this process of learning things. We can't unlearn behaviors or patterns that we know. They're always going to be there, but we can learn new ways of interacting. It's really hard though, and that community support means the world. So with that, Cody, do you want to kind of take over here and talk a bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really bad at that. Yeah, I'm a hip hopper at the very least. I'm also intergenerational survivor of Canada's 60 Scoop and the Canadian residential school system, meaning that I was the first to be raised at home in my immediate family. My father was forcibly apprehended by the Canadian government when he was an infant and put into a non-Indigenous family. I'm 29 years old now. It took me 25 years to meet my family, like my blood relatives on my father's side. And in that, learning that my grandmother attended one of the Spanish Indian residential schools in so-called Spanish Ontario, Canada. Following that, my great uncle also attended those institutions, and several of my cousins were also forced to attend there. To paint an accurate picture of what happened in my family, talking with one of the elders in my home community, when the government came to take kids away to these institutions, he was told to run and hide in the bush. And he hid in the bush while his sister was taken away, by force. And he didn't have that experience of going to a residential school because of that, hiding in the bush. But just to really paint an accurate picture, if Indigenous parents, if they did not allow the government to take away their kids to these institutions, they were often jailed and charged as they were breaking a law that was part of a policy that the Canadian government had enforced upon Indigenous people. I'm somebody who has now actively been trying to reclaim his language, his culture, and has been speaking out against the harm that has been done to not only my family, but other Indigenous families, as well as Indigenous children who are currently still in care that the government is still taking to court. I think at the very least I could share that their essay. And I'm wondering if we should talk about how we met. I think that's just such a precious thing to share, for folks to really understand.
Yeah, and I'll tell it because I'm a good storyteller. No, I think so. This is one of the things that I'd love to really reflect on in the process of talking about trauma healing, especially for people who are removed from their communities. So in that reclamation process, I don't even know if that's the word I want to use to explain this, but there's a lot of, like I was saying earlier, we can't be the only ones. You know, when you think singularly, especially as an Indigenous person, it's not really a way of thinking. Like, we've never done things singularly. Like, and I'm not an infallible fount of all things Indigenous. I don't know everything about every nation, but what I can say is that we do things communally, and so healing is really paramount, or the ability to heal, have finding community is paramount to that. I actually stumbled across Cody's music a few years back, and there was a song that really resonated with me, and I listened to it quite often because it was somebody speaking the same things that I had felt, you know, trying to find my family. And with my father's passing, it was like the book was not only shut, but it had been burnt in a fire, and it was completely like, there's no trace, right? Because records like weren't kept, or even something as simple as last name. Like, all of my last names minus Anderson, my family names, I've seen spelt a bunch of different ways. So trying to access family records when you have family members who either don't want to know you or you can't find access to. So digressing a little bit, but I found Cody's music and it really resonated with me. So I reached out to you at one point for something musically related, and I was really surprised to be so well received by someone who I just really respected the words that you had put together and put into this musical form of poetry. And as we got to talking and sharing our stories, Cody had promised me that he would be with me while I looked for my family. And to this day, he still supports every milestone that I make in that. And although sometimes they're months or years apart from each other, finding pieces and fragments again that have been our debris from the system set up by designed to dismantle us as people, it's very rewarding to find it. So that's kind of where I want to go into with this as we start touching on historical stuff, is that it's hard and it's scary not knowing at times. But it's even scarier knowing what transpired. And it's even more disarming, or like, well, I don't know, alarming, I guess. I don't know the right words to say with this, but to know that our generation, the ones that are at the end of the 60s scoop era, that are just coming out of the millennium scoop era, are the ones that are charged with the burden of setting the steps in place to help, right? And that's really what I kind of want to lean into today is we can talk about the things that happen. We know the stories. I actually, if y'all want to take a moment today, I would self-plug, and I know it sounds very like cheesy, but there's a zine going to be released today through Seeding Sovereignty. It's the second one from Kagichi Iwiwin. And it's got snippets of stories of the things that people have experienced or had experienced in residential and boarding schools. It's all very traumatizing. And I think maybe we don't have necessarily the answers of how to change what happened, because we can't actually do that. But what we can do is we can implement goals, even small ones for ourselves within our communities, to help heal people. Because I heard my peer Amber Starks earlier today say that planting seeds so we can harvest later on. I truly believe that you can plant the seeds to the trees that you may never sit in their shade. And that doesn't make us martyrs, but it just makes us good community members. And yeah, Cody, I'd like to hear anything you would have to share regarding that.
Yeah, I think I want to kind of weigh in on what you said there about, like, how we, unfortunately, due to the 60 scoop, we have to carry that burden, that part of finding the family members that we have been disconnected from, right? Um, that's something that, like, sticks out to me, and I really want to weigh in on that because, like, I think you know more than anybody, right? Like, not knowing my family sent me down a really bad path, right? And I'll be fully transparent here. Survivor of gang life. I've thankfully been 9 years sober from drugs and alcohol. That's the way that I was going. Where violence was around me, left, right, and center. Chaos became normalized for me, and I felt that I wasn't going to be able to find a way out. And then here came this gift of music, right? And I still reflect on this every single day. Like, the places that I've been, I remember getting, like, a gig up in so-called northern Quebec, and talking with people there and telling them, hey, my family, like, our last names are Batiste and Winsakabe. And there was somebody in that community who literally brought me to my cousin's doorstep. And for the first time in my life, I met one of my biological cousins, and I met my aunt from my father's side, and was just able to sit down and talk with them and share about, who I was and what I knew at that place in time. And, we fast forward to now, from when I was, that age to being 29 today, like, actually, like, understanding, like, how significant my family was in my community, right? In my home territory, my ancestor, I'm a direct descendant of Chief Michel Batiste Twain, who was the first recognized chief of my home community, and a signatory of Treaty Number 9. And nobody can erase that. Nobody can erase the lineage that I come from. That Ogema, that leader, that chief in my community, right? And I think that, like, in those years of navigating and still trying to figure it out, like, I'm in this place now where I'm making a family tree, and it's allowing me to understand how we're all interconnected, and I'm bringing the family closer together. And if there's one thing that I could say to that, is that, the government didn't succeed. The church did not succeed. They need to be held accountable for their crimes against humanity. But at the same time, like, us as Indigenous people, like, we're stuck with this burden. But I'm confident in saying that, it's possible to find that connection and to be with each other and to support each other in that role. Um, and I hope that kind of gives some insight for folks, especially people who don't know much about the 60 scoop or the Canadian residential school system, because fact of the matter is, if you're a non-Indigenous person, particularly if you're of European settler descent and you're a non-Indigenous person and you don't know about these things, you live with privilege, and you need to check yourself. You need to be looking into this day in and day out and actively trying to change it, because we're still dealing with it today. We're still healing from it, and we're still trying to move forward from these policies and these acts of genocide that were conducted not only by the government of Canada but the U.S. government as well. So, Miigwech.
I'll respond to that because there's definitely a level of, it's a burden, but I think the thing is that if we carry and distribute the weight of this, like, it doesn't mean we have to do it completely alone. And that's really the point of, like, healing from this intergenerational trauma, because these systems are still very much in place. We have families continuously being separated. I saw a peer post online the other day about how many children have passed away in the foster system. Out of, like, 48 kids that have passed away in 2001, 35 of them were Indigenous. How is that still happening, right? If it's easy to place a child with a foster family because the Indigenous parents are considered neglectful because they don't have the right income, but it's easy to give money to a foster family, that's still part of the assimilation process. and there needs to be advocacy for that. But I just want to encourage people, there's all sorts of levels to step into this, because at the end of the day, the forced assimilation effort is one of the longest running issues that has ever affected Indigenous people. When they realized that they couldn't kill us all, then, this is the next level of, genocide, is literally destroying the person, or attempting to, I should say. And so honestly, you'll hear stories, you'll see stories. We don't need to reiterate them today, because I don't think that there's one Indigenous person in the world that has, well, I should say in the world, but in America or Canada, that hasn't been touched by boarding schools, forced assimilation efforts like residential schools, mission schools, and even that forced adoption scoop era. Like, there's so much space to navigate, and it seems so big and so wide and so unattainable to make differences, but you really can as an individual. I say that to Indigenous kin from all nations. Talk to people. Like, it's so easy to reach out to people online, to reach out to people in your community, start a dialogue. The first step to healing is not feeling alone. That's honestly why I titled the project Gigiche. It means to heal or console through words. And in speaking with a very dear friend of mine, they said to me that, words, everything can be taken away from a person, but their words are what they have. And so if we can heal and console through words and encourage each other, even if it's just one person, so they don't have to carry that weight by themselves, that makes such a big difference. I've been so fortunate in my journey to have created pockets of family from people who may not be my blood kin, but have encouraged me to be the best Nehiyo or midwife person that I can possibly be, in, finding, reaching, and attaining aspects of my culture that literally fill that void of not having family. And I'll tell you, it comes in really weird and strange pockets, again, to reflect on what I said earlier. It's sometimes few and far between, but it can mean the world to a person. Like, a year and a half ago, I was doing an online event that I was putting together, and I was booking artists and speakers, and I booked a band, and the artist played and lives here in so-called Portland, Oregon, where I reside. And I reached out to them to purchase some merch afterwards, because I really enjoyed the artist and the music, and as somebody who wanted to support other Indigenous people, I reached out to them to buy some merch. The person came to my house, and I gifted them some sage from back in Montana, where my family's homelands are, knowing that they were from Montana as well. And when I handed it to him, and he said, "You're from Montana?" And I said, "Yeah, my family the names can be traced through Browning to Little Shell." And when when I mentioned that, he said, "Oh, I'm from Browning." And he introduced himself, and we share a family name. And that was the second cousin that I've ever found. And so, I mean, displacement sucks. And knowing that even in my name title, it says Displaced Nehiyo, I don't know what community I'm from. I don't know really much of my family. But I know that my ancestors know who I am. And I know who I am. And it's okay to not know where you come from, but don't stop trying to find it, because when you get those glimpses, they're very much worth the process of searching. And again, it doesn't always have to be your own kin, your own blood. That there's so many wonderful Indigenous community members who will encourage you to keep looking and will be there to fill your cup back up, to share with you and to solidify bonds that honestly were intended to be broken by these forced assimilation efforts. And again, that leads back to, you know, Cody and I and our relationship. You know, it's just people reaching out to each other in the fallout of this. So Cody, I don't know, I've been talking, so please.
That space, you know, hold that space for yourself. I'm recognizing that, you know, we're in this space together, you know, and if anything, I want to like check myself, like, you know, male privilege is a real thing. I want to step back and be like, yo, SA, like, speak your truth, you know. I think just like, you know, coming off of what you were sharing, um really focusing on the fact that, like, you know, no matter what community we're in, you know, the teaching that I have with that is that, you know, people will just welcome you in. That's our way as Indigenous people, and I've like witnessed that being all over touring the different communities. They bring me in, they feed me, they're like, hey, you know, like they treat me like I'm family. And I think the more that we normalize doing so, the more we're going to heal together. And, you know, like you were saying, like, being able to share and to ask for help. I think, like, a lot of the time, like, and I could speak from a men's perspective, like, guys think that we can't talk about our stuff, right? We can't talk about what's going on in here, and it's due to things like toxic masculinity and, you know, all that type of stuff that's in society. But the more that we recognize, hey, like, you know, talking about what we're going through actually helps. And, you know, taking these tools is like what I like to call them, these tools from different places, and then putting it on your tool belt. You could turn to these different things when you're in a time of need, when it's just you, when you're alone. Like for me, I often tell the youth that I work with, number one, I'm going to write a song, I'm going to write poetry, I'm going to, you know, journal or do something like that creatively. But if I don't feel like I have capacity to do that, then okay, I'm going to work out. That's pretty easy, you know, get down, do 20 push-ups. Oh, I'm not so stressed anymore and I'm so upset. Or number three, go for a walk and just be out in the land, be in the bush. And that's not having to ask for help. That's just doing it, you know, on our own. And I think that, like, you know, while we have a bit of time, I'd like to talk about like the healing for that, you know, and supporting each other in that way. So SA, if you have any ideas maybe that we can share with folks, then you know, I'm definitely open to share along that way.
Yeah, you know, I actually was just looking here, and there's a question I want to address here that says, what can aspiring foster adoptive parents do better to make sure children aren't being trafficked from BIPOC communities? See us as human first. Like, I know that's a really hilarious anecdote to that, but honestly, like, I think that one of the biggest misconceptions is that non white children are commodities, you know, and we're really not those things. So to see somebody as human is really important, and to kind of address what you were just saying, Cody. And I would like to, you know, obviously go back and forth with this, but there's different things that can be done to really ensure a healing journey is being done in a good way, and ways to either learn to cope or to reconcile, whether it be you know, somebody who's experienced the direct trauma from forced assimilation efforts, to an ally or somebody who's hoping to be a better ally. So Cody, what do you think would be something that, say, an ally could do to understand better, more so than just like follow Indigenous accounts, you know, Google it? I'm so tired of being told to, like, people saying Google it, because like people will find the narrative that fits their belief system in search engines. So like, and anywhere in social media really. But yeah, like I always say, like, first step is understand the history of the land your feet are planted on, right? How was that forced removal done? What were the things in place there? Like, I live close to one of the oldest boarding schools in the United States, and it's so like, what do you think people, non-natives, can do to learn to start reconciling with that?
Step one, and I always tell people this, is just shut up and listen, right? Just listen. Like so many people will try to, tell our story for us, and especially in schools, like they'll try to read it out of a textbook or something like that. It's like, no, why don't you do the active work and go and find somebody who could come in, pay them accordingly, right? Pay them fairly, and have them share some indigenous knowledge with your class or with your community. Off top, I always tell people to help amplify indigenous voices, and in whatever capacity that's in, that's a good start. Checking people circle. If someone says something ignorant about anybody who is BIPOC, check them, because if you allow that to still exist, then you're a part of the problem. If you're not actively showing up and speaking out against this stuff, or actively doing the research, or actively showing up to different initiatives, actions, and different things that are being held where indigenous people are speaking about their truth, then you're a part of the problem. People should be really recognizing that if they are not indigenous, to look within and be like, hey, my thought of the day every single day is going to be, how can I help an indigenous person today? Whether it's helping somebody who has been displaced in the child welfare system, whether it is somebody who is a survivor of things like the Canadian residential school system, or even trying to help our people who are incarcerated right now, because this is something that we haven't really gone into, and I don't even know if we're going to have enough time to talk about it. But in so-called Canada, the incarceration rates of indigenous people is disgusting, and that's part of the systemic racism that we're up against. So I think like that could be what I could share right now, SA, for the very least, to give some people some insight to begin.
I think that's all really important for people to hear too, Cody, because I think a lot of our, allies or potential allies feel kind of stunted, because how do you hold the space for grief when you realize that everything that you benefit from is part and parcel of a genocide against Indigenous people, and you have this skewed vision of them by systems that have been set in place. Like, they were growing up in Treaty 6 and growing up in both Rocky Mountain House and Edmonton in Alberta. The internalized racism is there based on what is it called when you have a cliche or something like that of the type of person, or like the trope, right? It's really interesting to think how hard that must be, to have to recalibrate the way that you interact with the people whose land you occupy. I'd also like to say, like, encouraging words to our Indigenous kin too, that there's so much that you can do. There's so much you can do as just an individual to promote healing within your community. And it's hard because there's a lot of advocacy out there that doesn't understand what someone else is feeling. People speaking for those of us who grew up on the res, to those of us who grew up urban, to those of us who grew up rural. We all have different experiences, but it's all an Indigenous experience because we're all existing from the same type of trauma, which is colonization, which led to forced assimilation, and the continuous erasure of Indigenous people. It's as easy as reaching out to somebody online. It's as easy as talking to a community member, setting up just, even like, I know these are all just really simple ideas, but setting up like a meetup for youth, where they can come and they can draw, they can impart joy, they can feel held by other people within their community. Because again, the first step to healing is not feeling alone. And forced assimilation has made us feel that. And that was done by design, whether it be taking children and putting them into these prisons, these concentration camps that are guised as the residential or boarding schools, and isolating them. The reality is the kids still had each other, though, and even if that was in, you know, in fleeting moments, they still could find each other when they didn't have their families. So we need to continue that, but continue it in a good way where we can build each other back up, because at the end of the day, all we really truly have are one another. Yeah. So I know that you were going to share a song, Cody, and I'm reading the comments right now, y'all. I know this is live. Like, this stuff, I just want to be real. Like, I love how formal these things are, but at the same time, like, again, I said it earlier, we're not infallible founts of all things Indigenous. I'm just a person that grew up and just happened to not be able to consent to the experiences that I had that were set up for me. And so I don't know everything. Cody doesn't know everything. If anyone acts like they do, then, you know, that's like, and this stuff shouldn't be hard, you know, like, this is literally just having a dialogue. So I'm reading the comments right now, totally unprofesh. And I think that, Cody, if you want to do a song and then we could just talk about it afterwards, I would love it if you did. Like, see, Ojibwe, can't speak on Anishinaabe, but Manitou, the way to speak, enunciate, say it for me.
The way you gone. Manitou, the way you gone. Yeah.
Manitou, the way you gone. Okay, see, my cream mouth.
Ever create this one? No, I'm just kidding. Hey. Cool, yeah. No, I'm down. We could throw down a track. I think they said we had like 7 minutes or something. So, yeah, if you're cool with that, you know, I'm definitely down to throw down here. And kind of echoing, you know, what you said there about the comments, like, I cannot like dig into like an Indigenous database in my head and like uncover all this information, right? Like, we're still very much like learning, right, and moving forward in our own walk. And the stuff that we have shared today is perspective and is truth from our own journeys. And I hope that that's been insightful for folks enough that they could start to look within, and they could find that within themselves to go look elsewhere for the big database of all Indigenous information. Okay. But yeah, Essie, want me to throw down?
Yeah, drop a track and let's talk about it after.
Well, here, I'm going to switch over this video to here. Ooh, look at that. All right. Let's go then. Let's do this. All right. So everyone, this song is called Manitou the Wagon, which means spirit drum. It's a song about reclamation. Check. 1 2 1 2. So y'all should be able to hear that. Rise up with the sun. Feel free when I run. Heartbeat like the drum. Still see where I'm from. Move calm. Kiji Bezo. Dawe Igan. Anda to Z. Spirit asleep, but now it's awake. Here when it speaks, grows harder to take. Hair like the tree, sweet grass with a braid. Connection so deep, grows harder to break. Dancing with pride, healing inside. The soil beneath, revealing my time. Chanting alive, the drum is my guide. The language I speak will revitalize. Manitou, Dawe Igan. Manitou, Dawe Igan. Manitou, Dawe Igan. Manitou, Dawe Igan. Find us, we're the ones who feel for the young. Heartbeat like the drum when we breathe with our lungs. Nanda Wabam, Oshke Iwan, Dawe Igan. Maranamo, spirit has reached a point that it makes others come near with the love it creates. Stare at the sea, then gaze at the waves, reminded of life, and we won't let it fade. Dancing with pride, healing inside, the water beneath, revealing my time. Chanting alive, the drum is my guide. The language I speak will revitalize. Manido, Dawe Ikan. Man, it's that way he got. Man, it's that way he got. Man, it's that way he got. All right, seeing as though we have a comment section here, based on what we have shared here today, let's extend some energy with each other, friends. What do you want to see change in this world? What do you want to see happen for Indigenous people? How can we begin the healing process? Let us know in the comments right here, right now. Manido, Tayikan. Manido, Tayikan. Manido, Tayikan. Manido, Tayikan. Tayikan. Miigwech. Ole. Jeez.
Jeez.
How'd I do?
You're good, Cody. I wanted to throw something in here as well, because I know we're going to be running out of time for our session here, and I don't even know, like, just keep the dialogue going, everyone. Again, it doesn't always have to be eloquent. You know, I made a joke even online earlier that it was like, if you want to come hear me say like and for an hour, tune in to the live stream. As long as things are said with conviction, you know, the point comes across, right? And we have to remember, as Indigenous peoples, when we speak our truths, it can make people incredibly uncomfortable. But gifting people with the feeling of discomfort and helping them go through it and learn coping skills by just even standing there, you know, whether it be physically or metaphorically, that's a gift, to be able to live in discomfort and work through it, because honestly, Indigenous people carry discomfort every day. We're told we're resilient, we're told that we're beautiful, but we also have a lot of weight that we have to distribute between our communities to deal with what has impacted us. And again, there's so much that we can do. You know, you remember that you're not the only one feeling the things that you're feeling, especially as an outcome of forced assimilation. I keep using that term, but that's the best way I know how to describe it. There's so much you can do as an individual. There's so much that you can create, and you're not a martyr, but there's other people that feel the same way as you. So just take that step forward for them and for you. You can create a legacy with just a few ripples, and it, you know, it's worth it. The entire healing process is worth it. Cody talks about being 29 years old, and I'm going to be 38 in a month. And it's okay to start late, and it's okay. You don't have an expiry date as a human being, and you definitely don't have an expiry date as an Indigenous person. So those are my words of encouragement to people who are trying to find themselves, who are trying to pick up the pieces scattered by design by the system set up to dismantle them. And I just wish nothing but feelings of safety and solace for anyone who is navigating stories that they hear from their grandparents, from their parents, from their aunts and uncles.
Amigo HSA. Everyone, thank you so much. And I say, like, I don't even need to say anything else. You just said it all there, my friend. You know, I love you so much. And everybody, journey well. All right, I'll say Bama P, and that means you know, until later, you go in a good way, right? And I say, I'm gonna text you. Awesome. Amigo.
Yeah. Hi to Lakota People's Law Project for having us today. Really appreciate the space.
Thank you for giving us the honor to share this time and to learn from you, and for sharing your experiences and your heart and your wisdom. And thank you for the reminder that it never is too late. Thank you for joining us, relatives. We have a lot more to come, so that I hope that you will stay tuned. Coming up next, we have our global activism panel, and we will be joined by Jackie Andrew HuckleberryEyes, Onesima Lienqueo, and Lehuanani DeFranco. Hope to see you there.
Standing Rock changed the global consciousness. You know, what happened at the confluence of the Missouri and Cannonball rivers was a wake-up call. It is an international spiritual monument. It lives in the hearts and in the minds of everybody who took part in what happened. As original peoples, original nations, all we've ever done is adapt in order for us to survive. And now we understand these institutions of capital, of debt, of extraction, of this dehumanization. And that's kind of been the historical narrative, which is alive today, that if you don't go along with our program, this assimilation, this separation from your relationship to your sacred sites, to the land, to the waters, then you will be targeted. They claim that we are antithetical to progress, that we violate principles of law and order, but the law and order of big extraction, the law and order of unchecked greed, requires that I forsake my children's right to clean drinking water. What you saw at Standing Rock was corporate-sponsored, state-executed violence. On the front line, it's very visible when you have law enforcement officers with the National Guard side by side with armed oil mercenaries. The front line is always changing. Standing Rock changed the global consciousness.
Well, I'm an old lady, and I struggled all my life. I lived on the river, and I detest the acts of war that were committed on our people, and that we have to be criminalized to make our struggle. Madonna Thunderhawk and I co-founded the Women of All Red Nations, and we had a prison project because that's the history of our leadership, to always be put in prison, to be criminalized. We go forward in full defense of all our people who have been subjected to criminal prosecution, who have been made criminals, who have been ridiculed for our spirituality. We will take on the system. They have the burden of proof. Give us your title, because there is no title other than the Dakota Territorial Act, ratified by the highest office in this land. So we give our authority and our permission by signature and otherwise for our young people to defend their territory. And how dare anyone create an act of war against our children and our people, only for protecting the water for humanity, because every human being, every living thing needs water. You have breached the treaty, and we have to act accordingly to preserve Mother Earth for future generations.
Becoming a sustaining member of Lakota People's Law Project is really important to support the work, the ongoing work, and so we can have events like this. So, the work is really important, of course, but also gathering like this is important.
Welcome back, relatives. If you're just joining us for the first time today, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Lakota People's Law Project to our first annual Wopila gathering. We're so glad that you could be with us. On behalf of our social media team, I'd like to invite you to continue to follow us after today. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for all the latest hot takes and updates on Indigenous resistance in Turtle Island. Hope to see you there. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Lakota People's Law Project and their parent organization, the Romero Institute. Today, I'm joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish North African and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamele, and Winnipesaukee peoples in what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, please pop it in the chat and take a moment of reverence and honor in your heart to respect those who came before you. If not, guess what? There's an app for that. You can download the Native Land app, and you can also just go to nativeland.ca. Let us know. Wherever you're joining us from, we're really glad you're here. We're so delighted to have this panel today on global activism. It's our fourth session today, and we have people joining from all four corners of the globe and the four directions to talk to us about what it's like to be on the front lines of protecting our mother, the earth. Joining us today, we have Jackie Andrew HuckleberryEyes from the Lilwat Sta'at Nation in the interior Salish region. She is a traditional woman and a sacred water carrier. She shares her buckskin garment designs, which she, her children, and her father, Chief Len Andrew, donned as they officially welcomed the world and the 2010 Olympics. As a twin, she is a Sta'at bear dancer who shares the bear medicine in schools and in the local and international realms. She bear danced, sang the women's warrior song, and raised her nation's flag on behalf of her chiefs and nation at Standing Rock in protection of our sacred waterways. As a traditional bear dancer and spokesperson, she supports MMIW events, First Nations Girls at Risk, and aged children who have aged out of foster care and who are now at high risk, especially during these times of COVID-19. She facilitates in-person and online workshops in drum making, healing, leather, medicines, and the medicine wheel, as well as bear dancing. Onesima Lienqueo is the founder of the Network for the Defense of Mapuche Infancy. She is a psychopedagogue, the defender of human rights for Mapuche children, and the spokesperson for the Network for the Defense of Mapuche Children as well. She believes in a childhood free and without repression for all Indigenous and Mapuche children. Translating for her today, we'll be joined by Akawui, who is a singer-songwriter born in Quebec from Chilean and Mapuche origins. His father introduced him to South American folk music at the age of 3. From then on, he spent his childhood busking in the streets of Montreal and Vancouver with his father's band playing Andean music. These experiences, along with his deep connection with his Amerindian and Chilean heritage, have inspired his unique musical blend. He'll be joining us later today, and we'll have a chance to hear from him in our Art is Resistance panel. Lehuanani DeFranco is a Kanaka Oiwi, that means Native Hawaiian. She's a protector for Indigenous sovereignty and a Brooklyn-based dancer. She organizes with Uprooted and Rising to end higher education support for big food and white supremacy in the food system. She is currently campaigning for the University of California to divest from the 30-meter telescope in order to protect Mauna Kea from desecration. Lehuanani is the director of charitable giving for the Heartbeat Music Project, which provides tuition-free music and cultural education to the Diné youth on the Navajo Nation. She is the interim coordinator with Roadwork Center, an organization formed in 1978 to build multiracial coalitions through women's culture by focusing on the intersection of arts and BIPOC and LGBTQIA-led social justice movements. Lehuanani is also a student of Halao'oe He'a Hawaii Stewardship Training, developed and taught by KKHKK Li'e Ekanaka Olehei Lelani. Welcome, friends, to This Resistance. We look forward to starting our panel shortly.
Check, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Jackie.
Inchesh Macaoz'alus. Thank you for the talking stick. My name's HuckleberryEyes. I've forwarded some links earlier, and I wanted to share some of them, and I don't know if they're posted. And I'm a traditional bear dancer. I'm a twin, and I have a brief introduction on some links. And I was interviewed last year during the pandemic. So, and I'm an advocate and a liaison, a consultant, but most of all, I call myself like a native networker and like glue. You know, I make medicines and I teach them, and I do workshops, and that's just part of what we do. And I believe like what we're meant to do is, we sometimes get into it not knowing. As a child, I grew up and we had a playful bear dance in our culture. And I didn't think that, when I started working with the Indigenous leadership gatherings, we put a call out to bears so that we can dance with them. And with that came a huge responsibility. And through that, with the network, through my uncles who are spiritual leaders, they were actually raised as children around our lake to be spiritual leaders, and my father is a chief. So his outfit, my dad's buckskin jacket and pants are behind me, and he represented our people in many ways through our nation as a chief, and also through the 2010 Olympics, and that's the outfit that I made for him during it. And I've been called, like my children too, we just grew up around these circles, and it's been a learning experience to be aware about our teachings of being humble, and the idea, to learn along the way, because I felt like I've been taught around such genuine leaders and spiritual leaders that sometimes ego gets involved, or sexism, or materialism. And every day it's a learning experience to be humble. And that's something I've been taught through my family, and my father is a chief too. And my father spoke to the world during the 2010 Olympics, and he's never written a speech in his life. And that's something that I'm learning. And today I was thinking about what I wanted to share, so I sent some links, and then I realized that it's such a critical time that the stuff that I was going to share as a link are actually the stuff that I want to show. And one of them that, I had an introduction of me, Bear, at an interview by River from last September. And so like with the photos that are being shared, and again, this is, I'm in ceremony, the one below it is me at Standing Rock. And I was literally walking through a blizzard, and you can see I have a bag with me, and it's so cold, of course. This is Standing Rock. And I was just being of service. I heard the calling from Chief Orville Looking Horse to go, and I wanted to go be of service. And so I'm in my ceremony clothes, and the clothes to keep me warm. I'm several layers, and then this photographer's found me. And with that in itself is a teaching too, because there's certain things that we don't photograph or film. And so that's something also as a responsibility. And then the whole thing about think globally, act locally. So in that sense, I'm pretty active in my community. Even during the pandemic, that's been such a big lesson, of course, because sometimes the people that are on the front lines or that are the givers or the caretakers, or what some people would call the land protectors, the sovereign rights activists, they're the ones that have to really, the big lesson is about keeping that balance, about assuring that your head and your heart and your home are also in balance. So I started thinking about preparing for what I was going to share today. And some of the things that I wanted to talk about, of course, were like the whole think globally, act locally. And last year and over the years, I started helping out with volunteering with this International Indigenous Leadership Gathering in our territory in Lillooet, what is unceded British Columbia territory. And they brought in medicine leaders and medicine women and gathers and protectors and elders and chiefs from all over the world. And I helped make these letters for people to come from Guatemala, from Ecuador, Mexico, New Zealand. We had Maori warrior there dance and we had people from everywhere, and that led to other responsibilities of it opened up our mind and our heart to not just, local. And something that really struck me last year during the pandemic, I think it was summer of last year, and it just blew my mind. And I shared the link to see if we can show a snippet of it. So I have an introduction of myself, and then I wanted to share what Chief Oren Lyons was talking about, and these are old video clips, old interviews that are totally relative to today, because they talk about our visions and our prayers and our responsibilities, and they talk about prophecies, and they talk about, and as many of us know, we're living prophecies. Where prophecies come to life with what's happening with today's world, with the trauma of Mother Earth, with the rape of Mother Earth, with the takeover of our minds about materialism and greed, and it's a whole new way of thinking that's deteriorating our head and our heart and our home and Mother Earth and our spirit. So these are some of the things that I've been involved with in, I guess, most of my adult life. And my twin and I are 48, and it's been a huge honor. And my children have grown up along with many of these beautiful teachings. And I don't know if the links have made it so that we could share them, but there is some really important parts in there that Chief Oren Lyons has shared. And if there's anything that I wanted to share, it would be that.
Right now, I'm actually not seeing the links. I don't know if they got forwarded to me. Sorry, Jackie. Chris here. I do have your poem pulled up, and I have your Facebook feed. Can we get to it from your Facebook feed potentially?
Yeah, I can send those too. So I did send them to Lorrie, if you can get them from her. And
okay, we'll see what we can do.
What I can do is when I was at Standing Rock, after I traveled from there, about a year after, I was so moved and inspired, I was also asked to speak in Vancouver. And some of these leaders have passed on since too, and these protectors. And this is something that I wrote, and I have edited it, and I did some poetry in university. And this just moves me to where we're at today on how we're mistreating our mother. So it's called The Power of Prayer from Our Ancestors by Jackie Andrew Lillet Nation Statliam, written in 2017. If we would only open our hearts, our minds, our eyes, we would see her signs. The messages before us, from the four sacred directions all around us. We are fast asleep. She is dying within and all around us as we sleep. Tears of Mother Earth fall at our feet, weeping from those who bear witness before us. Our ancestors, our matriarchs, our little ones, our winged ones, the finned ones, the rooted ones, the four-legged. If we would be still enough to feel our own heartbeats as we walk broken worlds, as we share our sacred words, if we would feel the heartbeat of Mother Earth, the warmth of her inner core, our vibrations one. Be stir with open hearts to their drumbeat of Mother Earth. Feel her veins erupting before us, for we neglect her. Cleansed by sacred water which flows through us, our mothers as life givers bear life for us. We've been blinded by our own inner storms, ego, power, greed. We let go of our mother's hands, unsettled. She struggles to shake us awake. We feel her power through her forces of fire, wind, water. Through our own turmoil, our devoted mother offers signs of mighty transformations from our ancestors. Fire. If we would only be still with the sunsets, feel the prayers, the power, the peace. From the four sacred directions, healing through our ancestors' teachings. If we would only slow our minds, our words, our hands, our feet. Embrace the sunrise, the gifts of life, respect and accept our responsibilities. From the four sacred directions, united we stand, from north, south, east, west. Winds, as people of the four sacred directions, the red, black, yellow, white. We gather from Turtle Island, from all around Good Mother Earth, as one circle. The four sacred generations, our sacred elders, our sacred women, our sacred men, our future generations, sacred. We are our ancestors' visions come to life. Our journeys cross, we gather as a seventh generation. Sacred water, offerings to the seventh council fire. Like the core of Mother Earth, the sacred flame burns from 137 times around the sun before us. Our heartbeats are now one, grounding, uplifting, balancing our medicine wheel teachings of life. Transformations through light and love bring truth, strength, our animal spirits. Offering the power of prayer, of change, of peace. With our own growing pains we wake, uprise as our ancestors' forces. Through blinding blizzards we see signs of life before us. By leading with our heart first, our mother can finally settle before us. Snow blankets Mother Earth, she can now be at ease, cradled and awake by our loving embrace. The Dakota winds, crippling cold, bring breaths of our ancestors, her strength and power moving through our every being. Our mother's forces transforming and bestilling earth and souls before us as water to fire through us. Warm, loving, colorful hands intertwined at sacred circles, teaching and sharing our cycles of life, bringing forward ancestral knowledge, awakening us. Powerful as a newborn's first breaths, gusts of winds are the force of our ancestors, clearing the way before us. Bearing witness with our animal spirits, we no longer hibernate. We are ancestors' dreams and visions. Prophecies come to life since time immemorial, in solidarity, from near and far, from the four sacred directions, alive, living, loving, with humbling gratitude. To walk our talk as messengers with seeds of hope, we can now dream awake. Braving the powerful forces united through the strength of all our ancestors, with open hearts, with open minds, with open eyes. Through the ancestors' peaceful prayers from our four sacred directions, for our sacred water of life, we move mountains, shapeshifters of Mother Earth. We must protect her. Protect her. Not as protesters, we are water protectors. We stand together at Standing Rock to protect our mothers, to protect her. Miniwichoni, our sacred water is life. By Macaoz'alus, HuckleberryEyes, Jackie Andrew of Lilwet Nation. This was written in October 26, 2017, and I revised it recently. I supported Standing Rock. I delivered and raised solidarity flags from December 1st to the 10th of 2016. And yeah, and it's just been all the lessons that come, that led to that. And where we're at now, I'm just blown away with realizing how we're living prophecies, and I'm just blown away. If there's one clip that I could show you, it's actually, and I did send it. It's by Chief Oren Lyons, and another one is by Chief Orville Looking Horse. So my uncle's ceremony with these two elders, and they came to our gatherings and spoke. And these are clips that are just so powerful and so moving. And Chief Orville Looking Horse talks about the prophecies come to life and his responsibilities and our people in general. And it's so moving. And it's like, you know, I don't call myself a medicine woman, or, you know, even if I dance with a mecha, which is the bear. And I think, well, like in one of the videos that I shared, you know, I'm a baby. I'm still learning, and I probably won't truthfully learn the extent of all my life being until we meet our ancestors. And I don't think we'll ever be like our living ancestors, the ones that were, you know, taught at the lake. And, you know, we had elders that just turning down my I can hear all the green. So I would like to at least let you know about these videos. If somebody can Google it too, they can come to it. Chief Orville Looking Horse. It's called One Prayer.
Jackie, we have them in the chats. We're loading them in the chats for people to access.
Okay, and then so that's on YouTube. So that's called One Prayer. And the second one is very powerful by Chief Oren Lines on the Indigenous view of the world. And this was posted 4 years ago, and that one is 1 hour and 11 minutes. And when I was watching it, both of these last year again, like I've seen them before, but I was just blown away because their Chief Oren Lines is talking about how greed and corruption and disrespect of the land and Mother Earth and each other, and just our worldview has changed. And back in our ancestors' times and his ancestors' times, we've been imprinted with a responsibility of prayer, instructions on how to live and walk and talk in this world. And we're not doing that. And so the prophecy was that the time would come when there would be complete destruction with fire and water and everything from modern times and challenges of outside views of building pipelines or trains or roads or you name it. So this is where I feel I have come full circle with who I am and what I'm doing today, and part of the advocacy that I do for Mother Earth and Spirit in our culture as a traditional bear dancer. So, and there's, I did send some other links that are on YouTube. One of them is, I know we don't have very long with a brief sharing today, but one of them is an introduction of myself talking by the river about being a traditional bear dancer and the advocacy we have with protecting bears and the grizzly bears. And one of the main things that we have to share, depending on who's in our circle, is that we respect the bears because they're part of us, and we don't kill the bears to dance with them. And for lack of a better word, we've changed their journey. We changed their story. Some of them were hunted and killed just for like parts and left, and some of them their story was going to end up in a cabin. And many of the bears the bear hides that have been gifted in my care, I don't own them, they're in my care, is to give them a better purpose rather than sitting as a rug in a cabin. They've been given to us in ceremony. And so we traditional bear dance with them. And that's something I've had to learn to share, because to me it's a given. I respect the bears, we protect them. And the links that are posted on there are some really powerful snippets that I wanted to share about what we're doing locally to protect the black bears, but also grizzly bears cinnamon bears, and I do dance with before I went to Standing Rock, I put a call out for a grizzly hide, and those are so big that we can't always dance with them because it's such a big hide. And somebody an elder had one stored away carefully and took my call, and so I ended up with one that's more used as a ceremony blanket, and I have another one that I can dance with. So there's many different photos and of me bear dancing, and there's of course some that are not shared, and some of the ones that I've shared with this circle was, I didn't know that they were going to be taken. They were just taken with me and being of service, being active. So that's a little bit about me and what I do and what I think is more important. If I was thinking today, like my dad as a chief, trying to think, wow, I have 20 minutes. What can I share? And it's not about me at all. Like I said, I'm the networker. I'm the glue. And if I could really push anything, is for people to watch these two videos on Chief Orville Looking Horse and Chief Owen Lions. Google them. You can even Google one that's been, there's many different ones. I'm trying to remember the actor that, so there, I don't know what our time is at now. So
we're at time, and I just want to remind everyone that we have dropped the links that Jackie is talking about in the respective chats for whatever platform you're streaming on right now. And also someone reminded us that if you just copy and paste that link and put it in another tab, otherwise, if you click on the link, it will take you away from this page. It's been an honor to learn with you this afternoon, Jackie. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and your traditions with us. With great honor and respect, we thank you, and we close our time together. Relatives, thank you. Relatives, please stay with us. It's such a pleasure to have you joining us. Again, I am Lorrie King. I am the Special Projects Director here at Lakota People's Law Project. If you're just joining us this afternoon, we are in our global activism session. And up next, have we got a treat for you right from the front lines of Mapuche resistance in Chile. It is my absolute honor to introduce Onesima Lienqueo. She is the founder of the Network for the Defense of Mapuche Infancy. She is a psychopedagogue. She is a defender of the human rights of Mapuche children. She's a spokesperson for the Network of the Defense of Mapuche Children for a childhood free and without repression. Translating for her today, we have Akawui, a singer-songwriter born in Quebec from Chilean and Mapuche origins. His father introduced him to South American folk music at the tender age of just 3 years old. From then on, he spent his childhood basking in the streets of Montreal and Vancouver with his father's band, playing Andean music. These experiences, along with his deep connection with his Amerindian and Chilean heritage, have inspired Akawui's unique musical blend. He'll also be joining us later today in the Art is Resistance panel. Without further ado, it is my great honor to welcome Onesima and Akawui.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Hola, ¿logran
Can you hear
escuchar?
me? Yo sí. ¿Me pueden escuchar? Can you hear me?
Ya. ¿Tú me vas a
Yeah, I
ayudar,
think so.
cierto?
La bien, ¿me puede escuchar? Vale.
Súper bien. Muchas gracias. Bueno, quiero a todos y a todas los que nos están viendo, a quienes nos están escuchando y a quienes suman a conocer un poco más sobre nuestro pueblo, sobre nuestra cultura acá en Gualmapu.
So first, she wants to say hi to everyone that is here listening to us, to her, and that are acknowledging the situation here in Gualmapu territory.
Yo soy defensora de derechos humanos de la niñez en un contexto en el cual los niños y las niñas de Mapuche son víctimas de mucha violencia por parte del Estado y principalmente de las policías.
So she's a defensor of Chilean of Mapuche children that have been victim of police and military abuse. She is now in Gualmapu territory. Gualmapu, for people that don't know, it's a Mapuche land.
Bueno, el
Hi, brother.
El territorio mapuche, ha sido militarizado por muchas décadas por diferentes gobiernos en Chile.
So Gualmapu territory has been militarized for many years, many decades, under the Chilean government.
Sí, esta militarización ha traído un proceso de mucha violencia, de criminalización y de represión a diferentes defensores de derechos humanos y defensores de la tierra, también autoridades como loncos, machi, autoridades mapuches que por defender la tierra, por defender el agua, han visto encarcelados, asesinados por diferentes gobiernos de este estado.
So all the militarized events have been always targeting important Mapuche hierarchy, like traditional people, like in the medicine lodge, machi, which are the medicine women and men, and so they've been oppressed by the military and police in the territory. So it's really they don't go. They go to like chiefs, medicine women, children's, and yeah.
Hay una defensa que es una defensa contra un que es extractivo, que ha depravado, que ha destruido el territorio, no solo a través del despojo, del quitar la tierra, la cultura y la lengua, sino que a la vez también aguas naturales que están en el territorio, producir grandes procesos de escasez de agua, y también violentar principalmente la espiritualidad de nuestro pueblo. Y ahí, en ese sentido, la niñez mapuche es una de las que más se ve vulnerada en el territorio,
So not only they target important people in the community, but also Mapuche people are being deprived of their land and their natural resources, and also, as well as she mentioned, their people, and inside of that, there's a lot of kids that are suffering. They're victim of the militarization in Gualmapu land, in Mapuche territory.
Por eso es tan importante la defensa y el activismo que se realiza desde pueblos originarios en defensa de la tierra, en defensa del agua, porque ahí donde habita su espiritualidad, de nace y crece su sentir, de ver, de expresar.
So that's why it's so important within Indigenous people, the activism and the resilience for their natural resources, like natural, the land, the water, the trees, because that's where if First Nation people, Indigenous people, take their roots, their wisdom, their strength, their power.
Sí. Comentar que ha llevado el pueblo mapuche, que va adelante, de defensa de los derechos, ha dejado muerte, pero principalmente ha levantado un proceso que lleva al pasado, al presente, muy conectado con nuestra espiritualidad. El pueblo mapuche mira hacia atrás. El futuro es atrás, es de los antepasados. Y la lucha ha ido siempre levantando la figura de nuestros antepasados por eso se sigue resistiendo.
So the fight of Mapuche people really take their strength in the past. They don't really look in the future. They look in the example and the resilience of their ancestors. Some famous land defenders. We could call them warriors, but just people with activism in the past. And that's where the strength comes and the resilience comes from. Looking in the past and taking example what happened in the past, and that's how we built the fight for the future.
Hay una conexión hay una conexión de nuestra cosmovisión, de nuestra forma de vivir, sentir, que se conecta no tanto, sino que también se conecta con el universo, con totalidad. Esa forma de vivir es la que hoy día es la forma de luchar para defender la tierra. Si tú no defiendes la tierra, tú no tienes donde vivir. Tú no defiendes la tierra, que es la madre, tú no tienes cómo sentir y cómo mapuche. Por eso la explicación de la palabra, gente de la tierra, pero tierra que es un todo, que el capitalismo la ve solamente como dinero. Para nosotros es todo, es vida, es sentir. Tiene latidos, se comunica, nos enseña.
So Mapuche not only takes their strength, their wisdom, they don't acknowledge only the land, but all the cosmic vision around, because that's where that's without Mapuche. Mapuche means people from Earth, people from the land, and like many other First Nation names, it's people from the land. If you don't have a land where to live, you have nothing. You don't have Mother Earth, and without Mother Earth, you have nowhere to belong, and you don't see it. And like capitalism only sees money. Mapuche Mapuche sees that as something where to that teaches you, because the land breathes, the land feels, the land there's a connection with it. So yeah. Dígala.
Ya. Bueno, la conexión, que era lo que yo les comentaba, como esta conexión territorial, es la conexión que hoy día lleva la defensa, y por eso lo hemos conversado incluso con Akawui, cómo los pueblos originarios están conectados en su cosmovisión. Y eso tiene que ver porque la tierra es un todo, porque todos nosotros miramos el mismo cielo. El cielo que veo es el cielo que ustedes viendo, también es el mismo. El capital, Occidente, la invasión colonial fue la que nos despojó de la identidad, de la lengua, de la tierra, y hoy todo quiere eliminar a nosotros porque somos quienes sabemos cómo defender y cómo llevar adelante este proceso difícil que estamos llevando, ya sea los efectos del cambio climático, la crisis humana, la respuesta siempre va a dar en los pueblos originarios. Siempre los pueblos originarios van a tener la respuesta. Por eso es tan significativo el pasado para vivir el presente y el futuro.
So something that Onesima and I would discuss before meeting her is like all the interconnection between First Nation people around the world, and that's why it's so important that we all stick together, because we all look at the same sky. The sky that people are looking in Chile is the same as here in Turtle Island, as in Africa, and everywhere. It's the same sky, and First Nation people are the one that really would know how to take care of Mother Earth and how to stop and take care of the land. So that's why she sees the oppression that we're trying to the colonialism movement, and that's why they're trying to wipe us out.
La importancia en el pueblo originario y principalmente el pueblo mapuche es esa energía que produce a través de la defensa. Creo que hoy, ante lo es súper importante unirnos en la defensa, unirnos como pueblos hermanos, como originarios, hacer sentido a nuestras cosmovisiones, volver a alimentarnos a través de la tierra. Pero si no hacemos un cambio, ya bien lo dicen, incluso en nuestra ceremonia, se dice que se vienen cambios difíciles, pero eso tiene que ver con la conducta de nosotros como humanos, forma de relacionarnos, de pensar y de creernos dueños de la tierra, siendo que nosotros no somos dueños de ella, somos solamente una parte y una parte muy pequeña de ella.
So she calls upon First Nation people to stick together as brothers and sisters, because for the moment that we're living, even in ceremony in Walmapu, something that our sister from before was talking is like all these prophecies are talking about hard times coming, but we need to stick together now stronger than ever.
Bueno, mi llamado es a eso, a que así como hoy nos conocemos a través de esta forma, de esta plataforma, nos conecten en nuestros espíritus para poder generar y apoyar cambios que son hoy día importantes, que no tienen retroceso, pero que nosotros logramos cambiar y principalmente defender la niñez que habita en pueblos originarios, esa niñez rescatando la lengua, rescatando la cultura, rescatando nuestra tradición, podemos volver a levantar el proceso pero si abandonamos y si dejamos que quienes nos han dañado y nos sigan dañando, vamos a terminar en un proceso de colapso. Por eso es tan importante la conexión hoy día, mi ser, con mi pensamiento, con mi ser, con mi corazón, pero principalmente de una forma muy humilde con la tierra, muy humilde nosotros, sin soberbia. Y eso hoy día el mundo occidental lo entrega. Somos individuales y los pueblos originarios somos comunidad, somos grupos duales, no estamos solos.
So her call today is to really once again come together as one and take care from the roots, beginning by starting by the kids, the language, the tradition, and that's how we're going to be able to be resilient, and every change has to be first by the individual. Like individually, we have to take care of our thoughts, have good thought, have good feeling, act well without pride. But at the moment right now that we're living on, it's so hard to be outside and act with pride and not with other intentions. So that's her main concern. Big something that she has in her mind.
Para finalizar, quisiera primero de seguir la línea de la defensa y del activismo. Cuesta hablar de todo lo hemos pasado y siento que es de transmitir lo hermoso que somos los pueblos y sobre todo lo hermoso que es mi pueblo, que es el pueblo mapuche. Del proceso que se nos ha llevado de acusarnos de terroristas, de acosamiento, de tenernos en una situación de discriminación y de racismo constante. Aún así, como pueblo, como personas, como gente, logramos transmitir un conocimiento. Y el conocimiento no es único, el conocimiento es compartido. Los sienten que quien más sabe, más humilde debe ser. Hoy nos encontramos en este espacio conversando, que es necesario y porque tenía que ser así. No era una casualidad, es algo que suceder hoy, que teníamos que comunicar y escucharnos, aunque nuestras lenguas no sean iguales, sentir es el mismo.
Yeah. She says, Lamien, ¿le puede recapitular un poco? First, she says that today has to, for her, it wasn't it was something that was meant to be. That we need to the feeling inside of all of us is the same, and take the Mapuches in Chile have been treated really bad as like terrorists. That's the big slogan that people have of Mapuche in Chile, because of what people sees in the news. It's kind of hard to believe, but it's so true, and so with all those big names that are attached to the Mapuche people, there's still a beautiful, and there's still and to recognize ourselves with our beauty, with our beautiful culture, is something that is still present, and she invites us to be proud of that, and take pride in the beautiful, and not being and try to see outside the box what's going on. Because if we're...
Could you repeat that last part, Akawui? We lost you for a second.
Yeah, like in general, she says that we have to get out of the thinking about that Mapuches are terrorists. In Chile, they're being the slogan of being Mapuche, it's they're terrorists, they're lazy, they're alcoholic, but there's such a such a beauty in Mapuche culture. And she invites us to pay attention to that. That's pretty much it. Because that's what she her message was.
Onesima, tu es bonita. Your message and your time with us today have been absolutely informative and beautiful. And you are such a wonderful spokesperson and representative for the Mapuche people. It's been an honor to share this time with you.
One, que eres un agrado de mujer, que ha sido un placer tenerte y que puedas compartir, que hayas podido compartir estos momentos con nosotros.
We look forward to having you, Akawui, join us in just a little bit in our next panel. Thank you so much for joining us, relatives. Now I will roll forward with introducing our next guest. We are so honored to welcome Lehuanani DeFranco with us today. She is a Kanaka Oiwi, a native Hawaiian protector for Indigenous sovereignty and a Brooklyn-based dancer. She organizes with Uprooted and Rising to end higher education support for big food and white supremacy in the food system. She is currently campaigning with the University of California to divest from the 30-meter telescope in order to protect Mauna Kea and its desecration of the sacred land for the relatives there in the Kingdom of Hawaii. Lehuanani is the director of charitable giving for the Heartbeat Music Project, which provides tuition-free music and cultural education to Diné youth on the Navajo Nation. She's also the interim coordinator with the Roadwork Center, an organization formed in 1978 to build multiracial coalitions through women's culture by focusing on the intersections of the arts and BIPOC and LGBTQIA-led social justice movements. Lehuanani is also a student of the Hala'oawihi Hawaii Stewardship Training. Hope I said that okay. Please correct me if I did not. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to our space today. We look forward to learning with you. Thank you so much, and take it away, Lehuanani.
Hualu kini kini ka hua o hia le hua mai oa o lononui a kea. Hali hali a e kai he uhulu makani. I poia e ka polima hana o ka nehoa o honua mea. Ua a, ua mole. Ua mo halaela o ka apapane, o ka mamo, o ka nuku I iwi, o ka ahihi mai hiki lalo ai hiki luna e vai hone a hiali I mo kula. Ua ikea he leonoia. Aloha me ka ko o Lehuanani DeFranco ko inoa. He kia'i kanaka maoli au no nā pono o nā awiwi. E kahea ana au mai nā aina o Lenape a me Canarsie. Hello, everyone. My name is Lehuanani DeFranco. I am a Native Hawaiian protector for Indigenous rights. I'm a guest and calling from Lenape and Canarsie lands, also known as Brooklyn, New York. And my pronouns are she, her, or oya, since we don't have genderized pronouns in Olelo Hawaii, which is our Hawaiian language. So I decided to start today with a mele komo, which is in an introduction chant. And this was taught by Kekuhi Keali'i Kanakaole, who is the kumu for Halau Ohia, which is a Hawaiian stewardship program of the land. And really what this chant does is it asks us permission before we walk into a space. So it's a chant that we learned in order to walk into new spaces, whether physical or virtual, to make sure that we're coming in with ceremony and intention, to make sure that we're coming in with the right thoughts. And so we are supposed to be listening to the land and making sure that we are moving in a correct way. And that chant specifically talks about our ohia trees that bloom the lehua blossom. And it talks about seeing the ohia trees just so vast and so in bloom that the ground is just covered with lehua blossoms, these beautiful red and yellow blossoms that with many of our plants are under threat. And they're being lovingly taken care of by the sun and the earth and the humans. And these petals are just a tapestry. So it's another prophecy of making sure that we are taking care of our land and that we're doing all that we can to protect the plant people and the animal people. So I'm a kia'i, I'm a protector from Mauna Kea, which is the tallest mountain in the world from the seafloor. And this mountain, Mauna Kea, is sacred to Native Hawaiians, not just because it's Aina and all land is sacred, because in one of our creation stories, and we have many, and all of them are valid, talks about how Wakea and Papahanau Moku, which is our Sky Father and Earth Mother, how they came together to create Ho'ohokukulani, who is our star daughter. And Wakea and Ho'ohokukulani came together and they had a child who was stillborn. So Earth Mother, Papahanau Moku, she buried this child within her. And from that grew the taro plant, which we call kalo. And when a second child was born, that was the first Kanaka, the first human. And so the taro plant was the elder sibling of this first human, and from then on has fed and sustained us. And so in order to give thanks and perpetuate this relationship, we should be forever sustaining the plants as well. So this is just one example of how Kanaka Maoli and other indigenous people around the world see their relationship with the plant people and the bird people and the animals. We really have this reciprocal relationship where it's our duty to protect the earth. So Mauna Kea has been a 10-year battle and was threatened again in 2019 with the construction of the 30-meter telescope. This is not a discussion of culture versus science. There are many, astronomers who tried to claim that, but we know that we lived by navigating by the stars, and we appreciate science and what it has to offer. But we also know that this project is just another colonial project, and this just perpetuates the so-called U.S. and their illegal military occupation on the nation of Hawaii. They talk about progress and that the desecration of this aina is worth it because they have to build this telescope. But it really begs to question progress for who? When Native Hawaiians are being pushed off their land and have the highest poverty rate in Hawaii, you can really see who the progress is for, and it's not for us. So I'll start with a sort of update that we've been that's happened recently. The 2020 Astro-Decadal Survey, which comes from the astronomy community, and this encourages astronomy projects for the next decade. They have, to no surprise, have voiced their support for the TMT project, the 30-meter telescope. And so now what most likely will happen is that the National Science Foundation will approve a grant from the University of California to help them fund this project. The more and more this project has been delayed, the more expensive it gets, which is our plan. And so another thing that's happened is that the University of Hawaii, who are supposed to be the caretakers of this land, they've put out a draft for their master lease for Mauna Kea, which of course is just completely ignorant of the real issues at hand, and further demonstrates the terrible mismanagement that they have committed as leaseholders. So personally, I got involved in this movement just by knowing what was going on. And when the 2019 stand happened in New York, we started to have our Mauna rallies in New York City with the community here. So on the Mauna, they had protocol 3 times a day. And so in New York, every week, we would have protocol 3 times a day. We would do all the protocol that we had learned from the Mauna. And this was a real connection to stand in solidarity, to feel connected to the Mauna, to spread awareness. And we always knew that we were going to be going up to Mauna Kea, once the fight started again. And especially when we saw our elders, our kapuna, and our teachers, our kumus, get arrested. My brother and my cousin and I, we all bought a ticket to go out there and make sure that we could stand with them. So once we got back from the Mauna, I started to organize with Uprooted and Rising. And Uprooted and Rising's focus is to end higher education support for big food corporations and white supremacy in the food system. Food sovereignty, as we all know, is protecting resources for the generations to come. And we can't have food sovereignty without Indigenous people. So the students at the University of California, they've been really leading this fight to make sure that the University of California, which is one of the largest stakeholders, they're hearing Native voices. So one of our organizers, Puanani Brown, she went to the Mauna and she got permission from the elders and the leaders of the movement to solidify this idea of helping organize the students at the University of California. So that was with the help of Auntie Case, Kumu Mikilani Young, Auntie Kealoha Pashodi, Auntie Lalani Teal, and Uncle Liko, and they've all been helping a great deal to really ground the students in this movement. So for that, we show up to every Board of Regents meeting. They just started to be in person again. So we've been showing up online and in person. We've been meeting with the National Science Foundation, who's going to be giving this grant to the UC. And we're all fighting to protect Mauna Kea because she not only represents this life force for all Kanaka Maoli, and is part of our creation story, but also because she literally holds the water for Hawaii Island. And the 30-meter telescope threatens this fragile ecosystem. And so by funding this project, the UC is really saying that this telescope and all of these, you know, awards that they're getting is more important than Native voices, Native culture, and Native lives. So with these movements, there's so much work to do, and a lot of that right now is happening behind the scenes. But we know that, you know, if and when construction starts up again, that everybody's going to be on that Mauna. We're going to be going back to the front lines like we have in the past. And we know that TMT will never be built because we won't let her. We won't let our Mauna be desecrated. And so we will be protecting her with our bodies as she protects us. And I think that, you know, somebody who I admire a lot, Jamaica Heoli Osorio, talks about the Mauna and how she's teaching us to love each other through the Mauna, how the Mauna creates aloha, and we cannot desecrate the way that we aloha each other. And personally in my life, standing for the Mauna has made a lot of things really clear in my life. It's helped me heal through a lot of trauma. You know, there's this idea, and I just want to put a trigger warning out there. There's this idea that the Mauna, and this has actually been said in some of their statements, the Mauna has been desecrated so many times that desecrating her one more time wouldn't have an effect. And I think as Indigenous people, we all know that is not true. That every time that desecration happens, every time that a woman is violated, it has another effect. And so with my relationship with healing from sexual assault, I've really been able to heal a lot through taking care of this Mauna and knowing that that my body is just as important. And so if I'm going to be protecting these bodies around me, I also have to protect my body too. So you know, I don't think about really what I get in return to protect the Mauna, but yet there she is giving me strength to process and heal, and to show that we have to be in relationship with the land and with each other. I'm also a dancer, and I trained classically my whole life and then moved into contemporary. I've also trained a bit in hula, not as much as I would like to, being over here in New York. And I also dance with a group, Te Amana, which is an Ori Tahiti, a Tahitian dance group here that spreads Polynesian education throughout New York City. And it's been really incredible to go to the Mauna, and when I was up there learning protocol and learning these hulas and learning these chants, it was so grounding for me, knowing that my entire life of training, even as a classical dancer, was for that moment, was to make sure that I could learn these hulas in a really digestible way, and I was able to connect with something, and to know that, you know, my path as a dancer has taken me all over, but it really is more that dance training has prepared me to be on the front lines, and to connect with my culture and to learn my culture. When for so many of us, our culture has been taken away from us, whether that be language or chanting or hula or all of our ceremonies and our protocols. So it's really important for me to be able to connect through my culture while being so far away. There's a really great Hawaiian community here in New York. And I think just being able to learn so much while I'm away has been really fulfilling. And, you know, making sure that we're also learning the stories from our kapuna and our elders. And especially for me personally, my grandparents are not doing so well. But I'm still learning from them all the time, even with the past few weeks, as they move on into their next life. I know that we're going to be continuing to learn from them more and more and more. So I really take every opportunity that I have with them to really learn so much and hear their stories, because we need to be carrying those stories on for our children and their children. That's our kuleana, that's our responsibility as Native Hawaiians. And also being a guest on Turtle Island, you know, making sure that I am in ceremony and in relationship with the people who are first to this land here. I think that's a really important lesson for anybody who's going to be in organizing or movement work. You know, you want to be protecting your own lands too, but you have to be protecting other sites and other cultures, because it's the same fight. You know, it might be a different mountain, it might be a different water source, it might be a different issue, whether it's a pipeline or a telescope, or fuel tanks. But in the end, all of us are really trying to protect this earth together. So we all have to be in relationship with each other. One of our sisters earlier had said this, and it reminded me of a Oglala Hawaiian proverb talking about how in order to look to the future, you have to look to the past. And the proverb is Ikawai ma mua, kawai ma hope, which means the future is in the past. So whenever we are looking to strive for a better future for the next generations, we have to go back. We have to look to the past. And this movement has really made me remember my kuleana to our land and our people and our culture. And through that, I have crossed paths with so many people on so many front lines. It's, you know, it's amazing to be in these spaces, because you start to recognize people like, oh yeah, I think I met you at Standing Rock, or so, or oh, I met you on the Mana, and those relationships are really important, because to see people standing up for our sacred spaces and our sacred places around the world is really heartening. And you know, I think for me, I try to live in community with the people around me. The work that I do, for example, with the Heartbeat Music Project, you know, it provides free music education to Dene youth who are living on Navajo Nation. But such an important element of this project is that cultural learning is part of that too. So they're not just learning music; they're being gifted by their elders with language and with culture, and with songs and with traditions, and being able to see them really digest this all and take this to the next level, and knowing that there are no spaces where they're not allowed to be in. They're allowed to be in every space. But with the knowledge that you bring back, you know, how can you bring that back to your community and make sure that you're staying strong within your community and with your kin around you? So that has been a really amazing experience for me, to be able to just help other Native voices be lifted up when so many of us feel a disconnect, or feel like we can't understand our language or our culture because the language has been taken away from us. I think also being in Kikuhi's Hala'ohi'a class has really strengthened a lot of learning the plants and the winds and the rains of this land, making sure that I'm in relationship to whenever I'm harvesting bamboo, or whenever I'm harvesting a plant, or if we're bringing a plant to ceremony, to make sure that you know as much about that plant as possible, to know where it came from, to know its history, to know how it journeyed along, because us as these two-legged people, that's our responsibility, right? Is to make sure that we're taking care of all these relations around us. So for me, another way that I've been able to connect to my culture in a new way is being able to combine my my dance and my art to Hawaiian language. So how I do that a lot is through scores. So similar to music scores where you have notes and different keys and everything, with dance scores, you basically create yourself a movement score. So this is how I move. And in the past, I've worked with a good friend of mine to create these movement scores through Oglala, through Hawaiian proverbs, which for me helps me learn more about the language. And then through that, I translate those Oglala through movement. So that has been really exciting, and something that I am really excited to move forward with, because I think that we should all, as you can tell through these amazing people who are all here, everybody does so many things. While we're all artists, we're all organizers, we're all protectors of the land and our relatives. So it's been a really incredible process for me, just to recognize that I need those spaces and that I need to move to be able to heal from from these front lines and from these movements that, really hang heavy on all of us. So yeah, we're all protecting our right for ea, which is our word for sovereignty. Recently, it was La Ko'ukoa, which is our Independence Day, and this signifies our independence and sovereignty that was acknowledged from the United States, from Great Britain, from France. So politically, we're not seen that way anymore, right? Like we're not seen as sovereign from these larger powers. But it doesn't matter because we're always going to be seeing ourselves as sovereign because we know it to be true. So we need to be living in ceremony and in community. And be preparing for the future because we know that we'll be ready for the revolution because we're already building the world that comes after it. So I think that's my time. Oh, great. I froze a little bit, so I wasn't sure if I was coming through. So yeah, mahalo for having me here. It's been really amazing to hear everybody's stories about where they come from. And I really hope that we can continue to connect through all these different movements and through all our different cultures because there's so much of it that's in with each other. Mahalo.
Thank you so much, Lehuanani. It's been such a pleasure to spend this time with you this afternoon. Your voice was so beautiful and melodic, and what a sacred offering that you have given us today. I just thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of our whole team. Relatives, thank you for joining us. I hope that you can stay with us. Coming up next, we have a special treat for you. Our next session is called Voices from the Front Lines of Resistance, and we will be joined from some of our very own core Indigenous team members and affiliates as they share their stories from the front lines. Please stay tuned and join us.
Hello, thankful and grateful. Chante washte na pechiuzapi. I greet each and every one of you with a warm, heartfelt handshake from the Paha Sapa, the Black Hills in the state of South Dakota, part of the Tetuan Nation, the Ocheti Shakoi tribes. I am from the Oglala Lakota. I am a Wanari Nupa, which is Two-Spirit. My name is Chanupa Maniwi. That is Walks with Pipe Woman. This is my wife.
Hello, my name is Tahikilawi, and that is, she is loved. My English name is Felipa De Leon, and I'm from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, from the Yushpi district, which is Wounded Knee district. I just want to say thank you to Lakota Law Project. Thank you to the donors, and thank you to LPLP for supporting us and helping us and giving us that guidance that we needed to start our own nonprofit and to help us move forward with our movements that we do as far as the domestic violence, the houselessness, the hate crimes. Thank you. We do really appreciate you, and keep supporting, because with all your help, we can all make a difference.
Jason Charger from Sharon River Sioux Tribe, 25 years old. I go by they, them. But yeah, we're here at Red Lake camp, and here standing solidarity with some.
All of us grassroots organizations and frontline action persons, we are unifying. And Lakota People's Law Project has brought that to the front to show that unity is crucial for all of us, not just for the Native communities. It's crucial for all of us that live here on Mother Earth to get together. Unity is going to help in saving our planet from the destruction of Mother Earth that is happening right now due to fossil fuels and the big oil companies getting money to continue the mining and destruction of the earth. And we all share a common interest in the protections, and humanity needs this unification, and Native Americans will unite with everyone to help in trying to stop global warming, climate destruction, and injustices. And I'm so grateful and thankful that Lakota People's Law Project is playing a role, and that's what we need from each and every one of you to join us in continuing to restore Mother Earth, regardless of our skin color, regardless of where we came from, regardless of our material status on this earth.
It's not just Native Americans, it's just not Caucasians, it's just not African Americans, it's everyone. We all need to work together and, you know, bring Mother Earth back to a safe place where we're not going to be destroying her. She needs all of us to work together.
Once again, we are uniting for our future generations. Mother Earth, Unchi Maka, needs us.
And once again, thank you to the Lakota People's Law Project. We are actually, will always be in coalition alongside of Lakota People's Law Project because they fight a good fight, and they stand for climate justice. They stand for making things better for all the coming next generations. How Pilamaya Wopila Tanka.
Another thing I want to mention is getting our youth involved. Gather your youth and teach them, because we want the earth, and we want Mother Earth to be a safer place for them, where they can go outside and breathe clean air, where they can go outside and drink and swim in clean water, and not have all this pollution that's around and killing our people. So teach the youth. Pilamayapi Wopila Tanka.
Hello again, everyone. Earlier in our Wopila gathering, I talked a little about Lakota Law membership and promised you more information about how much your membership means. Starting at just $5 per month, Lakota Law membership is designed to be accessible to everyone, regardless of your income. We want you to join our membership circle because our Lakota Law members provide the financial backbone for everything we do. We literally wouldn't be here able to host this Wopila gathering today and make a real difference in Lakota communities without the generous support of our members. Lakota Law members form a special community of their own, with special access to interactions and conversations with one another and our Lakota organizers and leaders. In turn, they increase our impact by providing the funding necessary for us to take on every timely challenge. The reliability of your sustaining donations as a Lakota Law member provides a strong foundation for the work of Lakota Law, allowing us to propel new campaigns forward when and where they're most needed. So I urge you to join us as a Lakota Law member by clicking Become a Member at lakotalaw.org/Wopila and donating any monthly amount over $5. It's that easy to become one of our biggest heroes. And I welcome you to reach out to me if you have any questions at membership@lakotalaw.org. Thank you.
Welcome back, relatives. Or if you're just joining us for the first time today, a hearty welcome to the first annual Wopila gathering hosted by the Lakota People's Law Project. behalf of our social media team, I would like to invite you to continue this journey with us. You can like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for the latest updates about our work and for the latest news on Indigenous resistance from across Turtle Island. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Strategic Partnerships and Relationships for Lakota People's Law Project and their parent organization, the Romero Institute. Today, I'm joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish, North African, and Irish relatives brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples, and what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, we invite you to pop it in the chat and hold a moment of reverence in your heart for all who have gone before us. If not, I'm happy to report there's an app for that. You can download the Native Land app or just simply go to nativeland.ca. And when you find out, let us know too. I'm honored to welcome you today to our 5th session in our series. This evening's panel is called Voices from the Front Lines of Resistance. As we know, living here, we are not just stewards, but we are inseparable from the land and the earth, part of it. We're joined now by some of Lakota People's Law Project's core Indigenous team members and affiliates. First, we're welcoming back Chase Iron Eyes. Chase's distinguished career fighting for the civil rights of Native Americans includes serving as the lead counsel for the Dakotas, for us, the Lakota People's Law Project. He's also the co-founder of the Native news website, lastrealindians.com. Check it out. He also works in the Native Lives Matter movement. In 2016, he was the Democratic congressional nominee for North Dakota. From the beginning of the movement, Chase was involved on the front lines of the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline. He spent many hours hosting tribal leadership, providing legal services, and joining other water protectors in their prayerful and peaceful resistance. Born on the Standing Rock Nation, today Chase lives at Pine Ridge as an enrolled member of the Oglala Nation. He holds bachelor's degrees in political science and American Indian Studies from the University of North Dakota and a Juris Doctor of Law degree with an emphasis in federal Indian law from the University of Denver's Sturm College of Law. He is the father, I should say very proud father, of 3 beautiful Lakota children. Phyllis Young is an enrolled member of the Standing Rock tribe. Phyllis leads our Green the Res campaign to bring renewable energy to the people of Standing Rock. She served as a tribal council member from 2012 to 2015 and was hired by the Standing Rock Sioux tribe to address the No Dapple struggle in the fall of 2015 and has acted as an official tribal liaison to the Oseti Akawui camp. Her presence was felt daily by the tens of thousands who traveled across the resistance camps protecting against the Dakota Access Pipeline. Phyllis is a longtime member of the American Indian movement and co-founded the Women of All Red Nations with Madonna Thunderhawk in 1978. She has also served as a board member to the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian for 15 years. Also joining us is our good friend, Taysha Martineau. Taysha is a Two-Spirit Indigenous anarchist who purchased 10 acres of land to erect a resistance camp dedicated to direct action against Enbridge Line 3 pipeline. Taysha is a mother of 4, and along with their children are enrolled as tribal members of the Fond du Lac Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa tribe, which ironically is also the only tribe to have approved the Line 3 project. Camp McGeezy, Taysha's camp, is the most controversial camp because Taysha chose to build her resistance right in the heart of the tribal community that took the voice of the other Anishinaabe nations. Join us now in welcoming them. Welcome, friends. The resistance and revolution is televised.
Hello there. Just making sure you can hear me. And very good. Lila Taya Yehipalo. Very good to see you, Phyllis. Very good to see you, Taysha. I was happy that you guys were able to join, and you never know how the technology is going to be able to work out. So anyhow, thank you for introducing us, Lorrie. The name of our panel references the front line, and I know that each of us has seen various aspects of what that means and the sacrifice that it requires. And so I just wanted to, I don't know, I suppose Phyllis as the elder is going to have to go first, but that's certainly we're participating in handing the torch. Phyllis is the elder, I'm next, and Taysha is the youngest of us three, but I'm completely encouraged by your leadership in spaces where men have usually, by default, because of the patriarchy that we were also reared in, have kind of gained the pulpit or the microphone. So if you could just tell us, Phyllis, first, what you've been up to and what your experience is like, was like, will be like with the front line, as it is called. I think our audience, and thank you to everyone in the audience, more than 1,000 people RSVP'd, and that I don't know how many of those are natives. Natives don't ever RSVP to anything. So I want to thank you for sure for registering and logging on and sharing the stream and making sure that the independent authorities are unignorable. So Phyllis, I want to turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you and good evening. Chante washte na pe tuzape. Mini techiawi himachiapi na mini yuha najiwi himachiapi. I'm woman who stands by the water and woman who loves the water. My given names by my people and my community. I am Hunkpapa Lakota and also Ihunktawa Dakota. So I have two grandmothers who are Hunkpapa and two grandmothers who are Ihunktawa. So I want to talk about the front lines. Had been there all my life, and for many years in the American Indian movement, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to get the work done and do the business, and so started out very young in the Trail of Broken Treaties in 1972, where we did the 20 points and marched in the Trail of Broken Treaties, and then the longest walk from 1972. In 1973, the Wounded Knee occupation at Pine Ridge, South Dakota, the traditional chiefs came to Standing Rock in 1974 and asked for an international treaty conference. We facilitated that here at Standing Rock on June 20th with two objectives: to create a place at the table for United Nations at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland. 3 years later, we were there. We worked on getting credentials for an NGO, and we were the first. The International Indian Treaty Council was born on Standing Rock and went forward at the request of the traditional chiefs. The declaration in 1974 was very simple: to go to the United Nations, the first objective. The second objective was to create an embassy here in Lakota country. And so 37 years culminated the work of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which began in 1977 when the International Treaty Council received their credentials to participate in NGO status, and later gained a consultative status with the Economic Forum that was there at the UN. So very active, and generations of people who led the dialogue and the communication and the education to draft that UN declaration, 37 years, culminating in 2007. So my work is primarily the treaty study, was for 15 years in the UN, and presenting documents from scholars and eminent professors who drafted and kept record and maintained the status of the treaties for Lakota country primarily, but eventually from the United Nations. All natural peoples have substantial recordings of that. So a lot of diplomat relationships, government to government, nation to nation, and the dialogue that is created for the legislative fiat, for the litigation, all of life's struggle to maintain, to retain, to keep, take back. Part of the struggle that was all frontline, and so I'm very privileged to have walked in the path of great moccasins and great diplomats and humanitarians worldwide, and it was comfortable because at the international level, Lakotas have we are a universal people, and we are a pluralistic society. So it's all encompassing of universal standards, reaching out to, even as we develop our energies, wind, solar, geothermal, hydropower, and water. We look at the Wakia Oyate, who are the greatest power in humanity, in the universe, which is sacred, which they are the thunder beings, and they are the what we call the weather, the thunder, lightning, snow. It is all responsible for the cleansing of Mother Earth and the nurturing of that and the growth. And it has it needs to be turned around as fast as possible, because our standards require that, as the original green keepers of Mother Earth and the keepers of Miniwichoni, water is life, which is spiritual law that obligates us to act accordingly. In this time of stress and need, we have to be on the front lines for preservation of life itself through the nurturing of Mother Earth and all of the elements in our cultural way. So we remain on that path, and so we've resisted all of our lives for generations, and we move to proactive ideas that we have to develop our technologies accordingly, and that we have to stop the toxic environment that is happening with the exploitation of natural resources. So can you hear me?
Yeah, we're waiting to be unmuted here.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me, Phyllis?
Am I on?
Hold on here. I can't tell if I'm on or not.
You're all unmuted. You should be good, Chase.
Okay, all I see is a thing on my screen that says the host has muted your mic. Anyhow, thank you for that, Phyllis. And just for our viewing and listening audience, thank you again for tuning in. I always encourage people to share this stream because it's the only way that the Indigenous authority and the independent voice is shared. We have with us tonight that was Phyllis Young, all the way from the Standing Rock Nation, which is home to Lakota and Dakota people, bands. It's where I was raised until I was 19 years old. And Taysha, I met Taysha Martineau of Camp Mageezy on Anishinaabe homelands during the Line 3 struggle. And for me, the front line always comes in various forms, and we course through life finding our voice and sometimes being put in positions where different demographics, different audiences, different parts of the world are completely interested in what Indigenous peoples think, what Indigenous nations have to say. What is it like to be Indigenous? What is it like to be evolving Indigenous right now, today? And I say this because when I went to what is now called Minnesota and I was able to meet Taysha, I did not really understand or care to look into anarchism, or I had only known from my daughter what Indigenous feminism is, what gender fluidity is, what non-binary being is. Now, these are aspects of our lives that are evolving, that are being challenged. You know, so I heard the term post-traumatic church disorder. I don't know who coined that term, but a lot of our thinking, Indigenous people's thinking, is evolving and being challenged right now. So I wanted to say that before we pass the mic to Taysha, because that's what Camp Mageezy and Taysha inspired in me and changed the course of my life, the way that I think. So I wanted to give Taysha a chance to tell us what you've been up to. Tell us about Camp Mageezy and specifically how your non-binary leadership is informing that process. Hold up, you might be on mute, Taysha. I cannot hear Taysha right now, guys. Hold up, Taysha.
Yeah, right now we're not getting any sound from you, Taysha. You can try to change your audio settings. Below the screen where you see yourself and Jason Phyllis, there should be a little gear, a little settings gear.
Oh, a little like circular thing. There you go. Is that Taysha? Right.
And then
wait a minute. I gotta hear Taysha speak.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes, we can.
Alrighty.
Okay, you're good to go now.
Ushu, Tabiki Giza, Skijikwe, Nindishnakas, Nagachuanang, and Dunjiba, Migazido Autumn. Hello, everyone. My name is Taysha Martineau. I'm a Two-Spirit Indigenous anarchist from the Fond du Lac Reservation. I recognize Minnesota as the treaty territories of the Anishinaabe people and the ancestral homelands of the great Oceti, Saco, and Oyate. So at Camp Mageezy, you know, when we decided to put up our resistance camp, we knew that we would be controversial because I live on the reservation whose tribe actually is the only one who supported the project. Not only are we, you know, young children participating in direct action and civil disobedience, we're all LGBTQ+. we're all very queer, very non-binary. And, you know, as Indigenous people, we recognize the term Two-Spirit, you know, and that's sacred to our people. But for our non-Indigenous relatives who came to fight alongside us, you know, to help protect the water and protect the river, you know, we had to educate and learn about, you know, all of the different gender identities that exist in the world. And it's been absolutely beautiful. You know, every time that we took to the front line, we would bring that Two-Spirit power with us, you know. And in the beginning, you know, law enforcement was really unsure of how to perceive that, how to act. And, you know, it was wonderful to see them kind of shake in their boots and be like, oh my gosh, what do we do? They're dancing. They're happy and they're dancing and they're very gay and there's rainbows everywhere. And it was really a lot of fun. You know, the front line has been, it's been an experience. You know, I never thought at, you know, the young age of 27, I would start doing this work and get to the point where, you know, everything that we've been navigating has been so traumatic. And now coming towards, you know, a transition towards the end of the Line 3 fight, you know, the fight will never be over, but recognizing that those of us here at Camp Megizi have more than just trauma bonds. You know, the bonds that we have with one another, the bonds that we have with our Lakota relatives that we've met on this journey, you know, it goes so deeply that a pipeline wasn't even able to touch that, you know. And that's what Camp Megizi is about. You know, it's about learning to adapt, learning to move forward by reaching back into our old ways, by recognizing, you know, whose land it is we're on. You know, before the government placed us here and said, okay, this is your treaty territory, you know, who caretaked these rivers and these waterways? And the more I looked into it, the more I realized that, you know, as Anishinaabe people, we owe it to those who came before us to ensure the safety of the Lakota mounds that are still in our regions, of these beautiful waterways. You know, here in Minnesota, they call us the land of 1,000 lakes, 10,000 lakes, you know. And it was really terrifying to know that this pipeline was coming through, you know, my very reservation, and that my reservation was the only one saying, yeah, it's fine. And, you know, at the beginning of the fight during Standing Rock, you know, none of us were prepared to fight our own. You know, that was something that was absolutely traumatizing. But here on Fond du Lac with the Line 3 fight, I knew that by putting up a camp that I would have to fight my own. And, you know, and it's at that point where you need to realize that your connections to the land is more important than any money that a corporation can come through. Because if they can come through and just buy anything, then what is sacred anymore? And who are they to tell us what is sacred? You know, as Indigenous people, we've been fighting this war against colonialism for 500 plus years. Anywhere that we choose to pray is sacred. We are sacred. And, you know, really recognizing that and stepping forward by being, telling people, no, we need to move back. And it's just really upsetting this colonized mindset that some Indigenous people not only have, but are willing to fight to protect. You know, the idea of young Two-Spirit Indigenous people living inside of Waganagons and lodges and teepees has really got the reservation that I live on upset, to the point where, you know, they're attempting to sue us. And, you know, the front line, it's more than just locking down to the equipment. It's more than just climbing into the pipes. And it's more than just standing in the river so that they can't drill. You know, there's a lot of love there. There's a lot of laughter. There's a lot of, you know, relationships that you build and you nurture, and you continue to hold those relationships. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that they believe that they've won, because the takeaway from all of this is, with how young we are and how much we've learned, we're only going to keep getting better. And we're only going to keep learning new, powerful ways to live as Indigenous people, resisting this system that is meant to choke us out. And I think, you know, we're a new status quo that they have to deal with, and that has those in power terrified, which is the anarchy aspect of who we are at Camp Megizi. You know, it's been absolutely wonderful to meet all of my Lakota relatives on this journey. It's been absolutely beautiful to, you know, discover how many similarities we have within our cultures. And I'm just so happy and grateful to be here today sharing space with all of you. And I want to say thank you to Lakota People Law Project for all of the work that they do all across the board. And I just want to thank each and every single one of you who has RSVP'd and taken the time to listen to a bit of our stories.
You know what? And Phyllis, let me jump in for a minute here, because Phyllis, you just have like, Trump authority. You can just come in anytime you want. But I wanted to flip it back to Auntie Phyllis, because I've known Phyllis a long time. In fact, the stove that is behind her has probably fed 10,000 people. There was something known as the People's Skillet, which was this big, giant cast iron frying pan, I don't know, of unknown dimensions. And it fed a lot of us on Boot Hill, on what is also called Golf Hill. And Phyllis comes from a legacy of movement people. When we're talking about the front line, I've been watching the 7-hour stream today provided by Lakota People's Law Project and Romero Institute, but featuring people like Taysha, people like Phyllis, people like Jackie, I forget her name, the bear medicine Wia, featuring Amber Starks, featuring S.A. Lawrence and Cody Coyote, and Votna is still to come. I mean, there's one more panel after this. It's just been amazing and really a privilege to be able to just get this all for free. You can just log on, you can just click a link, and all of a sudden you're able to listen to Phyllis Young, one of the co-founders of Women of All Red Nations, one of the foundational personalities, spirits involved with the American Indian movement, one of the principles to break away from the oppressive relationship that the United States has with the Lakota Nation to create the Republic of Lakota, a contemporary of Russell Means and all the other greats, Fool's Crow, Pete Ketches, rest in power everlasting to Leonard Crowdog. Like this is such a privilege. And I know from coming from that kind of family that the American Indian movement gets a bad rap. You take a look at what happened in the United States, January 6th, 2021, blood was spilled in the United States Capitol. Before that moment, it was easy for COINTELPRO, or that's the counterintelligence program of the FBI, and other private military contractors, other proponents and personalities of the security state and the intelligentsia that have called people like me and Phyllis and my daughter and Taysha and other revolutionaries, other liberation movement builders, have called us terrorists. That time is done. It became much more difficult for the racist, extractive, ruling class to call us terrorists after January 6th. So I wanted to give the microphone back to Phyllis. When we're talking about the front line, there was a time when we couldn't choose peace. Now, with the power of the media, which is akin to the power of the gun, the power of the pen, we, as a strategic matter, are choosing the power of peace, so long as we think we are able to appeal to the conscience of those who descend from the colonizing class. We don't feel that white people or European Americans are all racist. The system is racist, the system is oppressive, but we believe in the redemptive qualities and capabilities of every human being. There was a time when we couldn't choose peace. So that front line is a little different. And I just want to give Phyllis a chance to offer some words on what the legacy of our liberation movement, including the American Indian movement, is today and how that's impacted the way we live our lives today.
Thank you. I I just feel so strongly about who I am. I grew up in a very American way. My background, my grandfather was a code talker in World War One. I come from heroes at Normandy. Come from all military family who fought in World War One, World War Two, Korea, Vietnam, and so I'm very proud of my background. I was raised a Christian. I had no idea of traditional ways, and I had to meet up with Russell Means as a very young person. Him giving in-service training to a government entity, talking about different cultures, and we were a whole group of recruits to the United States government. So I was raised a patriot. I was born into patriotism for this America, and so I didn't. I couldn't figure out who I was. Maybe a schizophrenic culturally, but I had to redefine myself when you're brown, and I didn't like to be in the presence of non-Indians because of the dominant race. I used to be nice. I was raised educated and to speak in the high grammar of English, and I learned the elegance of language in English, and so always in that state of mind to be mindful and respectful of who you're talking to. And so when I realized that I was listening to this in-service trainer named Russell Means, and he was sort of uptown built. He was in a suit and tie, and he worked for the Council of Economic Opportunity, which was the poor people's program under President Johnson. So listening to him speak was shocking and amazing, for him to come into 50 Indian women who were recruits to the federal government, and to tell you that you are the most beautiful people in the world, and that you have the greatest potential, you have the beautiful language, and then throwing in some environmental phrases about, did you know that the world's purest air comes from the Amazon, and that wind, the south wind, is the purification process for North America. To hear those things when you're very young, talking 1968, to hear the environmental notices that he gave, the cultural, and to believe from that moment on that I am the most beautiful woman in the world. And then we joked about it 50 years later, because there was two of us at his funeral, and she was a very dear Navajo lady, friend, sister of mine. She said, Russell Means told me I was the most beautiful woman in the world. And I said, oh, he told me the same thing, but we were all together in one class. But that stayed in our minds forever. I was won over, not by a man telling me anything, but relating to my chocolate color and making me feel beautiful. So I spent the rest of my life believing I was sweet, short, and a Tootsie Roll. So I loved myself. And I learned that early on from the in-service training that was given to us by a Mohawk, a Lakota, and the Omaha, Dennis Hastings, who is still alive. And we were provided that training as government employees back in 1968. So from that moment on, I wanted to work and be productive to my own people. It was a turning point in my life. And so I worked and with Russell Means to build an Indian center. We were on relocation. We all had jobs and were educated. So, but we also had flashbacks on where we came from, the land we lived on, and what we loved. And I came from paradise in the riverbed of Standing Rock, and I came back, and I became aware of what had been done to us as Lakotas. And we were in a national sacrifice area, so we fought against the repression. We resisted, but we had to march for our freedom. We followed in the coattails of Martin Luther King, in the coattails of the Brown Beret. We were not a majority population like they were. So we followed in their paths for civil rights, for human rights. And it was the free thinkers, the last generation of freedom thinkers and freedom minds that evoke that interest and that drive and that dedication in us, with the traditional chiefs of Footscrow and all his entourage from Oglala Nation. And they came to Standing Rock and asked us, because of the desperate hour of Wounded Knee in 73, the rapes and murders and crimes and corruption of happening there. So we went on a path to the international community, to the UN, and sought that for 37 years. So in the meantime, we filed lawsuits. And when you get a taste of diplomacy and a taste of super standards that are met in litigation, we prevailed in the pipeline against the Etsy pipeline. Back in 1980, we were plaintiffs, and we prevailed in that case. We sued Union Carbide for mining uranium in the Black Hills, and we prevailed in that case. And when you have that winning feeling of victory, there's nowhere else to go. And you spend your life driving that victory and always trying to assume that high diplomatic level and using your best, your most educated, and trying to sever all the bonds and what holds you in bondage to get free. And so we had a conspiracy to be free. Those are my brother Russell Means's words. He did a tape, he did a video, and he had a conspiracy to be free. We have always been on that path. So we have gone through legislation, through litigation. We marched in 72 for the Trail of Broken Treaties. That was the onset of seeking legislation for the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which was passed in 1978, and that we regained our spiritual base at that time. And we've been on the move ever since, taking our children back by any means necessary, going to the Sundance, defied the Sundance rules prohibition for 7 years from 1970 to 78. So took us 8 years, but we were in the front lines to regain that spirituality for all the Native people in the United States. So creating the Congressional Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, which ultimately became the Senate Committee of Indian Affairs, a permanent committee under the chair of the late great Senator Inouye from Hawaii. So we have gone through our motions and exercises of freedom at every level to ensure that we remain and that we have life for our children and our grandchildren. Simple objectives to make a life better for our children. With Ocheti Shakoi fighting DAPL, we opened it up worldwide. we exercised our universal standard for the respect of humanity for all colors of mankind. Very proud of that. So thank you.
Wow. I just, I think of how we were born into a struggle. We were born into war. We didn't ask for settler colonial violence to confront us physically, spiritually, psychologically, in all the institutions. The front line can take many forms, and I know that we're walking in a way of strength because of the righteous cause that we've served. You've served this cause much longer than I have, and we picked up the torch from those that came before us. Like when you mention it kind of casually, that you couldn't be an Indian, you couldn't practice the indigenous ceremonial protocols. There was no such thing as decolonized indigeneity, or the way that those thoughts, those concepts came to us. Yes, we went through and are still going through the worst of it, but we're still able to smile. You see, we're still able to laugh. We have an unconquerable hope and dignity. And I was born in 1978. That's the very year, 5 years following the siege at Wounded Knee, 2 years following the incident at Oglala, and just, short months following the murderous and very tense civil war that occurred here and still wounds this place where I now live. I didn't know before I moved here, this was just a place that I watched on TV, or I read about it and learned all about the Civil War that the United States instigated here, for which Leonard Peltier is still a political prisoner 45 years later. We're still trying to grapple and liberate ourselves from these chains, very real chains, very real prison cells, very real environments of political, economic terrorism that is being instigated against indigenous nations. And it's an honor. It's a privilege to have Phyllis here with us, just telling these stories like we're sitting around a campfire with her. And I just want to say thank you. Taysha, I do want to give the microphone back to Taysha, because there is another aspect of the front line that I was aware of, but it wasn't my place to speak to the epidemic of missing and murdered indigenous women, missing and murdered indigenous peoples. It's almost become like a slogan right now, and that's okay, because we need awareness. But Taysha, if we could bring Taysha back on, she, along with others that she can tell you about. Maybe we don't have Taysha anymore. Do we still have Taysha with us?
Yeah, she's not in the room at the moment. Let you know if she comes back.
Okay, Roger that. We will talk about Taysha's work with missing and murdered indigenous peoples, and it's not appropriate, but that is why it's not appropriate for me to talk about. But this is why Phyllis's contemporary Madonna Thunderhawk was not able to join us tonight, because a lot of you who are on social media know that their family member has been found, and this is something horrifically, unimaginably tragic for the family. It's something that too many indigenous families go through. And so we'll wait for Taysha to come back on, but for those of you who registered and who are gracious enough to just kind of go with the flow with us, that's why Madonna Thunderhawk, who along with Phyllis Young co-founded the Women of All Red Nations, that's why she's not here tonight, is because she's with the family of nephew Spirit Chasing Hawk. This is their nephew. And we just want to send our encouragement out to Madonna and Mabel Ann Phillips, Mabel Ann Eagle Hunter, Chelly or Michelle Chasing Hawk. It's unimaginable. And we send our voices and the strength of our spiritual encouragement in the best way that we know how, in the best way that we can. When we're talking about the legacies of the different front lines, it's a very strange world to navigate when we're trying to not only fight for our own liberation, but to build bridges into the faith-based community. All of the churches. When you listen to Phyllis talk, she will say that she was raised inside a different world. They because of their sacrifice, literally their sacrifice at what were known as boarding schools, residential schools. That is a euphemism. Those had nothing to do with schools or education. And because of their sacrifice and because they survived that, we were able to be born into a different dynamic. We were born standing on their shoulders. And now we have the authority to co-create a different reality. So the front line, like Taysha said, it's not just locking down to the extractive, monstrous, giant machines that are coming to do violence on Mother Earth and all of the corporate states' centuries ready to do violence on people like Phyllis, on people like Taysha, on people like me, on people like my daughter, Tokata Iron Eyes. That stuff changes you. It's not even, we haven't even mythologized it. We've not begun to tell our stories about what we go through as families, real people whose lives are at stake and whose sacrifices give the media agencies and the other NGOs or content creators the substance from which they can create. We don't even, we're just now 5 years later able to take a step back. I am, from the front line at Standing Rock. And I asked Phyllis about what happened during the 70s because we are still fighting those same colonial forces, those same extractive forces of Wall Street's war machine. They came to us and disturbed our peace. We didn't want any fight. We didn't ask for any fight. I was literally living back on Standing Rock, having returned to my homeland in 2014, and then in 2016 with LaDonna Brave Bull Allard and others at the Long Soldier District Council meeting, was made aware by a newspaper clipping that the Dakota Access Pipeline was intending to transgress, was intending to commit an act of international aggression and trespass. And that fight, the Dakota Access Pipeline fight, is still with us. We're still trying to combat that trauma. We're still trying to heal from that trauma. And when I think of Phyllis, I think of the work that we've done on behalf of Indigenous children in trying to stem the violations of the Indian Child Welfare Act by state departments of social services. It happens far too often. And Phyllis, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on, what happened at Oceti, what your role was there, and where it's at today. Where do you see the fight going, and how has the front line informed your thinking and your strategy in your life? And once again, thank you for being with us tonight. I just want to give you the microphone back.
Thank you. I have to make a picture for myself and for my family, for my grandfather. My grandfather, who was a code talker, my mother's father, Joseph Pretenzigo, had a younger brother named Barney Pretenzigo, who is missing since 1907 from Carlisle. Carlisle, we are in touch with a general who is giving out the names now of those buried at Carlisle. There are 750 Oceti Sakowin graves at Carlisle. And we are still searching for my grandfather, who was farmed out to a Mennonite family. So I'm reaching out to anyone who is from the Mennonites and who knows anyone in Pennsylvania or New York. So I am on a life search for my grandfather from missing from the Carlisle boarding school. The record is open till December 23rd from the Secretary of Interior. So we can tell our stories there and petition the government and the Secretary of Interior to help us to find our grandfather and all of those still missing and buried at boarding schools. Standing Rock has adopted a resolution to amend the NAGPRA law, the Native American Graves and Protection Repatriation Act. So I just want to get a pitch in there for another aspect of missing and murdered people. So thank you. So with Oceti Sakowin, I served as tribal council from 2012 to 2015, and I was an advocate almost daily for fighting for pipelines during my tenure. And so that was the Northern Border gas line, that was Keystone, that was Keystone XL, and DAPL. So from 1970, 2007, the Standing Rock Tribal Council passed a resolution, no pipelines, no pipelines. So with that, we fought against the Northern Border. They said we had no standing. That was in 1981 that they abandoned their agreement with the Secretary of Interior. So we feel that there was no legitimate pipeline and none to piggyback on, which Keystone XL, and DAPL attempted to do. So the position of treaty people as well as the tribal council have objected to any pipelines going across Standing Rock for the treaty territory, which is a promise that they would never come, and they defied that using the doctrine of discovery. So I was the watchdog for the pipelines while I served on tribal council. I stayed at hearings in the state at the congressional level, always advocating for our territory that we would never allow a pipeline to come through. And so it was something that I was very involved in. And at the end of my term, I was going to go write some books and relax and take a break. And that didn't happen because the tribal council asked me to, offered me a contract to continue the work against DAPL. And that was simply it. against DAPL. So I stayed on, and I had a contract for 2 years with Standing Rock Tribal Council to address DAPL. So we went into, initially in 86, somewhere around there, we had a camp, Mad Bear Camp on the South Dakota side. And because of our own status on ancestral territory, we invoked that back in the Mad Bear Camp, and we prevailed. The district court named 18 sacred sites on Standing Rock, including the Sacred Stone, which was a big stone that was up on that hill forever until the tribe took it, and it's hidden in a secret place yet. So that area was Sacred Stone Camp that we opened on April 1st. And I should say LaDonna Allard served as the genealogist, as the historian for the Standing Rock Sioux tribe in official capacity. So she knew the people, the names, the families, Tioshpa, Tiwahe, and all of it. So having that knowledge with the background, she worked with Washtewi Young, my daughter, for 13 years, who was the THPO for the tribe. And the Tribal Historic Preservation Office was created by Standing Rock and established as an official office, consultation office authority for making the decisions on archaeological and all other regulatory areas. So that was primarily who were the staff when I was on council against the Keystone XL. And we stayed vigilant until the very end of Keystone XL, until the President Obama denied the permit initially. So that was the first time. So going into council, LaDonna initiated the walk to create two the Sacred Stone, and created that camp. And that was also her, partially her land, where she buried her family, her father, and so it was easy for her to access that. And so on April 1st of 2016, she sponsored a march, and all the children were on bikes, they were walking, they were running in sacred manner. There were horseback riders, and there were like 200 cars, people walking, people running. And that was Standing Rock. That was all of us on April 1st. We went into Sacred Stone Camp, formed the camp, founded it. That was LaDonna's work. She initiated the whole process. And so we went, and we didn't know what our roles would be, but established the camp and support start coming in. By August 10th, there were 10,000 people. We had to expand. We moved over outside the boundaries of Standing Rock on Taken area and created Ochete Shakoi Camp. By December, there were 13,000 people, including 3,000 veterans who came, veterans of peace, who came to Standing Rock to support us. And on December 4th, Obama denied the permit for no DAPL. We knew that it was a fleeting moment of success, because Trump did come in on January 17th, and he okayed the permit. So it resumed, but we, by February, Army Corps said we were facing $1 million fine per day if we stayed there. And so the chairman was forced to move forward, and they were also expecting flood water. So the camp was evacuated at that time. So today we move forward with litigation. The EIS record is still open till March 22nd. we're going back and forth with lawyers. We have negotiations, we have petitions, we have differences, major arguments and dialogue that continue. We are still continuing with it at the traditional level, at the treaty level, and we filed 10 lawsuits in 2018 that we're moving forward with, and one of them includes DAPL.
I want to let me say a few words, and then I want to then give it back to you so you can speak on your personal familial connections to the boarding school phenomenon. But you know, you're talking about DAPL, and Phyllis and I have worked together in various capacities with Lakota law, with Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. You know, she's a force. And when I hear you speak about what is going on at Standing Rock with regards to the Dakota Access Pipeline, it falls within one of the pillars. In Lakota People's Law Project, we've been present since the very early work addressing the violations of federal law, of the Indian Child Welfare Act by the state of South Dakota. That's what drew me into Lakota law. I remember Phyllis used to come in. I was in the in-house attorney's office then at Standing Rock Nation, and she would give me the information that she was privy to about the research that Lakota law was doing in relation to more than 700 children per year are taken from their native families and placed with non-Indian homes and institutions. And that is directly related, those ICWA violations are directly related to the institutional genocide, the cultural genocide at what the United States calls boarding schools, or what Canada calls residential schools. And this, in our work at Lakota Law, we've got these pillars that guide our work. One of them is agency, spiritual agency. You know, what composes the sources of our identity, our dignity, everything that's pre-contact, everything that whatever we were, whoever we were before Europeans stumbled onto our shores, onto our land, into our hemisphere. We are reviving that and trying to regrow that in different adapted, evolved forms. That's what the Indian Child Welfare Act is about. It's about protecting Indigenous identity. That agency is a pillar of our work. Land back is also a pillar of our work. When it started for me at Peshla, it started with Fool's Crow. That's where I know land back from. And then because of the work of Dr. Sarah Jumping Eagle, Peshla became a reality where several bands of the Oceti Sakowin were able to repurchase stolen land. And that was not an easy process, because although we are the bastions of hope and we represent the redeeming potential of the human species, Indigenous peoples are also hard to work with. You know what I mean? Like we sometimes we stand in our own way, and it's hard to remain in these circles. And I got to applaud Lakota law for that, because Phyllis was here before I got here. And we've done great work at the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. We've done work at the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribe, whatever tribal government. And these are recurring. Everybody from the outside kind of looks at these tribal governments as the representative embodiment of Indigenous sovereignty. And there's a whole nother side to this that we've represented. We've tried to work with the tribal governments, which are creations of the federal apparatus. They are an expression of the federal Indian, and the federal Indian is a creature of the European imagination. This is where blood quantum comes in. This is where all the ways that we kind of identify today, to right now, coupled with the church influence and the assimilationist kind of white supremacy ideals that they tried to instill in us so that we would instigate these against each other. It's the reason why, for instance, many people were murdered here. Many people from my family were murdered on the Pine Ridge because of the successful implementation of Willie Lynch type mind rearranging that the United States and the colonizer has done. And we're just now beginning to kind of recognize that, wait a minute, we're in the minority here. Like, most indigenous people aren't trying to throw off the yokes of oppression that currently plague indigenous nations. And I, at the risk of sounding too woke, that's certainly what I'm not trying to do. I'm saying that we as an organization are always in the periphery, trying to help where we can, whether it's traditional governments, treaty peoples, the type of people that raised me, the type of people that taught me that the Black Hills are ours, and those who have benefited from the tribal government system, the Indian Reorganization Act tribal government system. And that's beyond the scope of this panel discussion. But as an organization, we've been able to maintain a level of praxis and keeping a window open, keeping a hand out, ready to help tribal nations. I've been doing this for 13 years of my life. And sometimes I question, is it worth it? You know what I mean? And it's always worth it. But I see the outside world looking in, because I've been trying to build bridges to that outside world and asking, how come this can't happen? How come that can't happen? And I wanted to say these things because Phyllis has been at this a lot longer than I have. And you can tell that she has maintained determination, she has maintained grace, and she has done everything that she possibly can to liberate indigenous peoples. And it's not easy, though. It's called post-traumatic church disorder. That's the only thing I know to call it. It causes, Paulo Freire wrote about this in Pedagogy of the Oppressed, internalized oppression, lateral violence. I mean, natives know all about that. Poor people know all about that. The racially and working class subjugated peoples and demographics in the world know what lateral oppression is. So I wanted to say those things out loud because we are navigating those challenges. And Phyllis, I wanted to turn it back to you because Deb Haaland, an indigenous woman, is now the Secretary of the Interior. And when thousands upon thousands, it's more than 7,500 children in mass graves at these institutions where churches, people of God, representatives, centuries of God, people of the cloth, men and women, somehow instigated these mass graves of indigenous children. I can say it. I can't really appreciate it. I can't even really grasp that. But if I wanted to give you a chance, if you could, to tell us about, again, for those who may not have heard, how you're connected to Carlisle and how you're connected to the Rapid City boarding school, and really to speak on whatever you want. I just wanted to say those things because it's a struggle, but we're also built for this struggle. So I want to thank you for indulging my verbiage, but I want to turn the mic over to you, Tui Phyllis.
Thank you. I have to say that Russell Means at the end of his life, and I worked with him for 48 years. He was my mentor, so I literally worked for Oglala Nation for 40 years under him. But he, in his last hours, he thought about the children, and he petitioned the Romero Institute to help him, to help us, to help our nation, our people, because he cared about the children. And I believe that it's in the genetic psyche, our DNA, that we always go back to our children. And in that reminder, in our language, they are wakaija, they are sacred beings. And the relationship to that through our genetic psyche keeps the struggle intense when it comes to children. So he petitioned the Romero Institute, which was the probably best institute on children and protecting children under the late Bishop Romero, who was assassinated in El Salvador. So he went there and he was received, and a commitment was made to come to Oglala Nation to address the children's issue. And so I think we owe it to him on his mission to find and seek help, assistance, or anything that he could get to address the foster children, the children issues. And so by the instituting of the Lakota People's Law Project was that. And that entailed the children, the education, the land, the water, all of it. So Lakota People's Law Project was established from that petition for children. And so having that established, we addressed the Black Hills Are Not for Sale. Initially, Danny Paul Nelson came there with Chase, and we put that sign up, and my gracious friend and supporter advocate, our matriarch, was with us at that time, Marcella LeBeau, and a great warrior, 102 years old. We just buried her on Saturday. She received the French Legion Medal of Honor from the country of France, and they'll be coming here this summer to, they were coming to interview her, but we'll be meeting with the embassy people to commemorate her life. And so we thank her for that. And that's when Lakota People's Law Project came and got involved with us. We held a major conference on that, but the children have always been a factor, major part of our makeup. And so with my own family, I'm very grateful to Heather Thompson in Rapid City, because she found the grave of one of my grandmothers who disappeared from the annuity rolls back in 1918. So her grave was found. Her name was Jen P. Eagle, and they made the connection to my daughter because she had a Wamblikuza, which means pretends eagle in our language. Asked if that was her name. Yes. And then TP ended up calling me, Ina, could you go to the happening event in the Black Hills, because they found our grandmother's grave at the boarding school there, the old boarding school. So a few years ago, we went there and we filmed it. We put up the chairs and the little shawls and dresses for the children they found 45 graves at that cemetery, Mountain View, I think it is, cemetery in Rapid City. So I was very honored that I could have my grandson come and sing her song and send her to the Star Nation. And that was closure from 1918. So my grandfather, who is now, who I just mentioned, Barney Pretenzigo, who was 15 years old in 1907, my grandfather was in the military, and he asked about his brother, where he was. He never came back from Carlisle. He was farmed out to a family, and I think he died from something, but we don't know where he is. We're still looking for his grave in either Pennsylvania or New York, one of the farms from the Carlisle school. But both of my grandfathers were at Carlisle, and one grandfather did not come back. So he's one of the missing. And so they said he was a foster child. He had a family. We were all there. Our grandfathers and grandmothers were two. My grandmother, my grandfather, two of the children whose graves are out there somewhere. We found our grandmother, and we're thankful. But it's 750 graves at Carlisle of Oceti Shakoi, more graves from our people than in Lakota people and Oceti Shakoi at Carlisle than any other group.
Wow. We want to certainly thank you, Phyllis, for your legacy, for your years of dedicated service, and we look forward to years more. And thank you to those in the control room who are sending me messages saying we went over time. Thank you for yeah, I know, right? Anyhow, we want to give it back to Miss Lorrie King, Lila Wopila Tanka. Thank you all for listening in.
Thank you so much, relatives, for spending your time with us today. We still have a lot more to come. We invite you to stay with us for our next up Art is Resistance panel. I'd like to give a special shout out to our American Sign Language team today, who has been providing accessibility to our deaf and hard of hearing relatives. Mr. Dana Walls has been joining us from the Blackfoot and Salish lands, and Holly Newstead, a member of the Mohawk Nation, is joining us from the Northern Pomo lands today. Thank you both so much on behalf of our team and all of our relatives for providing that accessibility. Relatives, stay with us. We hope to see you soon.
La gente ya no aguanta, chango, sonó la alarma. K.O. K.O. La injusticia de siglos serán reveladas. La educación es arma, al pueblo no te engaña. Súmate entonces a esta noble batalla. Vamos creciendo con fuerza, ni derecha ni de izquierda. Aquí se sude raza, llegó la nueva era. El puño en alto por las calles, vamos caminando. La gente de la tierra hoy toma las riendas. Hicieron humillarnos, enterrarnos, aplastarnos. Oye, mira qué alegría. Éramos semilla, tu mente racional, matar, dividir y conquistar. Como el patriarcado, eso pasó de moda. Robarle al pobre pa' tu bolsillo poder llenar. Déjame decirte que, no estás en nada. La ñuque Mapu se defiende como hueso santo. Y vete a la mierda con tu puto Monsanto.
capucho, una bandera. Hacia el sufrir de mi pueblo nació, la cual pedía paz, dignidad y no guerra. No solo somos estudiantes mapuche, primera línea, encapuchados. Somos el dolor, la pena, la rabia, el rencor acumulado. Soy presa, preso político mapuche de la revuelta, encarcelado. Soy el niño del Sena, me fue la infancia, la han arrebatado. Soy el bichi que del allanamiento, al cual ayuda le pegó un disparo. Pues claro, éramos primero en la fila, pero no el tema de referirse. Cuando por tu cuerpo un niño perdió la vida, no hay alto ni medida, no te preguntes la salida. No creo en tu falso discurso, permiso, preferimos morir luchando al que vivir insumiso. Si se le escuchar esto, la piel se deshizo. Imagínate sufrir en mi nación a la cual el Estado termina los quiso. Sabemos, todo tiene su principio y su fin, y que aunque se escuche Hawaiian y liberación nacional mapuche es el comienzo de este cambio, es el comienzo de esta nueva era. Haremos justicia, recuperaremos lo que nos pertenece de cualquier manera.
I wanted to take a little bit of your time just to thank you for your support of Lakota People's Law Project. We want to say thank you and to let you know that you're a crucial part of very important work that will continue on far into the future. Your membership empowers all of our efforts. Lakota Law members make all this possible.
Hello, hello. Anna here, Lakota People's Law Project's Membership Program Manager. I hope you're enjoying all the incredible panels, speakers, and artists as much as I am. This is Lakota Law's first ever Wopila gathering. We intentionally created this event on Giving Tuesday for a couple reasons: to give voice to and celebrate Indigenous communities, and to expand the capacity of allies and accomplices to exist in solidarity and in support of Native peoples. This Giving Tuesday, please give from the heart in support of our Wopila gathering and our shared mission to uphold Native sovereignty. If you aren't already there, please visit lakotalaw.org/Wopila. There, to the right of the live stream, you can donate, become a member with a recurring gift, or start your own fundraiser to share with your community. Thank you again for making the choice to be here. Now, please give what you can as we stand together in solidarity for Indigenous justice. We look forward to sharing the rest of today's program with you and to doing it again next year.
Welcome back, relatives. And if you're just joining us for the first time, I extend a hearty welcome on behalf of Lakota People's Law Project to our first annual Wopila gathering. On behalf of our social media team, I'd like to invite you to stay with us and join us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever your favorite social media platform is, for great content, updates, and of course, up-to-the-minute news and happenings on Indigenous resistance across Turtle Island. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Romero Institute and our favorite project here, Lakota People's Law Project. Today, I am joining you from unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish North African and Irish family brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Chelamela, and Winnefeli peoples in what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If so, pop it in the chat and hold a moment of reverence and space in your heart for those who came before you. Don't know? That's okay too, because we have an app for that. You can download the Native Land app or simply go to nativeland.ca and find out whose land you're on. Pop it in the chat because we'd love to see where you're joining us from. Again, we'd like to extend a special shout out to our relatives providing access today to our deaf and hard of hearing friends who are tuning in. Special shout out to Dana Walls and Holly Newstead, who are joining us from Blackfoot and Salish lands and Northern Pomo lands. Now I would like to welcome you to our last panel of the evening, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. It's in two parts. Welcome to Art as Resistance, Part 1. We're first going to be speaking about visual art and representation. When you think about what gets you through hard times, what is that? What are the things you hold dearest in your heart? Something that has moved you. So many times it's a piece of music. It's something that you see that's captured not just in your mind's eye, but is captured indelibly in your soul. Right now, we're getting ready to welcome Votna and Roberto Jimenez. This panel will be moderated again by our own Chase Iron Eyes. Votna grew up in Los Angeles in the midst of street art, hip hop, and indigenous resistance during the Reagan era. This shaped his future as a founder of the Insurgent Collective. His murals from Duluth to Rapid City have served as visual reminders of indigenous power, perseverance, and resistance. Luis Roberto Lopez Jimenez is Zapotec indigenous from the Central Valleys of the region of Oaxaca, Mexico. He is a designer of full-life plumes and headdresses, bringing to life cultural representations of a second chance at life after death. His pieces are crafted with elements of the region, showcasing how life, art, and death cannot be separated from the land around us. Please join me in welcoming Votna and Roberto. Bienvenido.
Hola, muy buenas noches.
There it is. Very good, Roberto.
En esta noche muy fría aquí en Oaxaca.
Oh, right now you're in Oaxaca. All right. Well, hopefully he can stay connected, brother. And
que me identifica como indígena aquí en mi estado de Oaxaca, en México.
¿Qué nación indígena? ¿A qué nación indígena perteneces? Roberto.
So I don't know. I don't think we have examples of Roberto and Votna's work kind of queued up, but that's okay. We want to encourage everyone who's listening in, everyone who registered, everyone who might share this stream to please go and check out some of their work. This is the first time I'm meeting Roberto, but I've known Votna for, I don't know, a long time, bro. It's been a hot minute here, and Insurgents, NSRGNTS, is growing. It is strong, and I want to congratulate you on your staying power, bro. I see Votna pretty much everywhere I go. Somehow Votna shows up there. So. And I met him at Standing Rock. He was coming out to Standing Rock prior to No Dapple, a long time prior to No Dapple. And so maybe we'll start with Votna, and then Roberto, just be on standby. We want to make sure your audio is good. There's a lot of people who are waiting to meet you.
Me escuchan. Buenas noches.
Okay, all right. It seems like Votan, you might have to do a little bit of translating or something, you know?
That's okay. Yeah, we could do that.
If you could just introduce yourself, Votan, and kind of speak on what you've been doing. And I mean, it's general, bro. I mean, art as resistance. Like, what is the important? Why is art important to you? That's like a big giant question. But we're gonna put the mic in your hands, brother.
Well, hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Votan. I am of Maya and Nawa ancestry. I've been throughout Indian country for the last 21 years doing art. I started off as a vendor selling T-shirts, but obviously we've never placed or put ourselves in a box where that's all we do. It started evolving into different projects. We did, do a lot of workshops with youth, murals, resistance street art, and obviously the brand. So it's just been tons of work throughout. Yeah, we met Chase probably about 15 years ago or something like that. Well, basically, man, I feel that, art is used and has been used for, since the beginning of time. Traditionally, right? Like if you think of any type of art form, whether it's dance, poetry, music, singing or dancing, whatever the case may be, even visual art, it basically furthers the culture, right? So I always like to tell folks that without the art, there is no culture. And as we are exposed to so many things, through traveling and building relationships with communities, we're inspired to create and keep telling those stories through visuals. And one of the interesting things is that nowadays with social media, art or images are what conveys the message, right? Like if you look at even what we use today, emojis to send a message, right? Any type of reaction that you'd like to have, like a laughing emoji, crying, whatever the case may be, those are all images, and they're sending out information. So even in today's times, a lot of times you can't fully tell a story by writing a paragraph on your post, because a lot of people will just scroll right through it. But if you have an image and it's a clever image, it'll have an impact right away. And the important thing about that is that it gets shared, and then the message starts to travel throughout, the cyber world, right? Mm-hmm. So one of the important things too is not to just be intelligent and clever in social media, but also in community, right? I think one of the greatest powers we have as artists is to build relationships, build families in all these communities that have granted us access to their communities.
Thank you for that. Roberto, if you can hear us, brother, just tell us, what kind of art what is art meaning to you, and what kind of mediums you're in? Where can people go to kind of support you or maybe view your work?
Robert. I don't know if you can hear.
Wait, bear with us. We're just gonna everyone listening, just bear with us. We really want Roberto to be able to speak on it. But it sounds like he's at a little fiesta somewhere. Maybe he's promoting his art right now somewhere. I don't know.
¿Me llegan a escuchar? Mi señal es un poco escasa en este momento, pero mi arte, mi cuestión cultural, lo que realizo es darle una segunda oportunidad a la muerte, es darle un alma a la naturaleza muerta que...
Well, real quick, he said that his art is based around giving a second chance to death, to basically bring to life like what people experience as death.
Wow. You know, I don't know if we can get some of Roberto, oh, that's his work right there? Okay. You know, we don't want to, you know, we definitely want to hear from Roberto, but it also, we didn't know this, it was going to require Votan to translate. And Votan is telling us that Roberto in his work is talking about surviving death, dealing with, you know, maybe looking at death not as some inevitable thing that we've all got to be afraid of, or you know, whatever the Western world and how some of those traditions deal with these concepts, like, you know, death or resurrection or deliverance or salvation. Just hearing Votan speak, he described art not necessarily as, because I've been following Votan for a while, and I've been wearing Votan's art for a while. And he always gives me, you know, I buy one thing and he'll give me something else at a reduced price, or I hate to bro price him, you know what I mean? We don't do that to each other. As Indigenous artists, we always pay full price. But he's just got, with the Zapatista art, and I don't know where on the map Oaxaca is. That's where Roberto is at. And thank you for showing some of Roberto's work. There you go. I've seen that work with the headdress, with the, looks like corn tassels. I'm not quite sure what those are. I've seen that before. That's amazing. But so we want the audience, the people who are listening in, to know that art is also how we speak. Art is how we dance, whether we're dancing in an arena or we're dancing in ceremonial grounds. Art is how we dress, the things that we use to symbolize and express. Art is the song, you know, the different songs that have come to our different cultures, the different indigenous cultures. Art is our medicine that has empowered us over time through untold millennia. That this is these are some of the foundations. We're talking speaking about symbols, as Votan is saying. These revolutions, these liberation movements happen in the spiritual conception in the first place. You see something, and it speaks much louder and goes much quicker to your essence than me speaking words or you reading words. When you see the symbols represented, or maybe the colors, art can have it changes the course of history, really. So Votan, if you want to see, try to ask Brother Roberto if he can still hear us.
Roberto, ¿sí nos escuchas?
Sí, sí los escucho.
Ok. Entonces, ¿quieren saber sobre el significado de tu arte? Si puedes compartir eso con nosotros, por favor.
Cada tocado, en cada tocado, en cada instalación artística que realizo, dándole la importancia de mi pueblo indígena en cada puesta que realizo. Los tocados aquí en Oaxaca son muy escasos, en México son muy escasos, con lo que yo realizo, que es la naturaleza muerta. Toda la naturaleza que yo ocupo, no la corto, toda la selecciono, la recolecto en el campo, donde los pueblos indígenas, que ahora sí que lo que realizan aquí, aparte de los textiles, es esta forma de dar arte, darle vida, darle esa segunda oportunidad a lo que muchos consideran basura, y para mí no es basura, simplemente es darle esa alma, esa segunda oportunidad, darle vida.
Hold up, you're on mute, brother.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah. So basically what he's saying is that a lot of the headdresses that are portrayed by these folks wearing them is collected, items that he finds in open fields at times. And his thought process behind that is to give life to those things that are considered trash or dead or useless, right? And then he kind of brings them back to life by making people wear these headdresses, textiles as well. But for the most part, he focuses a lot on headdresses, using an array of different items, I guess.
I mean, Votan recently, when we're speaking about headdresses, you can see the work see it represented in Roberto's work. And I get it now, giving a resurrected life to materials that Roberto is finding, and it may have been discarded and it may have been forgotten about, but he's reclaiming it and repurposing what he's finding. And you can see some of his work there. What's his Instagram profile? Is it under Roberto Jimenez? I can see that we're sharing this from Instagram, but we definitely want to give people some pointers on where to link up with Insurgents. That is insurgents.com. Robert Jimenez. I can't really necessarily read that. I must be getting old, bro. I need bifocals up in here. There you go. Robert H. Jimenez designer. So we want to urge everyone listening, we please go follow these guys. Look if you just look at what they're doing. Votan, he has his own as his own creator, Votan, but also Insurgents is definitely is one of his brands. And he shared an image, and we don't have that image, but it's an old image of it's a pre. Can you just explain what it is, bro? Do you know what I'm talking about with the bustle?
Recently.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah. So we love to constantly talk about a borderless continent, right? So doing research, but most importantly, traveling is what has exposed us to so much across the entire continent. And then we put that together into somewhat of a meme, right? Because that's how, we communicate a lot these days. So we came across some of these cylinders that are hand painted, that are perhaps, I would say hundreds of years old. They're dated to 600 to 800, after what Common Era, right?
Yep.
And they're created in Central America by a Maya community. The Maya community also expands. It's not just in Central America, it's in Mexico as well. And in South America, there's a lot of communities that perhaps no longer identified as being Maya, but it's the same traditional art, same dances and songs. But anyways, in actually several of those cylinders, there's paintings of men and women wearing eagle bustles while they're in a ceremony or while they're performing a dance. And we were able to see that and make that connection and connect it to a lot of the nations, in the northern plains, especially in the powwow environment, right, where we see the eagle bustles present. So it's interesting to note that and to see that, the influence and the sharing of tradition, surpasses any border, right? Because eagle bustles are obviously as well in Canada, but we never acknowledge the fact that they exist and existed, in Mexico and Central America and perhaps even South America as well. One of the posts we're going to be doing soon as well is based around the word Wakan, right?
Yep.
We've had this conversation, you used to wear the shirt with the Wu-Tang logo, and we wrote Wakan before Wakanda and the whole the Black Panther, you know what I mean, movie and its influence. We were talking about the word and how the word appears throughout the entire continent. One of the most amazing experiences that I've had speaking about that word was we were doing murals in the Amazon in Ecuador, and there's a nation of indigenous people there called the Shuar. And if you look them up, they were the folks that were actually never conquered, and the Spanish conquistadors stayed away from them because they were infamous for the head shrinking, right? Well, we went to that community and we started having conversations. We got to know the community leader, and he's like, "Hey, you're the guy that does shirts too, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I went into town and I went on Facebook. I have a Facebook page, and I saw your page, and I saw a shirt that has a image of a yellow W, and it says Wakan." And he asked me, "What does that mean?" And I told him, "Well, for a lot of the nations up north, as well as in Central America, it's like it's like powerful, it's sacred, it's energy, it's essence." And he goes, "Hey, that's our word." And I was like, "What does it mean for you?" And he's like, "Well, for us, that's what it means, the spirit, the Wakan that is in things." And I was like, "That's crazy. How is that possible that the folks that live in the Amazon that were considered isolated tribes have the same word that means the same thing?" And then through those travels, we came across other nations, you know, that use the word similarly, perhaps dropping the N. So Waka, for example, for the Quichua, you know, it means sacred, you know, things or things that are sacred for ceremony or temples. Even for ourselves as Maya people, like the Milky Way is called Wakachan, right? The tree in heaven, or the heavenly tree, which is the Milky Way. Also in the Nawa language, you know, there was a place called Siwakan, and according to the tradition of the Nawa cosmos, that means like sacred women or medicine women. So this word has shown up, and through, you know, evolution and colonization, we disconnected from, you know, our folks from down south and up north, because there's other languages that came in and basically created fragmentations between us as a people as well.
Wow, you know what? That's the first time I heard that word for the Milky Way. Chanku Nari, that's our word for that. But your word for Milky Way is Cha Wakan, or Wakan Cha, is the Sundance tree that in the Lakota way. T-O-T Wakan, you know, the place where sacred lives within this house or this place. That's and we might have a good brother who's a linguist from Lakota, because I have a very kind of a basic grasp of Lakota, but through our travels, you know, being able to interface and just meet new people and learn new things, it impacts what we know, and what we're able to grasp expands. If Roberto, if you can hear us, can you tell us about Oaxaca, and, you know, how your art is reflective of your culture, and what, you know, what your indigenous culture is, and how it informs your work? Votan, can you help me out with that with him?
Roberto dice que si nos podrías hablar un poco más de tu cultura, y cómo es representada a través de tu arte.
Bueno, buenas. Mi cultura es zapoteca. Aquí en Oaxaca somos 8 regiones. De Oaxaca se divide en estas 8 regiones, entonces cada región tiene su idioma, tiene su dialecto, tiene la cultura, tiene sus tradiciones. Yo represento arte se representa al momento de respetarlo, de dar al mundo a conocer lo que realmente es Oaxaca, que es cultura, que es tradición, que tenemos aquí en Oaxaca, decimos nosotros Guelaguetza. La Guelaguetza para nosotros es nuestra festividad más grande para los oaxaqueños, es una fiesta a nivel Latinoamérica enorme, donde Guelaguetza significa hoy por ti, mañana por mí. Si tú necesitas un apoyo, yo te apoyo y mañana será por mí. Guelaguetza es dar, regalar, dar gracias a la Madre Tierra, dar gracias a nuestra diosa que se llama Ticitl, la cual la represento.
Huge dance that is called Guelaguetza, which is today for me, tomorrow for you, where it's a gratitude dance, and it's shared throughout all the community, not just in Oaxaca, but globally. People engage in that, and he said it's about looking out for each other.
Aquí los oaxaqueños en la Guelaguetza, que es en el mes de julio, se reúnen las 8 regiones y dan como regalo lo que la tierra les regaló, es decir, los cultivos, los tejidos, todo lo que realizan en todo el año se regala en esa ocasión para todos los turistas, ya sea extranjeros o nacionales. Y aquí, como te digo, le damos gracias a la Madre Tierra, a nuestra diosa Ticitl, que es la diosa del maíz, porque como decimos los oaxaqueños, todos somos hijos del maíz.
Is that they celebrate the goddess of corn, and they give great gratitude to her. They make offerings, but they also feed foreigners and tourists that come to the community, that all the 8 regions come together to feed folks and to also acknowledge the crops and the regalia that is created from all of this.
Wow. Entonces, mis tocados, mis penachos, que son de naturaleza muerta, le doy ese significado y le doy esa alma.
So I think in some way, what he does with his work is not just take those ways from that dance, but also like incorporate some of the beliefs that are in those dances into his work of art. You know what I mean? So it's not just something that is celebrated on that day, but it's more like a constant celebration through his work.
Looked like he was trying to say something real quick there.
No les gusta, no me han criticado y me han dicho que es ramas y palitos. No les gusta lo que realizo. En cambio, en el mundo extranjero, a ustedes por esta invitación tan hermosa, en Canadá, en Europa, mi trabajo ha sido reconocido. Ahorita mi arte se está exponiendo en fotografía en París y en Singapur, y próximamente nos vamos a Suecia con fotografía con mis tocados.
A lot of times is ridiculed, by indigenous people in his community, that they refer to it as just sticks and branches. But he said that it's actually resonated and created a lot of support in the U.S., especially with organizations like Lakota Law. But also he said that he's being invited to Sweden and Singapore. And in Europe, there's a lot of love for his work.
You know what? We want to thank you for that, Roberto. Votan, we have to wrap up. Maybe just tell him, Lila Wopila, muchas gracias, and then you can close us out, bro.
Roberto dice que muchas gracias por haber estado presente y compartir con la comunidad acá tu trabajo.
No, muchísimas gracias a ustedes por la invitación. Estoy aquí en la Sierra Juárez, en Oaxaca. No tengo mucha señal por si no me llegué a escuchar bien, pero estoy en una casa que me prestaron aquí internet porque no hay aquí en esta comunidad. Aquí estoy con los indígenas mazatecos o con los indígenas realizando un proyecto cultural para mostrarles al mundo lo que realicemos también. Gracias.
He's very grateful to be part of this, that you guys were able to share his work. He said he's been cutting in and out because he's in a very remote area with the Mazatec people in Oaxaca, and that, Wi-Fi is super scarce up there. But thank you for the opportunity.
Any closing comments you might have, Votna? You can go ahead and carry us out, brother.
Well, I think, one of the greatest things about doing the work that we do is the whole process of learning. And also, again, I'd like to emphasize on building community, on getting to know folks, and, create inspiration, but also be inspired by the folks that we come across. We'd like people to check out the work that we do and also feel inspired by some of the work that we do, so that we can get inspired by the work that they're doing. I think there's a necessity for more Native muralists out there, for more Native graphic designers, art of any type or kind, you know what I mean? Especially street art. Like, there's not too many Native street artists out there, and we feel like there needs to be an infinite amount, because sometimes you have to take art to the streets to be able to carry a message across. Luckily, within the last couple of months, we've been able to access billboards and say some of the things that we were never able to say publicly, like we're doing today. So, it's amazing to push the boundary, push the envelope. We live in a capitalist country, man. Like, we have to be able to take the opportunities and transform that. You know what I mean? Take advantage of the situation so that we can bring hope and empowerment to any community, even non-Native communities. We love to see people engage, become educated, uplift, and hold up, the movements that are basically sparking throughout Indian country.
Roger that. And absolutely, man. We got to take all the tools and technology that come our way. And just like Sitting Bull said, you pick up what's good, what's useful, what's not. You can just let that chill over there. But we use it to empower our process for liberation. Anyway, Votna, man, good to see you, brother. We'll sign this out. Stay tuned, you guys. We've got a whole nother 35 minutes of performance art scheduled for you. But thank you again, Votna.
Relatives, thank you so much for staying with us. We're moving on to part 2 and our final act. Are you ready? We're so honored that you could spend the day with us. Again, on behalf of our social media team, I'd like to invite you to keep the party going and not let it stop just because the live stream ends. Please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, whatever your favorite social platform is, for great content and updates on Indigenous resistance across Turtle Island. Also, please reach out and support, like, and follow all of our participants who have poured their heart and souls into being a part of today's Wopila celebration. In case you're just joining us, welcome to the first annual Wopila gathering of the Lakota People's Law Project. My name is Lorrie King, and I have the great honor of serving as the Special Projects Director for Lakota People's Law Project and their parent organization, the Romero Institute. Today, I'm joining you from the unceded and occupied Muskogee territory in the colonial state of Georgia. My Jewish, North African, and Irish family brought me up on the lands of the Wapo, Kalapuya, Winnefeli, and Chelamela peoples in what is known as Northern California and Western Oregon. Do you know whose land you're on? If you do, please drop it in the chat because we'd love to see where you're joining us from. If you don't, please take a moment to download the Native Land app or simply go to nativeland.ca and let us know where you're joining from. Coming into the second part of our Art as Resistance panel, it is my great honor to welcome back our friend Akawui, who joined us earlier today. Akawui is a singer-songwriter who was born in Quebec from Chilean and Mapuche origins. His father introduced him to South American folk music at the tender age of 3 years old. From then on, he spent his childhood basking in the streets of Montreal and Vancouver with his father's band playing traditional Andean music. These experiences, along with his deep connection with his Amerindian and Chilean heritage, have inspired Akawui's unique musical blend. For urban alternative music lovers around the world, Akawui merges many tribal musical genres, including cumbia, First Nations, and Andean music, along with the contemporary sounds of EDM and hip-hop. He blends tribal and modern together for a rich sound and percussion. His lyrics convey an awakened and uplifting message. His primary goal with his art is to break down psychological barriers and prove that it is through union and mixing that one can grow and become stronger. Keys IMC is a Pawnee, Seminole, and Mexican indigenous hip-hop artist, producer, activist, and educator who has been working in environmental, social justice, as well as cultural preservation, prevention, and leadership building. He has performed across Turtle Island and overseas for many years and has been featured in feature films and documentaries. His music has been featured across TV, documentary, and film works. He co-founded the indigenous hip-hop group Culture Shock Camp and also the Pawnee Camp during the Standing Rock Water is Life movement. We're also welcoming Bobby Sanchez, who is a 26-year-old Quechua Wari full-time artist who makes amazing poetry, music, and visual art. Bobby is also a model and fitness enthusiast whose performances embody resistance. Welcome, relatives. We're so honored that you can join us.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
My compuche is, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Nice.
Do we, wait, can you say your name again? Is
Akawui.
it
Akawui.
Akawui?
Akawui, yes.
Maybe we should start there. If you, both of you, I see the Wopila flag. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but the flag in the background up there, I always make sure that we have one of those on hand because of just the ongoing struggle for indigenous sovereignty, indigenous liberation, Mother Earth liberation. I want to give you guys a chance to introduce yourself. And if I don't know if anybody is trying to, share some of your art, but definitely if you could each just introduce yourself quickly, and then I'll ask you a few questions.
Bobby Sanchez, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, we start with Bobby.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bobby. I do poetry, music, and visual art. So I'm happy to be here today. I'm born and raised in Lenape land, also known as New York, and I've come out with 3 EPs in the last year, and I'm releasing a poetry book soon. So that's pretty much it about me.
All right. Thank you, Bobby.
So, my Pupeñi Pulamien. Hi, everyone, brothers and sisters. My name is Akawui Riquelme. I'm a Chilean Mapuche author, composer, born and raised in Montreal, Canada, Turtle Island. Been to Chile since I'm the age of 5. Started doing Andean music with my father here, busking in the streets since the age of 5 through across Canada. And released an EP in 2017. Working on an album for the last 5 years. But and I have a clothing brand called, also known as Kusandina, which it has everything with the indigenous and urban identity. So pretty much is what I wear. It's kind of the same thing as what I do musically, So that's about it.
I see. Thank you for that, Akawui. And it looks like Keese was able to join us. Hopefully you can hear everything, brother. Hopefully you could hear the other participants, Bobby and Akawui. This is I don't know if you've ever met Keese. I see Keese from time to time. It's kind of like Votna. I see him and I'm like, memories flood in. But I definitely want to give Keith an opportunity to introduce himself. If you can hear us, brother, can you hear us right now? He's we hope to get him through here.
Brother, you're muted. I had the chance to meet Keith like 2 years ago. Awesome guy.
Here, while we're figuring out the audio there, maybe can we'll maybe defer to Bobby. Just kind of tell us, what your art means to you, what you consider art to be, and how you got started in it. Why it's important.
Well, art's important for me because I think it's definitely a part of my culture. So growing up, I've always been exposed to the arts. Going to powwows at age 4 or 5 in New York was really fun, and being exposed to my culture as well. I think he's having trouble with his audio. Yeah, so art is important to me because it's part of my culture, but it's also a way for me to express myself. Growing up, feeling like I don't have a voice. So it's definitely given me a voice, poetry and music, and it's made me feel like I can make an impact, on the community and give other people a voice.
Appreciate that. If you could, Akawui, if you could just generally speak to that, what that art means to you, the different forms it's taken, and why it's important to you. What sort of meaning and purpose, what has it given to you?
First of all, I mean, art as an individual, I think it's what makes you express yourself, right? Or else you go nuts. You need to like express yourself, any type of art, right? But as an artist, it's a reflection. Art is a reflection of modern life, what's going on. And as an artist, you're supposed. I think it's useful for you to do to talk about what's going on in today's life. So if you're an engaged artist, what we call, I think every artist should be engaged in as an activist, or else you do just pop music and it has, for me at least, it has it doesn't have a lot of value, or it but you should try to and myself as a Mapuche Chilean, my art is gonna be to reflect indigenous cause and across the world, actually, because then when you start digging in, you realize that we're all related, all related, and I think that's the beauty of it, to try to make leave this world and say, you know what, we did something, with meaningful.
I appreciate that. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is Akawui, and that is where you find his the social media associated with his art right there at the bottom of the screen. Bobby Sanchez has also joined us, and she there's a flag up there right behind him that I'm not quite sure. I wish we had somebody who could kind of expound on that flag. I just always have one available to show solidarity with South American indigenous struggles. Maybe Keith, can you hear us at this time? Try to. Let's try one more time to get your audio on. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. All right. Okay, so. Wait, can you hear me? What that is? Maybe the control can. It might be coming right from either my computer or I'm not sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, maybe let me just turn it over and please go ahead and introduce yourself and speak about maybe what you've been up to lately, brother. It's really good to see you and just speak on the title of the panel is art as resistance, but it's the last one was sort of visual, symbological. This one is performative, and we just want to know your take on that. What does art mean to you?
What up? My name's Keith, and you can hear me, right? You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. My name is Keith. Magazi, Kachahuki, Jaho, Jifkados. I'm a Skeety and Chawi Pawnee, and those are my two tribes on my Pawnee side. And I'm also a Nogazogi, which is a bear clan of the Seminole. And so I come from the Pawnee and Seminole, and also Mexican. Man, I've been doing art for many years. I like to say sometimes, I was there back in the day when like this new form of indigenous empowerment in the 90s to early 2000s started to grow. I was there, I saw it, I was a part of it, and it's just amazing to see it grow every decade. Art is powerful. Art is ancient. Art for us as Pawnee and Seminole, it comes from animal powers. It comes from the stars. It comes from our connection to the cosmos. It comes to our connection to all creations and life. The four-legged, the Pahaku Akitaru, all the waters and all those things that we're connected to. So for me, art is about making that connection to creation, understanding that it has a life, understanding that it has a spirit. And when you understand that and you feel that, you understand the long suffering that not only the earth has gone through, but us as indigenous people have gone through. And in that long suffering is how we as indigenous people find ourselves. And that's what art is to me. You find yourself through your own journey. Your life is like an art piece. Your life has a beginning and an end, and in between is that journey. It's those brushstrokes, it's those performances, it's those conversations, it's those falls, those trials, tribulations, the struggles and the beauties and the awards. To me, that's what art is.
Thank you for that, man. Bobby, we want to give you some space to do some of your performance art. And I understand that you've got something for the viewing audience and for the people. We definitely want to support your work. And again, in the comment sections, we will put in links to all of your each of you all here, your social media, wherever people can connect with you, wherever people can find out more about your work and even support your work. That's what we're trying to do here is give back. But we do want to give Bobby Sanchez room to deliver some of the art, if you would, please.
What's up? So I'm gonna do a poem. This one's called "We Are Still Here." Chemical runoff polluting the waterways, destroying communities, no place for the fish to run away, toxic water. And I'm looking at the pipelines. Light pollution makes it hard to see the stars at nighttime. More than just a piece of paper that you can sign. Environmental reparations for Indigenous and Black lives, targeting communities. Look at the placements of the dumping grounds. It's funny they always throw the seeds out whenever carving pumpkins out. That's a microcosm, metaphorically applicable to Indigenous perspectives, thinking our philosophies are mystical, but we don't get credit for sustainable traditions. Homelessness was not a thing before the Spanish Inquisition, and you're lying if you think our native cultures were primitive, because back in ancient times you wouldn't even need a stimulus. Poverty was invented in the land of Europe. Listen to the sound of wind, it carries purpose. Water is life. It's more than just a movement. It's an Indigenous phrase we should all start using. Shout out to the elders and Indigenous youth. LaDonna Brave, Bull Allard, and Winona LaDuke, Mapuche, Lakota, Quechua, Anishinaabe. Environmental justice is not just a trending topic. This change in our policies is out of necessity. Cooking up a revolution is a secret. What's the recipe? Politicians need to listen to the voice of the First Nations. We need environmental policies more than just legislation. I'm talking about a shift in the consciousness of humanity, recognizing Mother Earth is part of all of our families. Stop line 3, don't let this pipeline pass. Water protectors, they protect the land. Native land stolen and they keep polluting. For corporate interest, toxicity producing. Their arresting water protectors feels like colonization. Hydro fracking and tar sanding is extermination. These indigenous lands that are forcibly taken, cutting trees, digging for oil, it's deforestation. I'm losing my patience. Too much environmental discrimination. We need representation for the voice of the First Nations, more than just a check of repayment. We need the fossil fuel industry to be eliminated. We've lost our connection to our ancestral lands. Nature is not for conquest or for human hands. Colonized fingertips leaving your prints on soil. Most people only care about the price of oil, but native civilization predates those concepts. Money, caste system, let me give you context. They dig into the land in the name of science, but this is land exploitation at its finest. One must be uncomfortable in order to grow, like a seed buried underneath the river that flows. One must grow beyond environmental ignorance because natural resources are not infinite. Change the way you think about human consumption. The only thing you're thinking about is mass production, the price of the economy, and tax reduction. The sad thing about the system is it doesn't function. The answer to our problems is sustainability. Earth's energy can provide all of our electricity, and it can also do this way more efficiently than fossil fuel facilities that produce toxicity, carcinogenic breathing, asthma, causing inability to breathe with purpose, affecting your stability. Please ask yourself, what's my environmental capability? The Gulf Stream is changing. Better check your proximity. Continue to speak up for environmental justice. Talk with purpose and speak with substance. Protest, hashtag educate, true search, appreciate the sky, wind, water, and earth. Thank you.
Yo, we're in the cipher now, man. There's a hocho card that was created. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. You know what, Akawui, I want to throw it back to you. When we, art as resistance, that's a broad topic. Hearing Keith speak makes me think of hip hop, the origins of hip hop, how indigeneity incorporated what hip hop became as a method of expression. And so I want to give you a chance to speak on how indigeneity and hip hop blended for you. What does that mean for you in your art?
Hip hop, it's a way to express yourself, right? I started, as I said, like with Andean music as a kid, and being surrounded with what we call it folklorical music, and with Peruvian, Bolivian, Ecuadorians. I've been here in First Nation communities, and when I discovered hip hop as a rapper, when I started rapping, I just started rapping maybe 5 years ago. Before I used to sing, so for me it was like, well, I need to spread a message. So rapping is a way to express a message, but most of all, musically, for me, it's really important the music, and I start putting some little riff in quenas, in zampoñas, putting some charango, putting some I remember the first song, something really important to happen. I got introduced, and I had the blessing to be a part of a powwow drum from Ganawage. And I was like 5 years in the powwow trail, drumming and singing. So I got introduced to and that's how I met. That's how I met Keys in New York City. Actually, we were busking, my friend and I, T Cloud from Mi'kmaq Nation. So all these rhythms and music, I started incorporating them into hip hop, and spreading messages, like Bobby Sanchez did, which was amazing, by the way. And that's for me the beauty of music, of hip hop, and it's a way to express a message in a different way, but most of it with the music. I think we talk hip hop, but I considering myself like a musician. Like I want to put some quality music and put the important thing is to be able to put some indigeneity in music, in what, why not? Like when A Tribe Called Red came out with some powwow, electric powwow, I was like, what is that? That for me it was beauty, and that for me they opened a huge door. Like, this is possible, and we can make this.
It's we've seen that throughout what is now called powwow, the bustles, the art, the expression that goes along with all of that. We have the authority to adapt, to evolve. Now, I want to throw it back to Keese, because we've done art as resistance. I mean, Keese was at Standing Rock, Pawnee Camp, and I was there that day, September 3rd, brother. And I was also there, whatever the date was, in Washington, D.C. for the inaugural Indigenous Peoples Movement March. And Keese was inside that whirlwind that catapulted and just is a pivotal moment in the symbology or how we're juxtaposed with what is now seen as the radical fringe, right? That was the MAGA hat kids at Covington Catholic and Nathan Phillips, Elder Nathan Phillips. Keese was there. And I wanted to say that for the record. Thank you for being there, brother. But I wanted to put that back in your hands too. If you have, what does that mean to you? Your indigeneity plus hip hop. A lot of times through the colonial process, we've been through a lot. I mean, before hip hop, it was the Western culture. It was cowboys in all of the agrarian agricultural lifestyle that came with that. Our people kind of emulated that. But now with hip hop, where do you see our potential with indigeneity and hip hop? What does that mean to you?
Just want to thank you, Chase, Lakota Law Project, Brother Akawui, Bobby Sanchez, to be able to share this platform, all the people who spoke prior to us here tonight. My brother Votna, haven't seen him in a long time. What's up, Idadi? Our voices as Indigenous people have spirit, whether we're speaking or whether we're singing. We have a connection to all creation. We have a connection to every rare metal, every fossil fuel that's in the earth, and every plant that's on top of the earth. In order to activate the energy of those things, we use our voice. We use the spirit we have that's given to us from the cosmos, creator, from Ticitl, Ibo Funga, and we have the ability to activate all these things around us. So if we can activate all these things around us and even in the earth, because they all have a spirit, we were given the ability to connect to all things and all creations in the earth and on the earth, then we have the ability to shift the energy. We have the ability to change the energy, which means whenever we speak, whenever we dance, whenever we use our drums, the hakupiru, sacred drum, we have the ability to add to the beauty of this world. In this world, there are many people. They have many ways, many songs, many journeys. Us as Indigenous people, we have our way, which is beautiful. We're beautiful people. We've come through so much long suffering. We've made it this far. We all have made it because our ancestors died and survived so that we could be here. But in order to survive, what carries you through? The songs, the prayers, the gathering. The one thing that allowed us to maneuver through the historical trauma, because we always talk about historical trauma, was our historical love, our historical spirit. That's what pushes us forward. That's what the enemy and all those who work for the enemy try to destroy. So whenever we use our voices in hip hop, we play a part in hip hop in the present, but not only the present, but we play a part in how hip hop was created. These are all unwritten histories. But as Indigenous people, we know through our songs and our oral history and the stories that are passed down from family to family is that we play a part in the creation of where hip hop comes from in its roots. Whether it be old black spirituals, whether it be blues, jazz, funk, soul, R&B, to hip hop. Indigenous people have a direct connection to those. A lot of people will say, well, no, that's not true. But what is truth? Truth is what we interpret that's passed down from our ancestors, from our people, from our oral history. And that truth comes from a higher power, ancestors, star people, our songs. Just like with the United States military. When you join the military and you're marching, you do a cadence. What is a cadence? A call and response. You, hey, sound off, bring it on down, 1, 2, 1, 2. Those songs came from our Stajati people, our Creek Seminole people. Those songs came from a time whenever we were utilizing those songs in war, 3 wars with the United States government. Why did they take our songs? Why did they take our songs and use them as a part of their military structure? Because the stories told is that they couldn't understand how the Seminole were such fierce warriors. Maybe it's their songs, maybe it's their prayers. And so they appropriate and take. And so that's what the United States government did. They took our songs, ceremonial prayer songs, and made them their cadences. Stolen knowledge, stolen wealth, stolen culture for their purpose. But we reclaim that. We reclaim that just like we reclaim our names, we reclaim our villages, our homes, and just how we reclaim our part in music history. So when you look at those songs, I heard Grandmaster Cash in New York recently on a post. He said that when they first started doing hip hop was created from cadence. And they would be on the hip hop going, everybody come on, say, yeah, yeah, ho, ho. Cadence. It comes from somewhere. This is Grandmaster Cash. This is what the founders are saying. So we have a part in hip hop. Just like our old tribal songs play a part in all of that. And that's the beauty of being able to tell our story as Indigenous people. How me as a Seminole, a Pawnee, am a part of hip hop. And that's why I was drawn to Public Enemy in 1989 when they were saying fight the power. And they had their fists up. And I saw our black people uniting. When I saw that, it wasn't that I saw our black people uniting, but I felt the spirit come out of the screen of Yo MTV Raps and touch my heart. And I thought, I didn't see color. I thought, that's me. That's what I am. I don't know what it is, but I feel it. And that's the ancient genetic memory and historical love of how we're tied to these frequencies through music that only reaches out and grabs us in 2021. And it's going to grab the next generation and the next generation. And they're going to realize that we're beautiful people as Indigenous people. This is where Creator put us. And even though we're a small minority in this country, you know, what we've brought to the culture of this country is beautiful. So for me, hip hop has always been a part of my life. When I met Dr. Dre in 1989 at the NWA Public Enemy concert, when he shook my hand and he said, "What's up, my man? Keep rapping." Changed my life. Spiritual exchange of energy. And so here I am today, speaking, performing, cultural practitioner, doing ceremonies, putting it all together. To me, that's hip hop. That's survival. That's beauty. And that's thriving. Aho.
That, brother. That's we have that authority to adapt and to incorporate what we see as empowering in our road. And I want to thank you for that. We're running short, guys. So, you know, I will give you each a few minutes. We'll start with Akawui. Oh, no, wait. No, we'll start with Bobby and then Akawui and then Keese. If you could just spend a couple minutes with closing comments, anything that you might have missed. We're running short up on time here, but we do want to give you each a closing comment. So thank you. Go ahead, Bobby.
So thanks for having me. Appreciate everyone who organized this event. And if you're interested in listening to my music or poetry, Bobby Sanchez Music on Instagram. Thank you.
And we'll try to get everybody's handles and tags from Instagram to Twitter to Facebook. We've been trying to get those in the chats. Thank you. Very good to meet you, Bobby Sanchez, and power to the people. Thanks for flying that flag. Akawui?
The Wopila, yeah, that's the Andine, kind of like a confederation of Andine nations, you know. Wopila, you had it right, brother. Oh, well, just want to say thank you, Lakota Law, for this, for inviting me to this event, and I'm just grateful to be a part of this movement of Indigenous artists, and there's there's a new consciousness shifting, a new era coming up. So we just gotta keep driving and being resilient, like the way we know. And thank you guys. Can follow me on social medias and all these beautiful artists that are here today, and we'll just keep shining. And que viva la raza, my sister says. That's right, que viva la raza. And there's a big thing about identity, but I think now what Mapuche Chilean, you know, a lot of people in Chile, this is really important. A lot of people in Chile right now are starting to have like Mapuche's people's back, because they realize that there's a lot of more connection when you're Latin, when you're Chilean, for Mapuche, and that's what I would like to tell a lot of Latin countries, you know, Colombian and whatever, Bolivian, Ecuador, Peru, Mexico. We're more indigenous than Spaniards, you know. So once we get that type of mentality, you know, we're gonna be unstoppable, and we're gonna. So there you go. Que viva la raza, and aho.
How, Wopila, thank you for that. Yes, of course, we could spend more time. Thank you for keeping it short and sweet and direct, live and direct. That was Akawui, and Keese will give you the last word on the panel, and then we'll gavel us out, brother.
Oh. That song was created during Standing Rock. It's a spiritual song. It came from the Pakararuka Atu Akitaru, came from the ancestors as a gift. And they say when these things are given to us, they're given to us as gifts. They don't belong to us. They move through us like a hollowed bone, a chakusu, a wiskaru, like a sacred pipe. And when it moves through us, it teaches us how to be. It gives us the lesson. And they say the longest road that you're ever going to travel is from your mind to your spirit. And that's that journey. And so on that journey, we believe that whenever we sing or whenever we heal or when we grow, when we step into our destiny, that when that spirit moves through us, it's a song, it's words, it's inspiration, and it's to inspire and encourage the people. And not only that, to inspire us too as people, because we're always growing. And what I believe, and one thing that my father always would say when I would leave the house, he would always say, make a friend. That's powerful. What does it mean to make a friend? To make a friend maybe means to make amends, to reconcile, to find healing, to find understanding, or to just love the people as much as you strive to love yourself. And that's healing. And in saying that, in this song, it says, Noah, Mini Wachoni, Data Chikstahu. And that song is basically two languages coming together in one. And it represents our Pawnee camp at Standing Rock. The Lakota Dakota and the Pawnee were ancient enemies, had many battles, many deaths, many massacres. But we came together in a time to where we put aside that difference. We put aside that historical trauma and that pain. And we said we're here to unite in solidarity spiritually against a common enemy. And so that song represents two languages coming together to saying that we can come together. We can find a way. We can find that healing together through pain, because it's the love that carries us forward. And so that song says Noah, which in Pawnee means like you're acknowledging something or someone or a place. And then it says Mini Wachoni, which the Lakota say is like the water of life, or water is life. We're acknowledging Noah, Mini Wachoni. We're acknowledging that water of life, that Kirirasitu Waruksti. And the last word says Tata Chikstahu, which means from my sacred place here, from my feelings, my deepest feelings, I'm giving thanks to that water, because water is life. We can't live without water. And our words are like water. Our words can be like water to people. It can be healing to people. What is water in a sweat? What is the vapor? It's the breath of life from Creator that humbles us and brings us to a place where we tell our human side that we can't go any further. We need help. And that's what we strive to see in this world, is for our people to ask for help. What is asking for help? Asking for help is saying, make a friend, to help your people, help your tribe, help your family, help your children, help the young ones, and learn, and so that, to me, that's music. Music is healing. These words are healing. And I wanted to say that much. I'm an Indigenous hip hop artist, activist, producer, and I thank Creator for allowing me to be at amazing moments at the right time, like meeting Brother Akawui, meeting you, Chase, and all the other relatives that have been on this. We're all beautiful people. We're good people. We're beautiful people. And to me, that's what hip hop made me feel like when I was a kid. It made me feel empowered. It made me feel alive. It made me feel like I had a place, and there was hope, and there was a future. And the future is creating, writing, telling the stories, making the beats, inspiring the people. It's a gift. Doesn't belong to me. It's for the people. That's all I want to say. Tata chicks to iri weterahi hidimahi mado.
Kanka. Wana unkiglushta. Lila Wopila. Thank you for that. Kees and Akawui, just thanks for sharing the gift, dropping them jewels, and encouraging and empowering. We will carry this on and make it part of our path here, brother. Wana unkiglushta. We're finished. Lila Wopila. Thank you guys for doing this. Let's transition to our next very brief presenter. He is a very, very good friend of the Lakota People's Law Project and the Romero Institute and their founders, Danny Sheehan and Sarah Nelson. Tatanka, this is the name that I know him as, the name that he goes by. He's a lifelong revolutionary, a lifelong activist, somebody who is seeking justice, purpose, and building bridges. I've built many bridges with Tatanka, and it's just my honor to introduce him. I'm always grateful for thinking of me and linking me with different causes, different pursuits to defend our common humanity. Lila Daya Yahipelo, Daya Wachianka. It's really good to see you, Tatanka. I want to turn the mic over to you, brother.
Wopila, thank you so much, Chase Iron Eyes. Thank you for the invitation. I have only got on about a half hour, and then I caught the last part, Chase, with you, with the young artists. Very, very inspirational. It's no accident we're all here. Two hearts, one drum. Our money is energy. Think of the donation as Minimakoni, as water to life, as breath of life, as a gift of energy. I'm here and given 2 minutes to encourage you to become a member of LPLP, of Lakota People's Law Project. Give a one-time, more importantly, I think, give monthly, which is what myself and my wife do. So we are all seeking the same things, those of us in this movement together. Lakota water protectors have earned all our trust and respect. They're not just there for themselves. They're there for all of us. I like to think of this donation, and I want to encourage each of you to think of it this way, as your energy. Kind of sit with yourself if you have a loved one that's been watching this, and just take in and remember the feelings and what was given back to us today on this Wopila gathering. So our donations are not helping for others, but really helping with others. This is a relationship. And for myself and for my wife, Carol, we think of our monthly donation to Lakota Law as part of our monthly self-care, like food, like housing, like education, like healthcare, because the work of the Lakota people is foundational. Whatever other cause that you are passionate about, and I'm passionate about several, this is foundational. This cause is foundational. It symbolizes no separation between all the worlds. We can't solve human problems without respect for our rock brothers and sisters and our animal and plant brothers and sisters. So no separation. And through our hills and valleys in life, that $10, $20 a month, this is quite a diverse audience. $100 or $1,000 a month, whatever you can do, stretch a little, and consider how important LP is to your relationship, and take action. Take action tonight. Talk to your loved ones, talk it over. Share your heart like the young people who we just left, speaking about their art and about their contributions as creative spirits. It was really inspiring to me. So take action. Give tonight. Aho. Wopila.
Aho, Tatanka.
You know,
it's very good to see you. I've seen, right.
People can feel this, your spirit and the spirit of you bring together. And if I could channel that and say, okay, that's what your donation is, people would just open up and give and give. So that's what I want people to do.
You know what? It's an investment. It's an unwritten contract where people are empowering us to do good work. And
that's right.
We've been doing it for a long while. You know, I've only been with the organization about a decade. And there are these certain pillars of work defending Indigenous sovereignty. We've just been blessed and hardworking and never giving up enough that we're able to expand the universe of Indigenous liberation from our perspective. There's many other great organizations. This is Giving Tuesday. We want to support them all. It's not
right.
easy existing on this side of the capital and power dynamic, but we do what we can. We do what we are empowered to do. So I just want to thank you for rounding our evening out like that.
Certainly. Let's all have each other's backs. Let's all work together.
We'll see if Lorrie can tune in here.
Hey, friends. Hey, relatives. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. I'm sad to see us go, but again, on behalf of our social media team, let me remind you that it doesn't have to end here. You can follow us for updates and all the latest happenings and events of Indigenous resistance across Turtle Island by tuning in to our Lakota People's Law Project social media channels on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I'd like to close us out today, at least my part, by saying what an honor it's been to spend this time with you. I'd like to give a shout out again to our team who brought us access for our deaf and hard of hearing relatives today, to Mr. Dana Walls and Miss Holly Newstead, who joined us today from Blackfoot, Salish, and Northern Pomo lands. Thank you so, so very much. Again, it's been my greatest honor to share this time with you. Chase, please take us out with Chief Bearcross to close us out in a good way. Wopila.
I tell you, to everybody who's stayed with us for, we shot for 7 hours. We're at 7 and 20, whatever. but time is relative. Time does not exist for some, especially this Gregorian time. And the next brother here, he hails from something known as the Ghost Nation. And his name is Chief Bear Cross. And he's been a spiritual mentor to me personally. And, you know, if you think of all of these words of shaman and guru, just, you know, medicine people who are following a certain discipline. And so it's just my honor. It's kind of crazy to me that Chief Bear Cross is sitting across the screens and he's right there. But brother, I just want to welcome you and give you the opportunity to say a few words, say closing prayer, and we will we will be done.
Lenale Ampetuki Hayepiki and Ilk Piktalo Hash and Wakapi. Today was a wonderful day to watch and to see a lot of people from all over speak on their behalf of what they all need to speak for. Today, I want to say Wopila Ichiche, Wopila Tkanka Pilamapolo for Chuck and Chase Ishtamaza. So I want to pray for everybody that all joined here and across Turtle Island and across the world. I want to pray for their well-being, for their future to be a better future in life. We will pray. Tongashila hate wakatkanka ake nea awanglake washteni traki heche hoye chichi. Trateki inwalakin iake lena leon petuki hayapiki oyate otahi hoash wakatkanka ake owain na okyo. Wakatkanka lena leon petuki lena leon hayapiki Wopila tkanka pila maapolo. Thank you, Creator. Thank you. Tongashayela pela mayaye pela mayaye lo haye we chozani wa mayank ochai pila maya yelo haye oi Tongashayela pela maya ye pela maya ye pela maya yelo haye we chozani wa mayanko chai pila maya yelo Aho, we chozani na hawo ki tukashila ho hechetu yelo mitaki oye oyasi all my relations. Aho.
Wopila for that, brother. And wana unkiglushka. That concludes the evening, my relatives. Thank you for sticking with us this long. Thank you for giving. Thank you for sharing. It's an investment. We hope to empower more of the indigenous world through the way of life that Chief Bear Cross was speaking about. Lila Wopila Tanka. Thank you.